I'm so prepared. Call to the order, the Planning Commission meeting of October 23rd, 2024. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing for the reading.
Statement of values, thank you. As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and the will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so that we may serve our community with fairness and respect their needs before all.
Thank you. Be seated. Can we please run the roll, please?
Commissioner Bhatnagar,
Present.
Commissioner Biagini,
Present.
Commissioner Cherukuru,
Here.
Commissioner Wang,
Here.
Commissioner Buza,
Present.
Chair Salame,
Here.
Commissioner Crutchlow.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, since we don't have any absences today, we can move ahead to the declaration of commission procedures. Commissioner Crutchlow.
Public hearings are conducted by the chair in accordance with the following procedures. The chair of the commission directs all activity during the hearings. All comments shall be addressed to the commission. Any item on this agenda may be continued to a subsequent hearing. Applicants will be allotted up to 10 minutes to present and justify proposals. Following staff presentation of the item, other speakers may be given up to 2 minutes. The applicant is allotted up to 5 minutes for rebuttal of comments. No additional comments will be accepted upon the close of public hearing, although the commission reserves the right to direct questions to any speaker on any matter. Special procedure time limits may be applied to any item as prescribed by the chair. Appeal of commission actions must be filed within writing within 7 calendar days. Chair?
Okay, thank you. Copies of the current agenda and staff reports for each of the items on the agenda are available from the Planning Division Office on the Friday afternoon preceding the meeting and available online. So we're up to continuances and exceptions. This part of the meeting allows for applicants, members of the public, or other interested parties to request an item be continued without hearing, withdrawn, or taken out of order. And I would like to suggest we move the cell tower to the first item tonight to be able to address it for the majority of the people here. If there is any counter.
And Chair, that would be item number 4.
Yes.
I'll just add that it's helpful to have this audience for the second topic, too.
Yeah. Not hearing any objections, I'd like to go ahead and proceed with that. So I think we need to read, I'm sorry, we have is there any other member of the audience that wanted a continuance or exception on the phone?
I see no hands.
Okay, thank you. So we can move to the consent calendar.
Read the.
Yeah, please. Yeah, I was catching up because we're skipping over some of the issues around not having a full dais. Go ahead.
The procedure for the consent calendar is as follows. Consent calendar items may be enacted, approved, or adopted by one motion unless requested to be removed by anyone for discussion or explanation. If any member of the Planning Commission, staff, the applicant, or a member of the public wishes to comment on a consent calendar item or would like the item to be heard on the regular agenda, make this request now. Items listed on the consent calendar with associated file numbers constitute public hearing items. And the consent item 1A, Planning Commission meeting minutes of October 9th. Chair.
Is there any motion to accept the consent item?
Move to accept consent item.
Second.
Commissioner Crutchlow and Commissioner Biagini. Maybe I'm righty or dominant. I heard that one.
Go ahead and cast your vote, please.
It's not a touch. Yeah.
Did it take it?
Thank you, and the motion passed. Thank you.
Okay, so we're actually up to public presentations. Just as a note for the audience, I'm not trying to rush the meeting. I just want to make sure we have absolutely the maximum amount of productive time today, given the number of attendees. Are there any members of the public that would like to briefly address the commission on any item not on the agenda? Okay, not seeing any on the phone.
I see no one online, or no one has their hand raised.
Okay, excellent. Then we can actually proceed to public hearing.
All right, give me a second here.
We would like to start with the item, I guess, item 4. No? Yes? No? No, that's the data center. Item,
Okay, I'm going to give it to
I
you.
have to make sure, yeah, which one is it?
Or
Where's the data center?
not the data center,
It is
AT&T.
Item 4.
It's item 4 in one set of paperwork and item not.
Oh, it's item 4 on the, over here, item 424-987.
Okay. So I assume is there another presentation or update on the previous continuance with this? The public hearing is still officially open as far as I remember.
I do have a quick staff presentation for you before we go to the applicant. So this item is at 3111 Benton Street. It's a request for a conditional use permit for a new unmanned AT&T telecommunication facility with the installation of a 60-foot tall mono tree. Just a little reminder on where the project site is. The site is located on the north side of Benton Street between Kiley and Pomeroy. It's about 3.15 acres and is occupied by the Santa Clara First Baptist Church, which includes 3 buildings and 2 surface parking lots. Has a general plan and zoning designation of public quasi-public. In March of 2023, Complete Wireless Consulting filed an application requesting the conditional use permit for the telecommunication facility. Telecommunication facilities require a conditional use permit per our updated zoning code. And there is an existing cell site located on the roof of the existing church. AT&T was not able to co-locate on the roof and therefore proposed the new mono tree. This item was first heard at the August 21st, 2024 Planning Commission meeting. Staff provided a presentation followed by the applicant. There were 3 public speakers at that meeting that expressed their concerns, and as such, the applicant requested a continuance to September 11th, 2024. The applicant then requested a further continuance at that September 11th meeting to address the comments that were provided. It's important to note that the city does have a tolling agreement with the applicant, and that expires when, if the city attorney could remind me, November 15th? And just a quick reminder, the mono tree is located at the rear of the site. It's a 511 square foot lease area surrounded by a 6-foot tall fence and existing trees. One of the differences from the last time you saw this item is that the applicant did remove the diesel backup generator and changed instead to a battery. And this is what the mono tree would look like. It's 60 feet to the top of the branches and 20 feet from the bottom to the bottom of the branches. And here are some photo sims submitted by the applicant. Kind of difficult to see where it is. But the proposed is right behind this house over here, if you can see my cursor in this image. And then over here in this image. And then again from Benton Street, it would be there and over there. Since our last public hearing, we received 12 comments from neighbors, including one letter that was signed by 28 neighbors opposing the project. Their concerns included negative health effects, the location and visibility from residences, the negative effect on property values, the adjacency to the historic Pomeroy Green townhomes, and fire risk. And just to remind the commission that for safety concerns, local government, including the city of Santa Clara, are preempted from regulating the wireless telecommunication facility based on concerns of health effects of radio frequency emissions. And with that, staff recommends that the Planning Commission determine the project is category exempt from CEQA and adopt a resolution to approve the conditional use permit. And the applicant is here.
And Mr. Chair, before we jump to questions, one of the commissioners had asked me to say a few words as well. I'm Alexander Abbey, the Assistant City Attorney. And the question I received was, what is the scope of the city's authority? And as you've just heard from Ms. Xavier, the FCC has restricted our ability to regulate based on health concerns. The Telecommunications Act of 1996 essentially preempted all local regulation of health concerns based on radio frequency emissions, RF emissions. The law states that no state or local government or instrumentality thereof may regulate the placement, construction, and modification of personal wireless service facilities on the basis of the environmental effects of radio frequency emissions to the extent that such facilities comply with the Commission's regulations concerning such emissions. So in other words, if this cell tower complies with the FCC's limits on RF emissions, we cannot deny that the cell tower on that basis. At the last meeting, the Commission asked for some specific details about the RF emission limitations. We put that into your staff report. There is a number there showing you what the maximum emissions are. The applicant submitted a report indicating that this particular cell tower would emit something like 49% of the maximum, although he can provide you more details on that. The decision you have before you tonight, you have two items before you. One, determine that the project is categorically exempt from CEQA under the exception for utility extensions. And number two, decide whether or not to grant a conditional use permit for the cell tower. Whenever you grant a conditional use permit, there are 4 findings you have to make. 1, that the project is consistent with the general plan. 2, that the proposed use is allowed within the subject zone and complies with all zoning code standards. 3, that the design, location, size, and characteristics of the use are compatible with the allowed uses in the vicinity. And 4, that the operation of the use would not be detrimental to the harmonious and orderly growth of the city. So if any one of those findings cannot be made, then you are empowered to deny this permit. You are also empowered to approve this permit if you're able to make all 4 of those findings. You can approve it if you make all 4 findings. You can deny it if you make any one of, if you are unable to make all 4. If you make any of them in the negative, a single one in the negative, then you will deny it. Also, I should note, one of the letters questioned the city's decision to use a categorical exemption on this project. I would just note that it is common to use a categorical exemption for cellular antennas, cellular towers. One of the commissioners, I think it was just the last meeting, asked, when is it appropriate to use a categorical exemption? And the answer is whenever there are not unusual circumstances. And the most famous case of that is, it was a case involving the city of Berkeley where somebody used I think it was the small site, what was it called? They used the small structures exemption to build a residence, but it was a massive McMansion. And so the court found that that was an unusual circumstance. But when it comes to cell towers, the exemption is routinely used. There's a case coming out of, that came out of San Diego where 3 cell towers were put in the vicinity of a park, and a court ruled that that's really not unusual. Cell towers are ubiquitous. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
I have one. I just wanted to be clear about something. Set aside the 4 things we have to find. Say those were all copacetic. If we then denied it, are you basically saying that the city could be liable for a lawsuit?
Well, This is a conditional use permit. You are here to basically decide, as a policy matter, whether all 4 findings
Okay.
can be made. I would never suggest you make a decision without making the findings.
All right.
So if you make the findings either way, I'm confident we'll be able to defend the decision. The only situation where we would have a legal problem is if you just made a decision with no findings.
Okay.
That would be of concern. But no, as long as you make the findings, whether it's pro or con, we'll be good.
I wanted to be sure I was clear about that, and also for those that are in the audience. Thank you.
I should have echoed what Ms. Xavier said about the shot clock. This decision has to be made by November 15th under the agreement we currently have with AT&T. So I would just note today is October 23rd. There is another planning commission between now and November 15th. It's on November 6th. But I'd also remind the commission that there is a 7-day period to appeal all decisions to the city council. So suppose you deny this permit tonight, AT&T could then appeal to the city council. Suppose you approve this permit tonight, the residents who may be opposed could then appeal to the city council. There's one city council meeting between now and November 15th. That's on November 12th. So if you were to continue this to the November 6th meeting, and then there's 7 days to appeal, suppose it gets appealed November 13th. That's great, but then November 15th, it automatically gets approved. So I'd just like you to keep in mind that whatever your pleasure, approval or denial, continuance is really not an option unless AT&T is willing to yet another extension. If that's not stated on the record tonight, then you're at real risk of having this project automatically approved under the FCC rules.
Disapprove.
No? You want to proceed then, please?
Yes, 1 second. Just let me know when you want me to advance the slides. Hold on 1 second, please. Sorry, apologies.
Yes, so I'm here on behalf of AT&T for this project, and I'm here to provide additional information requested by the commissioners on August 23rd for approval for a new wireless facility. Joining me today is David Wachowski, founder and president of Oku Solutions, who will speak a little bit later on about radio frequency and property value. Next slide, please. Here's a brief overview of the project's timeline to demonstrate its advancement. AT&T's investigation of potential sites of coverage gap mitigation commenced in 2020. Planning approval was granted for our current church candidate for a rooftop co-location facility in April of 21. However, structural evaluations revealed roof limitations. AT&T then pursued an alternative candidate at 830 Kiley Boulevard, but negotiations were unsuccessful. A revised design for the church candidate, incorporating 3 light poles at the east side of the parking lot, was proposed, but Santa Clara Planning advocated for a single structure design. As of August 24, the design, the project was revised and it was presented and continued until today to provide additional information. Next slide, please. AT&T would still like to pursue this church candidate as a 60-foot mono broadleaf tree. The diameter lease area of 25.5 feet will remain in the same place. However, we have removed the emergency standby generator. Next slide. Here we have 4 photo simulations that will take a look at the facility once it is built. Next slide, please. This first slide is on Humboldt Avenue, approximately 400 feet from the site. The next slide is also on Humboldt Avenue, a bit closer as we saw earlier. The third simulation here is of Moraga, looking east of the parking lot, and the fourth slide is taken in front of the church. Next slide, please. This slide indicates the current coverage levels for AT&T customers. Please note the red dot showcases where the tower will be located and that the service is on the lower end, providing reliable coverage, mainly outdoors. Next slide. This slide indicates activation of the proposed facility. In addition, it also outlines the 6 locations and tower designs AT&T has in the surrounding area that was requested from our August hearing. Out of 6 neighboring locations, there are 2 monopole designs, 1 monopine, 2 rooftop, and 1 in-store system. I'd like to quickly showcase a couple of these designs that outline the similarities in height, design, and locations that the city has approved in the past. Next slide, please. This is a 52.5-foot monopole design located at 2499 Homestead Road. As you see, we have a near similar layout with tower placement and neighboring parcels. Next slide. This slide showcases a 60-foot monopine design situated at 2445 Cabrillo Avenue. As you see, it does closely resemble our proposed design. This facility is also located at a church with residential homes nearby. While placing the tower in front of the church has been previously discussed in public comments and by the commissioners, this option is not viable due to non-compliance with city zoning setbacks and insufficient space for the lease area. Additionally, the placement is not landlord preferred. It's not preferred by the landlord, excuse me. Next slide. And then this slide showcases the remainder locations that we have. Here you see there's 2 rooftop locations, 1 at the Walgreens, 1 at Kaiser, a monopole, and an inside store system. Next slide. This slide displays the overall map with the red circle designating the ideal location site for an AT&T tower identified by AT&T engineers to fill the coverage gap. Additionally, it outlines nearby AT&T facilities, those are the blue pins, previously unsuccessful candidate locations, those are the red pins, and future sites being explored, yellow pins. Please note it's essential to recognize that the three future sites are merely initial considerations and would not resolve the coverage gap in the proposed area that we're asking for today. Next slide. Another concern from some of the commissioners and public would be that any solar shading would occur by the addition of this facility. We hired Honeydew Energy Advisors who conducted the study for potential solar shading effects. The report focused on a single home that currently has solar panels seen in array number 1 and hypothetical future solar panels on adjacent homes, arrays 2 through 8. Concluding that the existing solar panels on the 2-story home would experience 0 impact, and the neighboring homes would retain at least 97% of solar access. So the addition of this facility would not significantly impact any solar shading to the neighboring homes. Next slide. We had EBI Consulting review the revise the frequency study report to include all carriers that are currently on the roof. And as mentioned earlier, we are at 49%, which is 51% below the FCC public limit. Next slide. To continue our showcase of due diligence, 2 reports have been provided as part of the submittal completed by David Rakowski with joint venture Silicon Valley. They concluded that the wireless facilities and home values have no apparent impact. And to further talk about this report and radio frequency, I'd like to bring up David at this time. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. My name is David Witkowski. I serve as the Executive Director of Civic Technologies at Joint Venture Silicon Valley, but I want to make it clear that I'm representing the applicant here tonight. We conducted 2 studies on property valuations. One was done in 2012 and one was done in 2021. The methods that were used for this was known as a hedonic analysis, or a special differences and differences method. We're looking at the MLS data for homes that were near to wireless communications facilities compared to homes of similar type, structure, value, were not near wireless facilities, and looking to see if there were differences in their pricing trajectory. We found no negative impacts on property valuation. And looking at 10 years of data, over 11 million real estate transactions between 2010 and 2020, looking at 1,700 cellular sites in the entire state of California. We actually did find positive impacts, primarily in areas that were in rural or semi-rural areas. This study was conducted by Dr. Ralph McLaughlin, who's the founder of Veritas Urbis. He's a well-known real estate economist that has done quite a bit of work with companies, including Trulia. I'm available to answer any questions about that study if you have them. Thank you.
Anything from commissioners?
I have a question for Steve, through the chair. Thank you for all the extra work. Was there, again, what was the reason it wasn't placed on the church?
The roof wouldn't hold any additional weight.
And what is the reason for that much weightage? Because you are considering other areas. To meet the gap, do you need this level of intensity?
For this area, we do. As I noted on one of the coverage maps, it was largely blue. That's outdoor reliable coverage. It's a very large area. On the roof is currently Verizon, T-Mobile, and Dish Network. So we tried to go on the roof, but it wasn't feasible. This is what the site would look like once it's activated. You can see the surrounding area is much, much improved.
And go back to the slide without, okay, so you're on the border there of the purple. Is this tower intended to cover most of the purple?
Yes, so going back and forth, you could see the difference of what it will be covering. A lot of the purple of the north and south is replaced by green, which is reliable indoor service inside your home. Yellow gives you good, reliable in-car vehicle service.
And go back to the slide that showed future proposed locations that you're looking at, please.
Right there?
Yes. And the blues that you're showing there as your future, I'm assuming?
Right, so it's going to stop right where you kind of see like D in the shopping center area.
So those blues will not pick up the purple area deficits? My point I'm trying to make is, can you reduce the intensity at this site?
Can we, excuse me?
Reduce the intensity of the number of RAD towers or your cell towers, because the volume that it's going to cover versus what's going to be, you've got a site, so you're going to maximize your potential to do your highest
Yes, no,
use on this site versus.
AT&T engineers designed the site with the number of antennas that they did to maximize optimum coverage. The blue dot locations do signify current tower locations, and you could see, going back to the blue, you could see those on the map, but they're not, it doesn't cover it.
And how many antennas again? I mean, how many towers?
There's really 5 total. There's one inside store system, which doesn't really count. But there's the monopole and the monotree. And the Kaiser on the lower bottom, that's at 68. That's one of the higher center lines that we have. And it doesn't even cover, there's still like that little swig of blue area. But it's still a much, much better coverage than what we have now.
Okay, thank you.
Point of information, clarification. When you say blue area, point to me where the blue area is on this map, because there's a lot of blue area.
Anything in the blue area signifies reliable coverage, mainly outdoors.
Right, so the telephone pole that you're proposing is going to change what area then?
Change the blue right there, and it's going to make a bigger green area. So in that area, and keep in mind, Santa Clara High School is across the street. That's where a lot of, usage, I believe, also would come from all those additional cell phones. So this is a heavily populated.
Well, the state of California might fix that real shortly, so, but understood. So yeah, so what's happening is the purple area that you have here, you're not fixing all the area. I just want to make sure, because just so everybody understands, it's a portion of this purple area that's going to be turned to green.
Correct.
Correct? And then I was just going to ask you, when you mentioned about the power, are you talking about like trying to increase the power on one pole?
No, so I'm trying to decrease. I'm trying to see the number. So if you will go to the Walgreens site and the other, the number of RAD units,
6 over there.
there's 6 on Walgreens. That's what I was trying to, how many DAS units do you have on this monopole?
On the one that we're proposing, I believe there's 9 antennas.
9 antennas.
Correct.
That's what I was trying to get. And I'm trying to see, because of the 9, the roof will not take the weight.
Right.
And that's one of the limiting, in addition to, that they have to do the monopole to maximize the strength of the antennas. And that's why they need that dia to hold that weight.
Right.
And I'm trying to see if there's an opportunity to reduce it, because all you're covering, they're maximizing it for a larger.
Right. So, all right, so then I have a question, but I don't want to be out of order. Okay. The question I have is, given the antennas that are on top of the church right now, if there were 0 antennas, what would be would it be possible to put an antenna or architect an antenna on the roof that would cover AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile?
Like there would be a singular antenna that would be.
Well, obviously, it's not a single antenna structure, but like, if you could have designed it having nothing on the roof, and you had to work with Verizon and T-Mobile and anyone else, could you make a single structure that would have covered all of your needs?
It is not possible for this area, but it is possible. There are tower companies, AT&T, Verizon, and other private companies that build 130, 140-foot tall poles, so they could accommodate multiple carriers. So there will be center lines anywhere, probably starting from 80 feet, going all the way up to the top. But height is very important to receive good service here.
Understood, thank you.
Okay, I got a couple of questions. Wait till.
Right,
Okay.
yeah, so my colleague here, David, was just mentioning that with multiple carriers, they're at different elevations as well, and that's kind of what I was going to with the singular pole. And so the coverage maps that we have, that we provided for you, is for the 60-foot center line. I'm sure the coverage maps that we initially did back in 2011 for the roof, before we knew it was in structure, it would be a smaller.
Okay.
And with that being said,
I'll go ahead and finish.
I was just saying, with that being said too, this was the request from Santa Clara Planning. If you could go to the last slide, Leslie, the very last one. This is the parking lot design that we came to a couple years ago. And the city wanted it to be a single structure design. AT&T's still open to this. So I would ask for you to also consider this as approval for this site, but as the 3 light pole structures.
Okay. All right, okay. Well, I have a 4-part question type of thing. First of all, that has been in the back of my mind is, what's the monetary value for the church of you installing this tower? How much are you compensating them?
Oh, that's proprietary information. I don't even have that.
Well, that's important. Now, the other thing, did you try finding locations in the city, like the Central Park or anything? Do you contact the city, see if they're willing to, since it's monetary, some monetary advantage in this for the city? Did you propose anything to the city, say, hey, on Central Park or just a park down the street, if we can put the tower there?
Yes, absolutely. We reached out in our, to candidates. We reached out to the city. We reached out to go to the, to Central Park or,
Right.
and we got zero response.
Did you give them an idea of how much the compensation was going to be? I'm just curious.
I don't know that answer. I'm not in, me personally, I'm not in the negotiation for the lease.
Okay. Now, a couple of the locations that you were mentioning, like 2336 and 2794 El Camino Real, there's no residential area right there next to it. There are auto repair shops right there in the El Camino, the pictures that you showed there. And also at the Cabrillo site, that's a church there, and there's no, it's right between two churches, and there's no residential, it's not the same proposal that you have coming, putting it right adjacent to backyard fences, the ones that you're proposing at the church. So that's completely misleading in there when you showed those pictures, because there's nothing to do with, with residential, not the proximity.
Well, so on the bottom picture, I circled a little red circle. That's the tower. That's the 52.5-foot monopole tower. And you can see that there are many residential homes right in the backyard. In fact, I believe
That's one, and I don't know how that got approved, but the other ones are not. If you look at the other pictures, they're not.
Yeah, the 2445.
And the Cabrillo side, that one there, there's two churches right there on the Cabrillo, the one on the top.
Yeah.
There are two churches butting against two churches. There's no risk. You're about a block away from homes there.
Yeah, I don't know too much about this project. I found it right.
And the El Camino also, there you have a car repair shop, and see the El Camino right there? Oh, don't go so fast. Bring it back, please. There you go. On the right-hand side, 2336 El Camino. There, that's a car repair shops there, and then the other one's the shopping center in the Colonial Bowers and El Camino, right there, what you're seeing. And
Yes.
And then on the 710 Lawrence, there's also retail in there, and that's in the rooftop.
Yes, the El Camino, I don't have a bird's eye view of that, but behind that is residential homes.
That's all.
These towers were built there because that's the area that needed the service.
And you cannot share the towers with other, like you said, with other Verizon share the towers for the, so they have it expanded. There's all the cell towers for other competitors.
There is no current tower to co-locate on in this area that needs service. We would have definitely jumped on that, if there was a tower available to co-locate on. Similar to this pole right there, you can see there's multiple carriers on that pole.
Well, so there was still hope that the city would have come back to you, but I was really surprised that they didn't bother to do that. At least it would have given you an answer, a yes or a no, if you wanted to put it in the park. I'm really disappointed with that.
Thank you.
We needed to avoid making this a conversation and stick to the topic.
Okay. May I ask a question, Chair?
Yes, please.
Yeah. So even at this site, the church, the site, it's a big site. Why do you pick the spot so close to the residential? Actually, I also visited the 2445 Cabrillo Avenue, that site. Yeah, that one, actually, your monopole very close to the street. I think probably that make more sense. Yeah, why you pick the spot so close to the residential? You have a lot of choice, right?
Well, not necessarily. Keep in mind, these are two different size parcels. This Cabrillo Avenue church worked out well because it worked out well. There's no space here on the church on Benton Avenue. It's very shallow. And the city's zoning setbacks would not meet code. So the only place that is for the least invasive, let me add that as well, the least invasive space for trenching and what have you is where we chose it, where it does meet all setbacks.
Yeah, staff, can you show the site map? Yeah, I mean, the site map. Yeah, actually, I even sent a picture. Since I missed the August 21st meeting. Yeah, you can see right now the spot, it's right at the back of the church, right? So you see in the front of the church, even some tree there, right? So, yeah, I mean,
Great, so
yeah,
in the
what-
front of the church,
yeah.
it will not meet setbacks. The setbacks are too small for what we need for the size to put this tower.
You
Again,
look
again,
at, you look
it's
at the
not
side map.
landlord
You have so
preferred.
many weekends, right?
I'm sorry?
Look at the map. If you're close to the Benton Avenue, a lot of empty space there. So
It's parking lot. That's the church's parking lot there.
you see the tree there?
In the front? Yes.
Yeah. Actually, if you look at the 2445 Cambridge Avenue, very similar condition there.
Yes,
Yeah.
it is.
Why you cannot put the tower there, you know, a little bit further away from the residential?
Again, we do have to oblige by your city setbacks here. The green area in the front, it's too close to the sidewalks.
Why the 2445? You meet the setback.
It's a different size parcel. These are not identical size parcels.
Let's direct
with
that
utmost
question to the
respect.
staff.
Okay.
You know,
Can you, Leslie, can you address the issue of the setbacks so that it's understood?
and again, this church is very well known for their Christmas nativity pageants that they have. A lot of times getting a site, the first big hurdle is getting a landlord that would agree to it. And we need to go by what they request. They don't want it in the front of the church as well. In addition, it wouldn't be allowed, it wouldn't be legal to put it in front of the church at 311 Benton. On Cabrillo, that's a different size parcel, different setbacks.
Yeah, I understand it's different, but yeah.
So I can tell you the front setback for public quasi-public is 10 feet.
Yeah.
And I'm pulling up the plan set to see if there's a dimension on how far back the existing building is.
Yeah, actually, if you look at the 2445 Cambridge church, that side, yeah, your maniple is pretty good. Looks good. I think it add more value if you put that tower in the front, yeah, to the church. Yeah, I think probably we are human being, right? How can I say? If you were the residents, live close by, what do you think? What's your feeling?
That's a really weird question to ask me, but I would have to go by the facts and trust the science. And I would like to go, my phone, I personally have AT&T. I don't have service. I was all around Santa Clara. I had no bars.
Yeah,
To an event of
you see here the emails.
concerned.
That's why so many opposition to this project. I just see. Okay.
And again, we have a parking lot design.
Yeah, I think we can move on to the next
Well,
issue, but
I have one more question.
think
That's
it's
a question.
Okay.
I'm
A
sorry.
question. Go
Just a
ahead.
question. Simple question. Does the cell tower itself, does it use DC
DC.
power? I'm sorry. Direct current.
So yeah, it goes through all by PG&E, and I don't have too many details on that, but I believe in the site plans, they have more of that detailed trenching information.
What I'm trying to get to, is there any issues or have you had any issues previously with other towers with DC harmonics causing problems for AC units?
No, not that I'm aware of. I have not come across any information like that.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Through the chair. One last question to the applicant from me.
I get the last one.
If there is a requirement from the council, Planning Commission today, to bring it to the front, would you be open to it?
We can go back to the landlord and have that discussion.
Okay.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah.
Thank
Really appreciate it. Yeah.
Okay, so I have a question. To take advantage of your a consultant, I heard you mention that the cell emissions, I just want to put this to rest for the peace of mind of the neighbors. You said the cell emissions were 49% of maximum federal standards, right?
Yes.
Okay. What's the cell emissions coming out of the T-Mobile?
So to clarify, the 49% analysis includes all carriers on that site
Okay, so it is the aggregate effect of T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T simultaneously and at full capacity.
and Dish. So,
And Dish, okay.
so let me explain a little bit about how we conduct these sorts of analyses. I serve on the IEEE C95 committee. We set the standard for electromagnetic safety, which is adopted by governments around the world, including the Federal Communications Commission. The methodology that we specify is to presume that all radios are operating at full power. We presume that all surfaces are perfect reflectors of RF, and we presume no impairments in the environment. So the number of 49.33% represents the presumed maximum for all sites operating under those conditions. The reality of any site when it gets tested, in my experience, and I've done quite a bit of site testing post-construction, is that the levels are anywhere from 5 to 10 times lower. So at 49%, I would expect this site to be operating somewhere around, aggregate of all carriers would be somewhere around 10%, maybe 5%, depending upon what the actual impairments in the real world are. And I want to specify that in the C95, we set the level of 100%, 50 times lower than the point at which medical science can even measure an effect on the human body. Those studies have been conducted for years, dating back to the 1950s. We meet twice a year looking at all studies that are done, pros, con, negative, and we look at all of this and we come up with an analysis to determine whether or not the standard should be adjusted. To date, as of our last analysis, which was 2019, we have found that the existing standard remains valid for even newer technologies. So I would expect that this site is not going to have adverse impact on the residents. I realize that there's a concern here, and I understand that there is a concern. The science does not point to a reason for concern, despite the fact that it's near residences. 5%, 10% is not a lot of electromagnetic energy. I mean, we're bathed in electromagnetic energy at all times during the day.
Yeah.
The lights in the ceiling above us, the sun outside, the phones that we carry in our pockets, our Wi-Fi access points, Bluetooth, everything that we use in our lives emits a certain amount of electromagnetic energy. We're literally living in a sea of it right now. And to presume that cellular somehow or another has an adverse health effect when we completely ignore the RF, the rest of the RF in our lives is, frankly, a little puzzling to me.
Okay, so you mean physical health. How about the mental health? If you live by a 60-feet pool, you watch at the pool every day, what's your feeling? Thank you.
If people have concerns about infrastructure and that causes them to have mental anguish, of course, that's a real thing that they're experiencing.
Yeah.
I look outside of my house every day and I see a wooden pole directly outside my living room window. Do I like it? I ignore it because it's there and it's just part of my life now. But it's the reality is that we put up with things in our daily life every day that we don't necessarily like.
But if you can do better, why not? You know?
I'm sorry?
If you can do better, why not? I think the 2445, that's a very good example. So yeah, if you guys can negotiate with the landlord, I mean, highly appreciate it.
So I'm only here to talk about the RF and the
Yeah.
property valuations. So
And I think even RF is beyond this council commission's scope.
in summary, I certify based upon my professional experience that the EME report provided by EBI Consulting, conducted by Rebecca Sinisgali, stamped by Michael McGuire, complies with the FCC regulations. It is a valid report. I find no reason to question its findings.
Okay. So I think the results of that is somewhat counseling to the audience as we go to the next phases of taking public feedback, that we as the commission, unfortunately or fortunately, whichever way you want to look at it, cannot consider EMF radiation as a criteria to make our decision. So we will entertain other concerns, but that one concern is not one that we can technically accept. We can emotionally accept it, as many do, but we cannot technically use it as a criteria to deny the applicant. So maybe focus on the things that you believe are the major concerns. Other questions? Yes, go ahead.
So just a point of detail, we've been talking about percentages and all that. Just want to make sure this is 49% of the electric field strength, or?
When we analyze in the cellular bands, it's a surface power density, which is an electromagnetic energy level.
Okay.
That level is set at a certain value, at 100% by the C95 standard and as adopted by the Federal Communications Commission. This site is below that level, and there is a 50% or 50x or 98% margin there of safety. And we put that margin in the C95 because we presume that you will have multiple sources of electromagnetic energy in your life, including the phone that you carry in your pocket.
Yep, I got it.
Your cell phone is the largest contributor, besides the sun, of electromagnetic energy in your daily life. And most people carry it in their pocket,
Yep.
their bra, whatever. They just carry it very close to their body. That produces a lot of RF.
Yeah, understood. So you're right about being bathed in electromagnetic energy. However, this is diffuse, spread out versus close to an antenna where obviously there's a concentration. I think I'm done with
But
that.
as we move away from an antenna, the power drops off as a square of the distance.
Of course.
So even at the distances where this tower is going to be operating, by the time that it reaches the residences nearby, the level of that energy is diffused out.
Okay.
It's about 1 million times lower than it would be at the face of the antenna.
It goes down as 1/r². Yes, thank you. I had another question which we have raised previously, but I did not hear being addressed this time, which was the collapse of the tower in case of any kind of a weather event or earthquake or whatever. So have you also consulted or done some advanced work on that?
All of our sites do go through a soil geotech type of done by engineers in the construction phase. With Santa Clara, I believe you have an additional condition of approval that you would like a certain type of engineer report, and that's into the COAs. So if you approve, I still need to provide that report to you before building proceeds or starts. Like, we won't be able to get our building permit until we provide that document.
Okay. All right.
Condition P6 and the conditions of approval.
All right. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I have one more question. I'm very concerned that we're kind of glossing over the collapse report. That was not something I proposed idly or whimsically. It's not a concern about the condition of the soil. It's not a concern about the strength of the materials. It's a geometry problem. Will that pole collapse into residential homes? Will it collapse into a space occupied by people? That's the major concern. If it collapses vertically, I can't see how there would be concern. But if it collapses horizontally, is the radius of the dimension sufficient to strike any kind of residential current residence? So we have to be able to have that information, and please don't focus on the soil conditions and other things. That's really immaterial. If it turned to liquid, liquefaction is a thing for this valley. So if it turned to jello, it would fall over. Now, is it going to fall down or is it going to fall over? And that's the only concern that I had in proposing that, requesting that report.
Absolutely.
Okay.
That's why we're happy to have it in the condition.
Okay, good. So as long as that's being addressed at the staff level, then we can remove that as our other concern that has been pretty prominent. Okay, now, Ms. Commissioner.
Kind of echoing your concern about collapse, if it was in front of the church, my sense is, should there be a collapse, I guess it depends which way it goes, right? It would seem to me that instead of falling close enough to residences, it would fall in a street or perhaps a church when it wasn't occupied, which is entirely different from a residence. Am I correct?
I'm not an engineer, so I don't want to speculate on something that I 100% am not sure of.
Okay,
That's why
but
we
you
would
could
have
go
the
back to
report,
the
though.
church and ask if they'd put it in front. That, I think you already answered that.
Right, and again, we have gone to the church, we've asked them, they said no. We could do extra due diligence. I believe they are watching here as well, itself.
That would be appreciated. Thank you.
Anything else from the commissioners before we open to the public? It's been open, we need to move to that phase.
I have a question for staff.
Okay.
While the applicant is here. Staff, was there a reason why those first antenna alternate models were not allowed or not permitted? Because that seems to be on the light poles existing in front of, and probably also considered a variance from setback requirements. But wanted to understand what staff thought process was when you did not bring that forward.
Yeah, sure. I think the setback was fine for those poles, but there were 3 large poles versus 1. So that was staff's, that it would be better to have 1 single monopole versus the 3 poles across the
Would
front.
the height be different if there was 3?
I believe the height is different, yes.
Okay, so just for us all to keep in mind, the alternate model is still up front. Reduced height would look like another electric pole.
Right. It's an appealing
Much,
option.
yeah.
It's just an appealing option. Any other questions, any other comments? Anything from Xander? No? Okay.
Thank you.
So what we need to do at this point is have those that are signed up to speak to come up and line up at the podium in the order, hopefully, that Elizabeth will read out the cards. So I know you're very anxious, but it may be that you're not first in line. So what is the next order?
Okay, if I'm to look at these cards, we have Anya Ponziala, and forgive me if I'm mispronouncing this. We have S. Sidal. We have Zhao Ling. Again, forgive me if I'm not saying it correctly. Lee Benton. So we can start with those 4. And if you,
Lee Benton.
great.
Okay, good.
So my concern is the wavelengths. I disagree with them because nobody here can say 100% that is going to make us feel better. There are 2 elementary younger grades, TK or lower. There's one in the front of the school right by there, and there's one on Humboldt Street. I would like to show you this picture because what it will show is, first off, when you're looking at Humboldt Street, you got to remember the elevation is about 4 foot lower than Benton Street. So it is going to be a lot higher. And I'm really surprised because there's high power lines running real close. So if this was a fall toward the neighbors, which you will see in these pictures, it would take out all the high power lines and probably do some damage to whoever's back there in their backyard. So I would like to show it.
Thank you.
So on
Pause this time.
Humboldt Street, like I said, I'm 4 foot lower, and so that's going to be just an eyesore to all of us. I have a few bucks in my house, so I disagree with them. People get weird when you go to selling houses and there's a tower next to you. So as my investment goes down because AT&T wants to make a profit off of me, I don't think that's right. And another thing,
Go ahead for a few more seconds, please.
and another thing, I forgot what I was going to say. I'm just wound up. I'm sorry. I disagree with this, and that the way it falls is a very big concern. Oh, I know what I was going to say. I would urge y'all to force the church to come to better agreements because they are a big lot, so they could pull it in half and let it fall on their half either way. They have the room where it doesn't fall on the high power lines and our neighbors.
Thank you. Yeah, when you come up, please give us your name before you speak.
Hold on 1 second. Go ahead.
All right, good evening, Chair and Commission board members. My name is Anya Pendiala, and I'm a family member of the household property owners on Humboldt Avenue, the street right in front of the proposed installation. I strongly oppose the proposed installation, as me and my family believe this plan is not in the best interest of our community. Our response to the proposed installation altogether is a big no for the following reasons. This quote-unquote mono tree is actually a wireless cell tower or cell phone base station. Its location is a mere 20 to 30 feet away from our backyard fence of neighboring residential houses and is extremely close to immediately surrounding residential areas. Meanwhile, many municipalities, including in California, have strict requirements for erecting cell towers near residential areas. There are 12 municipalities, districts, or zones that have a minimum of a 500 feet setback requirement to 1,000 feet or more from residential properties or property lines. 3 main primary Northern California regions include Los Altos, Fremont, and Pleasanton. Secondly, this has already been brought up, there's already another Verizon wireless base station at the roof of the main church building, which sits just 80 feet away from the new AT&T location and is already of major concern. Therefore, there will be 2 wireless base stations on the same premise on the church property, thereby further increasing potential emotional and physical risk to the surrounding residents. Adding on to that, there is a proposed risk of fire, potentially malfunction from equipment, weather, and lightning strike or arson. All the strong reasons me and my family and other community members strongly urge a no for this bill.
Thank you.
I'm Xiaoling. I live in 390 Humboldt Avenue. The tower will be right side my neighbor. It are all flat house. They are only 1 story. The tree like this one, like I made the board, like show you guys. I'm an outdoor person. I almost work outdoor in my garden every day, almost the daytime. I love the garden work. I have the rose garden, I have the vegetable garden, I have the fruit parts, tree parts. I really love there. If there are fig tree there, I don't have choice. I have to sit every day, every hours. It's make really depression. Think about it. If you living there, how do you think? I don't have choice. I have to go home. I only my home there. So if the tree there, I think my life will be changed. I will cover the window by the curtain. I don't want to go the outdoor. That's my point. Really simple.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sherry. Dear council members, my name is Sherry, and I live behind the Santa Clara Baptist Church, and I've done so for nearly 20 years. I'm a licensed real estate agent for the past 27 years, both in commercial and residential real estate. I'm opposed to the installation of the 60-foot tall cell tower at the church. My reasons for the opposition are, number 1, negative health effects. The proposed cell tower would be emitting radiation 24 hours a day. Due to migraines and a host of other ailments, the International Association of Firefighters, one of the largest labor unions representing 350,000 paid full-time firefighters and emergency medical services personnel in the US and Canada, has taken an official stance against erecting cell towers at fire stations where firefighters work and live. Number 2, risk of fire. Numerous cell towers have caught fire throughout the U.S. Last year, on September 28th, a cell tower in Sacramento was completely engulfed in flames along the Capital City Freeway as flames and sparks were seen shooting out from the cell tower. In the event there is a malfunction, lightning strike, or arson, there would be devastating consequences, especially for nearby residences. Number 3, negative impact on property values. As a longtime real estate professional, I can attest that many buyers, particularly high-income buyers, will avoid purchasing a residence that is in the vicinity of cell towers for the very reasons I stated above. This has been the case for every single one of my clients, and the response is the same for my colleagues. We must not jeopardize the health, safety, and concerns of the tax-paying residents and owners who have collectively paid millions of dollars in property taxes over the years. The church is a nonprofit and thus has not paid any property taxes since its acquisition in 1987. The church's primary focus should be on congregation and worship and not collecting passive cell tower income at the expense and distress of its neighboring residences. For these reasons, I respectfully ask you to vote no on the cell tower installation. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Maria Barbosa. I live in Humboldt, very close to the proposal tower. With all my respects, I urge you to please listen the concerns expressed by our neighbors on the letter submitted to you this week and proceed to refuse the proposed installation by AT&T of a wireless cell phone tower on the premises of the Santa Clara Baptist Church, to be located 20 or 30 feet away from neighbors' home. In case it is necessary to install a cell phone tower in the area, you, the City Planning Commission, and AT&T must look for a place located over 500 feet from the residential areas in order to avoid any potential risks to the people who live in the neighborhood community. I am disappointed that the Baptist Church has not asked us, neighbors, about our opinion on the installation of this tower on their premises. Instead, the church has gone directly to you requesting the approval of this crazy project without thinking of the safety of their neighbors. We, the people of the city of Santa Clara, must join and work together to achieve wellness and happiness.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other speakers?
Yes, let me call a few more. Sherry, Ken Kratz, Nicholas Rossi, and I'm not sure which item this is for, Ruben Camacho, if that's for this item.
Hi, I actually just spoke, so my name is Sherry. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, good evening, Commissioners. My name is Ken Kratz, and I'm a resident of Pomeroy Green, a multifamily historic housing complex located west of the proposed tower. I object to the tower project. It is not compatible for many reasons and request the debate on the project be continued to another meeting until my concerns are addressed and a more compatible location for the tower is considered. I wrote a 6-page letter to you elaborating my concerns that I'll only mention briefly tonight. My concerns are proper notice was not provided about the project. I did not receive the notice of public hearing, nor did the board of directors, nor the property manager of Pomeroy Green receive the notice. The aesthetics of the projects were not thoroughly considered, and those concerns may subject the project to an environmental review. There are state procedures that AT&T needs to follow to protect Pomeroy Green, a registered historic resource, from environmental impacts that include aesthetic impacts. The city's HLC should also review the project. The project will create an attractive nuisance. Our neighborhood has 3 schools, and youth may be tempted to climb the tower. The tower will pose a collapsing hazard if it falls during an earthquake, storm, or other natural disaster. Noise may be an issue. Could the tower be relocated or the block wall completed at the church to contain the hum? The project could be located elsewhere, such as our parks or perhaps the parking lot at the church, or maybe parking lots in other large commercial or schools. And finally, The tower poses an unknown but possible cancer risk according to current literature on RF radiation exposure, to humans from these facilities. I'm surprised the federal government does not allow the commission the authority to locate these facilities. On this basis, I suggest the commission and council pursue legislation to change the current laws. I find it ironic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Nicholas Rossi. I'm a resident of Pomeroy Green, within 500 feet of the proposed tower. Radiation, number one, radiation and cancer danger to all persons living within 500-foot radius. And the fact is, we will be subject to radiation 24 hours a day, as opposed to neighbor, the people, the personnel, the church personnel that might be there 2 or 3 hours a week. The thing is, aesthetic concerns. These 60-foot towers, about 40 feet taller than the houses, and most of the trees in Pomeroy Green, to be subject to environmental review. Collapsing hazard in case of powerful earthquake or storm. And I would just mention that I past 2 years in the winter time, I've heard of so many trees in Santa Clara collapsing. Before the tower could easily be relocated to a safer location, and I know this issue has been brought up by my neighbors, so I fully agree with that. I don't think that the AT&T and their agents have done a thorough enough search to find a relocation. And also, it would lower the real estate values. I mean, I can't imagine that when a potential buyer is asking about this house that he wants to buy, and that when he hears about the radiation problem, that he would be anxious, willing to offer as much money as he was before. I know of people that are thinking of moving out if they put these towers in, so if a current resident is going to move out because of this, how much more would a potential buyer be reluctant to move in? Finally, it took 20 years for environmentalists to agree that asbestos is harmful. We don't want to take a chance and find out that the telecommunications tower was harmful and that many of us have cancer after 10 or 20 years. We don't want to take a chance of this. Thank you very much.
I have not signed up to speak. Can I still? Yeah, thank you. Hello, everyone. Good evening. My name is Manan Shah. I'm a resident of Pomeroy Green. My context of my comments are only tied to finding an alternate site for this tower. I didn't see due diligence from AT&T in terms of finding an alternate site. I have 3 things to say on that. First, the proactive comment was the deal on 830 Kiley Boulevard had failed. And I saw the timeline, it is February 2022, that is 2.5 years ago. I'm not sure what other activities were done since last 2.5 years on such a critical matter. The second thing is when someone here asked today about what about finding a solution with Central Park, right? That's a very good site. The response was, we didn't get any response from Central Park. So what did they do? Did they follow up? Did they ask for any help? I didn't see any of that. The third thing I would say is right across the street is Santa Clara High School. I think it's a very good site. They have much more larger area. And I think this 500 feet radiation solution can be obtained by considering Santa Clara High School. So I'm not sure if there were any activities pursued by AT&T on that. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any more cards, but anyone that would like to speak is welcome to come up. Everyone has 2 minutes if they'd like to speak.
I do have 2 hands online as well. Should I go ahead with the folks online?
Online.
Yes, okay. So Satish, if you are online, you should be able to unmute and speak.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Hi, this is Satish Mugi here from Pomeroy Green community as well. I'm a resident here. And my question to AT&T is how thoroughly they have done the assessment of actual radiation that will hit the residents of Pomeroy Green. So when I see all these numbers, they are very generic numbers thrown out, which I, as a common person, may not understand. I would like to really see each resident get a notice of saying this is exactly what you will be exposed to over a period of time, say per day, per week, per year, because many people in Pomeroy Green work from home or are retirees, and they spend most of their time indoors in their bedrooms, which are directly in line of sight of these towers. So with already 3 existing sources of radiation, even though they are non-ionizing radiation, but there's still a concern that these radiation, when cumulatively, could cause harm in the long term. So as a concerned citizen, I would like to know exactly what my risk is. So over a period of time, even a day or a week or a year, what is my total exposure to this non-ionizing radiation? This should be quantified before we approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the next person is Satya. You should be able to unmute and speak.
Yes, thank you. Hello, everyone. I live in the neighborhood of the same Humboldt. So just wanted to give you, recently I've constructed a house, and as part of my planning, basically the planning department has asked me to do the soil report. And when we did the soil report, the water is right like less than 9 feet below the ground. So they recommended me to go 14 feet deep for the piers to make sure that the earthquake, it is actually supporting the earthquake, not only just falling off vertically, but also the horizontally. And 37 piers we have done for that. So the reason I'm bringing it up this point is I'm actually surprised that the tower is actually happening over there without really properly doing any kind of a soil ones, because especially in this location it is all expansive soil. The moment any even minor earthquake happens or any kind of a flooding happens, it completely collapses that. And for all these reasons, I strongly oppose, and I would really request you to reconsider that and please say no to this installation of this cell phone tower, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Those are all the hands I have online.
Okay. So is there any other speaker that hasn't signed up that wished to speak? I know he was ready for his rebuttal, but we're almost there. Okay, no. So we have opportunity for both.
I just got one more hand, apologies.
Okay. There you go. Have a seat.
It's not letting me, oh, there we go. Jason, you should be able to unmute and speak.
Hi, can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Jason Morrow. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm actually here for the second agenda item, but this was an item I was unaware of, and I understand there's a lot of concerns from the adjacent neighbors, but just to provide an alternate perspective, I am in that purple zone. I am an AT&T customer. There are impacts to a lot of people who probably are unaware of the issue that are impacted still by the construction of such a thing. And it strikes me that a lot of the process of hiring consultants and going back and forth in this process and consulting and things is an expensive process that ultimately is a cost borne by the customer, such as myself. There's a lot of concerns raised that I hear, such as the soil and other safety concerns. I just implore the council or the commission to think about the impacts to others as well that are outside of the direct area. I personally lived next to such a tree before, and it had no impact on my life, but to focus on the reports that, as opposed to anecdotal, but our, full looks at the real estate values, the safety of RF emissions, and, of course, look at the further evaluations that are going to be done based on soil and structural safety of the tower. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have the rebuttal. Do I close public hearing first or wait? Okay, thank you.
All right, so let me address some of the talking points that were mentioned here. When we are abiding by Santa Clara, City of Santa Clara ordinances for wireless telecommunications. In there is no one-to-one tower setback or 500 feet. Also, too, just to lightly add, Los Altos and Nevada City are currently being sued because of their ordinance right now, because 500 feet is just too far for that. Going to 2, there was concern about fire. This site is monitored 24/7 by AT&T. It's extremely rare for a cell phone tower to just burst up in flames. So there really is no concern there. Next door with the property there, again, the city ordinance does have rules and regulations against historic buildings. This is on a different parcel next door. Second, the city of Santa Clara, for whatever reason, doesn't recognize that property on their website as historic. It's just on the national, and it's not on California's list either. And again, lastly, I just want to talk that with the EME, with the gentleman caller who lives next door, it will be, as we mentioned earlier, there's 49% of EME here. Next door, you're going to have significantly less. EME kind of works like, think of it like a flashlight. You have the beam, and then you have the outer circumference, and it gets weaker and weaker. The light gets weaker as it, as the beam moves on. So that's very similar to how radio frequency works. So that's what I have for you. I do thank you for your time. We feel that this site is very much needed, and again, we're just following the recommendations from City of Santa Clara for moving it from the light pole parking lot design to a single structure. Thank you.
Before we jump into questions, I have a question for staff also. What was the objection to the light pole design?
There were 3 large light poles in the front of the property. I wasn't able to pull up the old plan set. I was trying to find the height for you. They're definitely bigger than a light pole. So that was our objection to the 3 poles versus one monopole.
The 3 larger light poles was better than a 60-foot pole in the back.
A single pole, yes.
Okay, that's a judgment call, I understand. So are there questions with?
Yeah, I have a quick comment here that was when one of the speakers mentioned about fire stations that not wanting them. There's on Bauer Station number 5, there is a cell tower there. 2 blocks from the church, there's another fire station on Benton. Why didn't they try to propose to put the cell tower there, since they already, the fire department already has a cell tower in one of their stations? Doesn't make sense.
We need to close public comment.
Well,
was that a question for staff or?
Yeah.
Well, wait,
I
are we
couldn't tell
having
you.
questions or are we?
Yeah,
Did anybody think about that? I mean, it looks like they were fixated on that property there, on the church, instead of the alternatives they go through and then, it didn't come through or nobody responded to me. But there's other locations close by that could have been looked at.
Let me ask one quick question then. When you talk about these different locations, when it comes to RF,
they're close by.
Location. So when you say like Benton and a fire
2 blocks
station
away.
is not 2 blocks away from the church.
Yes, it is. Yes,
I'll walk with you anytime you want.
I'll do it anytime. I grew up in the city. I'll do it for you.
Okay, let's get on.
Rather than taking it to the ring,
Don't screw a guy that won't.
I think it's time to close public hearing. So do I have a motion to close?
May I have
Move to close public hearing.
Second.
Second, third.
Eric and
Crutchlow and Priya.
Please cast your vote to close public hearing.
Maybe we'll get into the 21st century for our devices.
Thank you, and the motion passed.
Thank you. All right, so I think this is deliberation time. I'm going to start off the fun here. I have been listening for any comments, concerns, or other objections that fall into the 4 criteria that we have available. The only, unfortunately, only viable issue was with the aesthetics and the quality of the neighborhood. And I think I've heard multiple times that a 60-foot tower adjacent to the residence was objectionable. I can't disagree, both visually and technically. And I would hope that the commission would consider the alternative as a viable fallback if we have no other overriding concerns and criteria to fit the other reasons to object. So please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. And I would echo the sentiments. I also acknowledge that while the commission's limited on the RF, we are surrounded, so I see the signs. We do all struggle without the AT&T bars on our phones. That's reality too. When we don't receive it is when we know the anxiety. When I try my personal hotspot for working and there is no bars, that's also a challenge. So I recognize this is a double-edged sword, but I do acknowledge the neighborhood's options here that the landlord should look for a location that's front away from the residential. 500 feet is not too far to meet. It's a priority for the church and AT&T. I also recognize that in this instance and with the larger master plan for cell towers for the city, it's also a sense of responsibility from the city, whether Central Park, of course, the school is a state property, so you will have to go to the state to get your entitlements, but there are options. That's what I'm trying to say. There are definitely other options for this particular application to move forward. This is not a denial if you want to consider it and want to come back for a continuance. The 2 continuance that the applicant chose to make is not a limitation on our ability to do the shotgun, hot shot, whatever, at time, short time, whatever that was, limitation for our application. You are here. You chose to do the 2 continuances on your own. So I don't want that to be considered our encumbrance or our restriction at the moment. I would echo that the applicant needs to go back to the landlord and come back with a proposal. And I would highly encourage the city staff to look at the alternate. The monopole is the concern and anxiety here, divide and conquer, smaller, reduce. That's why I've been asked, can the roof take the structural load? But also, for future, I do think we are going to get these. You're all in 5G mode, more to come. If you're all so concerned about radiations, you should stick for the data center project as well, because that is a much larger issue. You're just looking at your own neighborhood. I asked my husband, would I buy a house next to a cell tower? And my husband said no. So here we are. Thank you.
May I? Yeah.
It's okay. I appreciate the feedback, but we're going to try and stay on target here. Go ahead.
Okay. First question to staff. Oh, I just realized they had a plan to have 3 smaller pole. My question is, if they move this monopole to one of the 3 smaller pole location in the front, is that feasible?
Yeah. The location's feasible, yes.
Oh, thank you. So I just see
feasible from a staff perspective. I don't know about from a church uses perspective of their parking lot or any of things or AT&T's perspective.
Yeah, okay. So I just see my feeling. Actually, I visited both sides. This side at the church And also the other one, AT&T, they built a 60 feet pole, monopole at the 2445 Cambridge Avenue. I visited both. My personal feeling, when I first visited this current application, I just, wow, why? So close to the residential, why? Such a big lot. Then I visited the 2445. I said, oh, great. This really supposed something built like this. So that's just my, just, I'm a human being. I'm not a robot. I'm not just a machine. So I highly recommend AT&T probably negotiate with the landlord. If you have other locations, that's great. But if not, if this is the only choice, at least move the spot further away from the residential. It's from here. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, Commissioner Biagini.
I find myself in concert with my colleagues here. And let me tell you my sense of this. I'm very familiar with EMFs and RFs. I've lived it for 40 years and the conversations around it. I wish like hell we didn't have the state barring our ability to say, hey, we can't use that for reason to deny. But that's the way it is. On the other hand, though, when I look at things like, I keep focusing on detrimental. I know you were talking location, the rest. To me, there are questions unanswered. What creates a collapse? I don't know that the science is there yet on how long a pole like this monotree can sustain itself. Stuff happens. I almost slipped there. But stuff can happen. Who would have ever dreamed in a million years that a town like Paradise would have burned up? Okay, now, it was a different situation. But again, if there is a collapse, and I'm not talking about the ground being unstable or any of that kind of stuff. Hey, some Big Mac truck crashes through, that collapses it. Those are unanswered questions, but create the potential for, in my opinion, detrimental to the neighborhood, especially by virtue of where it is placed. Furthermore, when I hear, and all due respect, you did a great job, okay? I forget your name already, guy with the hat. But it's like, okay, maybe AT&T needs to just do a little bit better when it comes to telling the church, what if we triple the price? Will you move it up to front? Money talks, okay? And I am very familiar with AT&T. They can afford to come out of pocket bigger than where they are and find a site better that doesn't create what I see as a detrimental effect by the potential of this monotree collapsing and affecting the neighborhood when it could be placed somewhere else, or even doing the 3-pole thing that doesn't create that same potential. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you. Is there other comments from other commissioners?
Yes.
Okay, please go ahead.
So I have several comments about this. We live in a Wi-Fi world. We have all sorts of radiation going on, as already mentioned before. Now, I use a different company besides AT&T. I am not in a location that gets very good reception. I work from home, and it's very difficult for me to do my business at times, especially if the internet goes down and I need to use a hotspot. It's awful. So what do I do as an alternative, since I don't know when there will be a pole put up and help me with my service? I go buy a booster for anywhere from $400 to $800. What is a booster? It's a radio device that boosts the signal from where I am to the antenna that is closest to me. And if all my neighbors did the same thing, I get a lot of radiation, and you won't see this too easily unless you really know to look for it, but you're going to get a lot of radiation. So are there concerns about, what the alternatives are? Yes. Do we live in a cell phone world? Yes. I know some of you have already stated you got a landline, and God bless you, that's great. But we are not, unfortunately, able to go back to that. So number one, I think that if you have issues with this and concerns, unfortunately, it's the FCC you have to talk to. And they've kind of taken it out of our hands. And I don't particularly like that, but it is what it is. At the same time, the concern about the pole, I believe, is a bit onerous on AT&T to figure out if it falls, which way it's going to fall. There is no way you can tell me that you can figure that out. You can put it in a safer place. I think that's where we're trying to get to. And in terms of other poles that are already out there, if you look at power poles and things that are there, I mean, I had a electrical pole where the transformer blew up when I was outside. And that was not nice. It was like 150 feet away from me. And so, yeah, it winds up that we have these kinds of constructions around all over the place. I say if we can do it, great. Now we have the time, but I also want to make sure that people understand there's other poles around there that we have to worry about and other considerations as well. Location is important. You can't just put it anywhere. You can't say I need 500 feet of space that has nothing around. We're in a city, unfortunately, so the density is what it is. We have to live with that. And the fact that if you were to put it 1,000 feet away from any structure means now I have to deal with 1,000 feet of dead space that's not going to support anybody. So it also causes me problems. Now I have to put poles in other places. But my biggest problem with this is really simple. One of the criteria that we are allowed to consider that I'm going to use is the operation of the use at the location proposed would not be detrimental to the harmonious and orderly growth of the city. I'm going to say that it is. And the reason I'm going to say this is very simple. This is just AT&T. If you've heard me ask about, the other companies that are out there as well, the idea that they're going to come to us one by one and say, we want to propose this, we want to propose it to be in that area. We all don't want to come and meet with each other like this over and over again. It is my sense that in order to do the right thing by the citizens of Santa Clara, at minimum, what we should do is say the pole has to be shared. We want to take care of everybody's needs. So the major, like Verizon, T-Mobile, take care of them all at once. But more importantly, master plan where these poles are going to go. You have a right to know where they're going to go. The city has the ability to help plan that out, like everything else that it plans out, and do this in a way that makes sense for everyone. So that map that they had up there was very good because it showed how bad our area really is. We really do not have good coverage overall. We're in the middle of Silicon Valley. So we need to make this thing work. Let's do right by our citizens by saying no to this. I think it should be master planned. I think AT&T has done a nice job to try and present this and do the right thing, but my thing is it's not in the harmonious interest of our city and our growth. Master plan it. Let's put it in locations that not everybody's going to necessarily agree with, but better than what we've got. And also make sure that whatever structure is used is as safe as we possibly can do. Thank you. You don't have to clap. No. Thank you.
Just do the same thing you said, but in 10 words or less. You bought a house. You didn't expect to have a big cell tower in back of your house. You don't want the cell tower in back of your house. I wouldn't want it. You don't want it. And I think that's not right. The gentleman says he is looking at a telephone pole, but he bought his house. The pole was there. But when you bought your house, the tower wasn't there. Nobody said we was going to put a tower there. So plain and simple, no, you don't want it. I wouldn't want it either, to be honest with you, in the back of my house. So.
Okay, well, is that okay? So I have a concern that I'm going to direct to the staff. Unfortunately, I think the city has contributed to this situation by making the decision against the alternative and saying that the three-tower design is summarily dismissed. I haven't heard a good reason. I haven't heard any reason why it was dismissed other than, well, it's three towers. It is less obtrusive. It is at the front of the property. It will not have a collapse concern as much as a 60-foot tower. There are so many compelling reasons why that alternative is actually a better fit for this community that I would like, as a commissioner, to propose that we reopen that as the option. And therefore, we could proceed, and Commissioner Crutchlow is right that we do need a master plan. We are also past the point where we can decide where the other towers are. They're there. They're already there. So what we have to do at this point, I believe, we do. I believe at this point, what we need to do is make a conscious and considered design process in place to make sure that the next tower and the next tower are placed appropriately to make better coverage and also to have less impact on the neighbors. So I think I'm cornered into accepting, because of the inability to object to the RF interference, I don't see any of the four criteria being met to directly object to this. So I would like to see if we can propose the second alternative and move forward. Is there any comment from our city attorney?
Well, yeah, if I understand correctly, you're asking whether or not you could propose returning to the three tower design instead of the one monopole. And the concern I raised at the very beginning was that we are on this short time frame. So if you were to propose that the applicant continue with this application but redesign it, come back at a future meeting with the three-pole design, you would need to get a commitment on the record from the applicant tonight that they would be willing to enter into another tolling agreement to extend to, say, January 15th, to allow for that additional hearing and allow for the city council appeal. Alternatively, you can simply, I mean, if I understand the consensus, you can simply deny. I did hear a lot of testimony from you all supporting at least two of the findings, and I can help you draft those on the spot.
Okay, so yes, but actually I'm proposing that rather than even getting a commitment from our AT&T representative, I'm suggesting that we propose approval with that as the criteria.
It will have to be a new application, so you have to deny this, and it has to
it was already applied for.
No,
with
the
that
categorical exemption and all of the reviews and all of the conditions are based only on this particular application.
Okay.
If you deny it today, they can come back with a new application that removes the limitation of the November timeframe.
And who's involved in approving that reapplication? I believe at that point, isn't it strictly city? If
No, they can.
we don't have to have another open hearing on the three-pole design, if
You
that's
would.
agreed to,
You would have another hearing, yes.
It's a new application.
can that be done in the timeframe?
Well, if you deny, they can apply for a new design with the 3A, but then, you know, they're paying another application fee, and I feel kind of bad. But you can get a commitment from them to continue, submit the revised plans, and we'll bring that back at a future meeting. If we get clear direction from them that they'll enter into a tolling agreement tomorrow that's identical to the old one.
We have our AT&T representative, please come to the mic and respond to that suggestion.
Wait, are you an AT&T representative or
He's
a
their
representative for the,
representative.
or the consultant? So you can make a decision on their behalf? Okay,
For this type of matter, I can.
okay.
I just want to clarify, though, with the application, we're technically still in the application from 2021. You know, so I could say right now, extending the tolling agreement is fine. We're happy to do that because we do feel a continuation is better than a denial. And we do hear from the public, you hear from the public of this light pole design. And Chairman, as you mentioned, it was just a personal judgment of why they didn't want the light poles, you know, on there. So I'm more than happy to come back here on the next hearing, show you that design, provide you that information. We already have that information as we already did those reports for radio frequency and stuff like that. So we have no problem extending the tolling agreement, again, to accommodate appeals or decisions and stuff like that.
But would that include different options? I mean, I don't want somebody to come back with, okay, we'll do it this way because I heard somebody say that's what they preferred, and it's like, why didn't you check that? I'm looking at options, bottom line.
Be a whole new application.
That makes it a little more interesting for you.
Right, and yes, and with the utmost respect, this is my third time here.
I understand.
I understand that you were absent the first 2 times in August. Was the
You're
majority of
correct, but I'm also quite familiar with EMFs and RFs.
Wonderful. But
And
my
AT&T.
point that I'm trying to make here is that from the August 21st to the next hearing date was like 2 weeks. It was extremely tight to meet that deadline. So we needed the extension. We wanted to come to the previous public hearing on there, but the deadline because we had to re-notice was that day. And so Tiffany, who was with the planning department, informed me that they wouldn't be able to accommodate. So we were forced to come to this one. We were hoping to come 2 weeks ago, then if we had to continue and still be fine with the shot clock. But again, on the record, extending the shot clock, is not a problem.
Okay.
Through the chair.
Or continuation.
Before you have a comment, yes?
Well, I would just like clarification how long it would take to prepare the revised plan so that we know when it could be scheduled, so we know how far out to push the tolling agreement. Because I want a commitment on a specific date for the tolling agreement.
Do you have an estimate of what your availability is for the redesign?
Meaning the deadline should not, the next hearing on, what's the date?
November 6th.
No, well, that's just in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And
We have that, and we already, because again, we started this in '21, we provided the plans for the light poles, we provided all that information, so we have that, we don't need.
I understand the frustration, but there's noticing that we will have to do again because
Yes.
it's a different design. So there's no way
Exactly.
we can go in 2 weeks. The soonest we could go would be the December 4th meeting. But do I understand correctly, you'd be fine with December 4th?
So through the chair, I think, Lance.
Yes, go ahead.
So from an AT&T perspective, since we are not certain whether that alternative is also approval, okay? So I just want to ask an open question. What is your limitation to just make a new application beyond the costs, 20K?
I would need to check the project.
Because you still haven't validated with the landlord.
Well, we've talked to him before about moving it, and he said no, and I know I've made that clear.
So my point I'm trying to ring to the chair here is, even if you did the shot clock. Okay, thank you. Shot clock, there is no guarantee.
No, I understand that.
So the effort that we are trying to make to say December will work or, the new design might be much better is still a variable with the landlord, with the actual alternate, with the actual environmental impact variance, probably, if it is on the setback. There's a lot of variables.
I don't think they need a variance for the setback for the alternative
the
location. Or if you were talking in front of the church
Yes,
building,
that
they would have to look at a design. It looks like the building's about 20 feet from the property line. They have a 10-foot setback. I don't know if 10 feet's enough for them to work
My
in.
point.
I'm hearing details, but I'm also hearing a willingness to attempt it.
Well, if I may, this is your idea.
No, it's an idea.
An idea, but you brought up.
Yeah.
That doesn't necessarily mean that even if they went through all this, we got to December 4th, that from my standpoint, I would still vote yes for it. So I want to make sure that if we go through all these changes and we push them through it, to me, there's like a little bit of an implied, okay, that's great, we'll take that solution. And I don't want to set a wrong expectation.
No, yeah, I didn't say anything about a guaranteed yes or no. I just said that the likelihood is there would be a more favorable reception if this design was presented. I'm hearing that from a number of people. If you personally believe that there's not a chance that this will ever work, then perhaps you could find one of the criteria that you feel adamantly meets the negative and
Recommend AT&T come back with a different application.
Actually, you have the citizens that live right there.
Yeah.
Right now, you can, are you guys, if they moved it to the front in the street, would you be happier?
No,
I don't think we should do this.
I know, but I mean, that's what I'm saying.
No, this is-
I don't see any hits
you're opening up
waving no,
public
so they'll probably be
comment.
happy.
if we continue, we have to reopen public hearing, but we can discuss it at the next agendized meeting.
What I would say is, part of what I want to do is, one, be respectful of your time and effort and money, because I still think the idea of having it just for AT&T doesn't make sense. I would like to see it literally go to city council the way it is, and with, even if we say, like, we don't recommend it, right? Because we don't say yes or no, we just recommend it to city council, right?
No, this is our decision. This is our decision.
mind.
They can appeal with the same application to city
Okay,
council in
so,
7 days
yes,
with
yeah,
your decision.
Okay, so my personal thing is, even with it going to the front, it's not the kind of thing that I would want to do, because I still see it as, has several issues, and city council should, chime in as well.
Well,
One person's opinion.
As with all situations, we can vote our conscience to the motion if I hear a motion.
There you go. Let's make a motion.
So may I,
Motion would be to continue with the redesign.
to December 4th?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Prue, can you come back? I apologize, Mr. Chair, I need to be very specific about this.
Yes.
The city entered into a tolling agreement on September 10th, 2024 with New Singular Wireless PCS through its agent.
I understand that the automatic
AT&T Mobility Corporation, I'm sorry, I just need to get it specific for the record. Mr. Prue, do you commit to having your client enter into a new tolling agreement with an expiration date of January 15th, 2024, substantially similar to the one that's already in effect?
2025.
2025, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, we approve. I approve of that.
Thank you, Mr. Prue. I will send you the document tomorrow. So based on that reliance, please proceed with your motion, Mr. Chair.
Actually, I'm looking to one of my commission members to generate the motion that.
I'm trying to understand how your motion differs from a denial.
It's a continuance.
Okay. And that
Redesign.
continuance is in the hopes that AT&T,
Can redesign sufficiently to
Okay.
meet to counter the objections of the residents and provide a more
so we would have some,
aesthetically pleasing.
we would have some faith in AT&T doing what we request.
Well, my understanding was they already had
They
offered
already
this a long time ago.
I understand.
Right, so when the chair, when you speak about other aesthetics and stuff like
Right,
that,
right, right.
are you asking them to redesign versus
No, I'm
what they
asking
did?
them to represent.
Based on that
represent,
original,
but not represent, represent with the alternate design which was previously provided.
Got it.
Which is aesthetically more aligned with what the residents and, well,
Okay.
those of us have thought is applicable.
I mean, I ask that because I recognize how large AT&T is and how quickly they move.
Yeah,
So
I
that's why I asked the question.
In other words, to make it simple, is the tree's not going to fly in the back. Go for the poles in the front. Has a better chance.
Yeah, it's
Plain and simple.
Continuance to see if they do the right thing that we're asking.
Continuance with no guarantee that,
yeah, continuous, there's never guaranteed.
That's right.
We haven't voted on it.
and continuance with members of public willing to be able to feel the need to come back or not.
And thank you, yeah, that's the point, it's not a guarantee.
Well, that's not going to happen beforehand. No. No.
No,
Oh, no.
it does not mean there's a guarantee that anything they come back with under a continuance is going to be okay.
Okay.
because a change to a general
This is an
plan is a lot more
opportunity.
complicated.
This is an opportunity to give everybody involved in Yeah. I appreciate the energy that the public has on it, but let's keep it in proper procedure. And unfortunately, to be able to comment more, we have to reopen public hearing, and then we can entertain the continuance. Or the other way.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, we are going to have to renotice this, given the redesign, so there's no need to reopen the public hearing. Reopening the public hearing saves us money because we don't have to renotice, but here we have to renotice. There's no.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
And we want to make sure that the properties that have objected to being left out of the notice are included.
On that point, Mr. Chair, we have a practice of noticing condominiums that are within a particular radius. Here, a member of the public suggested that all condominiums in a condo complex, whether or not they're within the radius, if any part of that complex, should all be noticed. So that hasn't been our practice. If that's the pleasure of the commission, we can do that, but we wouldn't ordinarily give that kind of notice.
I was confused. I thought no one had been advised, but apparently if some of them in the radius were advised.
Correct.
That's appropriate.
Let's just say whoever wants to be noticed, please give your addresses to the city based on today's hearing, and you will get noticed.
So let's not presume and assume too much of what we're doing. Now, this is the point at which we can propose a continuance with the criteria that we've just described. So do you want me to make the motion? I can do so if you wish.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mrs. Chair.
Okay, well then I move that we continue this item to December 4th, and with the proviso that AT&T returns with alternate 2, which was the multi-tower front area redesign as their primary suggested solution, with a review for those interested. That's it. It's a 3-pole solution.
Let's not be too specific. There's a lot that goes into a design.
I want the alternate multi-pole solution at the front of the church, not adjacent to the properties that are the residents. Yeah, it's going to be at the front. Yeah, that's what we're shooting for here, is to get the maximum satisfaction. We're not going to please everybody, I'm sorry, but it's going to come closer.
I second.
It's not all part of the motion, by the way. Please everybody, it's not a.
So you want multi-pole design in the motion, correct?
We want the alternate multi-pole front of church design. I'm not going to constitute if it's 1 pole, and I'm sorry, it's not 2, 3, 5, it's not a 60-foot tower.
Okay, go ahead and cast your vote, please.
Yeah, I just appreciate AT&T alternative. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, and the motion passed. Thank you.
All right, well, I appreciate everybody coming out. I think at this point, this issue is skidding along on the ice until the next session, but I think all of the residents have provided excellent feedback and has helped us move forward in, I think, a more agreeable way for everyone involved. Please attend the next session in December. All right. Does anybody need a break?
Yes.
A second. I'd like to take a 5-minute or 6-minute break. Thank you. We need to get back in order and move on.
Eric.
Yeah, throw it. Wang something over there. Thank you. Back in order, please. You're up. Item 2.
We have one more person left, Chair, that we're waiting for. One more commissioner.
So we're back to order, please. And could you, Commissioner Crutchlow, could you please read item number 2 for?
Chair, we're missing one person. Do you wanna wait?
No, actually we are. Yeah, there he comes.
All right, I'll start. So the second item we have on our agenda here, action on an environmental impact report and mitigation monitoring and reporting program, general plan amendment, plan development rezone and vesting tentative subdivision map, and development agreement for the Mission Point by Kylie mixed-use project located at 3005 Democracy Way, to allow the development of up to 1,800 multi-family residential units, 3 million square feet of office/research and development (R&D), up to 100,000 square feet of commercial retail and open space. Chair.
Thank you. So I believe staff probably has a presentation for us.
Yes, one moment, please. There we go. All right, thank you, Chair and Planning Commissioners. The request before you this evening is, as mentioned, to approve and certify the project EIR and statement of overriding considerations, or recommend approval, apologies, a general plan amendment from high-intensity office research and development to 2 newly created land use designations of urban center mixed use and urban center Mission Point, a rezoning from high-intensity office research and development to PD plan development, a vesting tentative map, and a development agreement. The project location is a 9-parcel, 48-acre project site. This includes Democracy Way. It's currently developed with 4 industrial office buildings on the northern portion of the site, and then temporary parking spaces that currently serve Levi's Stadium. This project was originally proposed in October of 2017, and it was a much larger project. Many of you may have seen it. It was 3.5 million square feet of office R&D, 6 million square feet of residential, which was 6,000 units, 600,000 square feet of retail with maximum building heights of 600 feet. Sorry, apologies. And then this project came back to us in July of 2018 after the airport department provided comments on our notice of preparation for the environmental document in notifying us that and the applicant that the project heights were not consistent with FAA regulations. And then in September of 2019, the applicant Kylie submitted a letter indicating that they were going to work through the FAA comments and resubmit the project with a reduced scope. Which brings us to March of 2022 and the project that's before you today. The applicant resubmitted the project with up to 1.8 million square feet of residential uses, approximately 1,800 units, up to 3 million square feet of office R&D, up to 100,000 square feet of commercial retail, and 10,000 square feet of childcare uses. So, along with the general plan amendment, the plan development zoning before you this evening is a zoning that would be specific to this site. And the zoning is a very large document that lays out the planned land uses, parkland and open space plan, streets and streetscapes, as well as design guidelines and design standards, and an implementation and administrative chapter. The two new land uses, as designated by the proposed general plan amendment, would be urban center mixed use, and this would allow high-rise commercial, office residential development in mixed use or standalone buildings at 60 to 250 dwelling units per acre. And then urban center Mission Point would allow commercial office development up to with a minimum FAR of 1.5. The development itself is separated into 4 development areas, Area A, B, C, and D. The development also includes the vacation of Democracy Way and then the implementation of a new street called Kylie Drive. So just a little bit about the parkland. There's 3 park areas, a Gateway Park, a Central Green area, and a South Park that would serve the project site. The residential portion of the project would have private open space uses for the residences that would be indoor and outdoor spaces. The streetscape and street design guidelines for the new streets and for existing right-of-way around the project site are also included as a part of the development plan. The streetscapes include sidewalks as well as bike lanes and landscape areas. The new Kylie Drive, east and west, would be located on either side of the Central Park area. The street itself does not bisect the development, so it does not go, for vehicular traffic does not go through the park, but bikes and pedestrians would be connected through the park at the location. The development plan also includes design guidelines and design standards for development, and this includes building heights, setbacks, upper story building step backs, ground floor design, and vehicle and bicycle parking. And just a little bit more about parking. AB 2007 prohibits applying parking requirements within a half a mile of transit. This site is within a half a mile of light rail transit on Tasman. Therefore, the city cannot require parking. However, the project is providing vehicle parking in above and below ground garages at a reduced rate from what the zoning ordinance does allow. The project provides about 9,400 parking spaces, and the code typically would have required 11,900. The project is also proposing short-term and long-term bicycle parking throughout the site, and this is consistent with city zoning requirements. There's also a vesting tentative subdivision map that would divide the property into the 4 parcels plus the park parcels and a parcel for a substation should it be required in the future. This vesting tentative subdivision map was determined to be complete by the city's subdivision clearance committee on January 16th of 2024. The project also does include affordable housing. 15% of the residences will be deed restricted. That means if all 1,800 units are constructed, 270 of those would be deed restricted. The affordability level is at 80% AMI. The city's baseline requirement is 100% AMI, so this is at a more affordable than the city's ordinance requires. And then the non-residential portion, so the commercial office buildings, would be a payment of a fee consistent with the affordable housing ordinance. There's also a development agreement as part of this project. The term for this development agreement is 10 years. They do have the option for 3 5-year extensions for a total of 25 years. And these extensions are tied to the delivery of affordable housing, parks and open space, a grocery store, and childcare, or payment required if the benefits are not delivered within the time frame. These are some of the community benefits that are outlined in that development agreement. Affordable housing at 80% AMI, a grocery store and childcare, which means they would build the core and shell and provide good faith marketing period to attract a grocery store or childcare or childcare. Parks and open space and trails, an arts commitment, also a commitment for fire equipment, traffic fees, and construction sales and use tax. This project did include an environmental impact report. It went through its 45-day public review period between November 17th of 2023 and January 2nd of 2024. We did receive 8 comment letters. Those comment letters were responded to and provided as a part of your packet this evening. The EIR identified traffic, greenhouse gases, energy, biology, geology, soils, cultural resources, tribal cultural resources, utilities, water quality, hazards, and hazardous materials as having impacts that with the incorporation of mitigation measures would be reduced to less than significant. The EIR did identify air quality and noise as having significant unavoidable impacts with mitigation incorporated, and therefore council would need to approve a statement of overriding considerations for these 2 items. This project also had extensive community outreach over the course of its application. There were 11 community meetings and workshops. There were several specific community meetings for neighborhood groups, as well as meetings focused on specific topics such as parkland and open space. The last community meeting was at Mission College in February of 2024 to present the final plan to the community, and that is what is being presented to you this evening. And with that, staff recommends that you adopt a resolution to recommend to the City Council adoption of the final EIR, to recommend approval of the general plan amendment to the 2 new land use designations, to recommend the City Council rezone the property to planned development, to adopt the resolution to recommend the City Council approve the vesting tentative subdivision map, and approve the development agreement. With that, the applicant is here to provide their presentation on the project. Oh, I apologize. There is something the city attorney does also need to present in regards to a letter received earlier today.
Thank you, and I believe there may also be a question or 2 from the commission before we get to the presentation by the applicant. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Alexander Abbey, the Assistant City Attorney. First, I just wanted to draw your attention to, after the posting of the agenda, staff realized that there were errors in 2 of the proposed resolutions, one concerning the EIR, the other concerning the general plan amendment. Revised resolutions were sent to the commission last night. We would simply ask that when you make your motions tonight, if you're inclined to follow staff's recommendation and adopt the resolutions for approval, that you use the revised resolutions. For members of the public, those revised resolutions were attachment 12 on the staff report online. I would just state that the revisions were relatively minor. Second, I wanted to briefly introduce a panel of experts we have available to you tonight. As you know, there was a lengthy EIR prepared for this project. The drafter of this was the environmental consultant ICF. They are represented tonight by Patrick Maley, who is online to answer questions about the EIR. Also, the traffic subconsultant, Michelle Hunt of Hexagon, is here in person to answer questions. For this project, given the scope and size and need for some little extra help, we were represented by outside counsel, David Snow, who is a partner at the law firm Richards, Watson, and Gershon, and is a CEQA expert. So he will be here to answer CEQA questions as well. He's joined by his associate, Chelsea O'Sullivan. Finally, I did receive a question from one of the commissioners today about a letter we received this afternoon. The draft environmental impact report was prepared late last year, and then there was a circulation period. City staff and the environmental consultant then worked on responses to comments received on that environmental document, and we issued a final EIR in March of 2024, more than 7 months ago. 7 hours ago, we received this letter claiming that that final EIR was legally defective. And you'll recognize the letterhead. It is from our friends at Adams Broadwell, who you know comment on a lot of projects, coincidentally, usually on the day of the hearing. But they raised 3 concerns about the EIR over the course of 16 pages. First, they alleged that the EIR underestimates the number of jobs that this project would create and thereby underestimates the environmental impacts. Second, they allege that the project doesn't sufficiently account for what will happen if the parking for Levi Stadium is eliminated at the site. And then based on those 2 things, they say you really can't make the general plan consistency findings because of those defects. So we've already responded to these comments in the responses to comments in the final EIR. They made these same comments on the draft EIR. They're simply now saying we still disagree with these issues. So I'd just briefly like to have Mr. Snow address that first issue about why the jobs are not actually underestimated in this EIR. And then I'll also ask Michelle Hunt from Hexagon to briefly address why the Levi's parking analysis is not defective.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. As Mr. Abbey noted, the Adams Broadwell letter takes issue with the employment projections that were used in the environmental document in the sense that there are 2 different factors that are used in different parts of the EIR. Most of the analyses use the updated generation factors that were prepared for this environmental review, rather than a prior factor that was used when the general plan was considered a number of years ago. The analysis throughout the document fully discloses the methodology and the potential impacts across the various impact categories. And overall, the previously approved Yahoo project on this site and the city's general plan contemplated approximately the same amount of R&D and office space as contemplated in this project. And there were jobs that would have come along with that amount of development. This project starts with that amount, basically, of the R&D office space, and it adds to that 1,800 residential units, and thus, with the issues that the letter raises, VMT and compatibility with jobs housing balance, this overall improves those factors because of the introduction of 1,800 residential units not presently or previously contemplated on the site. They cast this as a project description defect. The project description has remained stable and finite throughout this analysis and throughout the document. The square footages, the projections are all the same. It's just this one issue of projections about what might occur from an employment perspective. And this, I think at the outset, there's a disagreement of approach here, but that doesn't mean that there's an analysis flaw. The final EIR fully discloses the issues, and we believe is supported by the evidence in the record.
And now, if I could just get Michelle Hunt to briefly comment on the Levi's parking.
We need to get the mic on for her. There it goes.
There you go.
Oh, there we go. Okay. So on the Levi Stadium parking, the reason why we did not analyze the effects of displaced parking is that this is sort of a speculative potential issue at this point. Right now, there's approximately 3,300 spaces on site that's used for stadium parking. The project anticipates that at least a portion of the 9,400 spaces that would be provided on site with the project would be made available for stadium patrons, but the exact number and the availability of that would be subject to agreements by office tenants, but they don't know who the tenants would be yet, so they don't know how many spaces would be available. It could be that there's at least as many as 3,300. It could be more, could be less. We don't know. So since we don't know how many spaces, the extent, and we don't know if there are less spaces there, where additional parking might be provided elsewhere, we don't know what to analyze. Secondly, the comment letter that was just received mentions other potential secondary impacts, and they mention impacts to traffic, congestion, and intersection level service. But those, while those are measures that are analyzed in our traffic study, those are not CEQA impacts, so it's not a question for a CEQA challenge. And then lastly, they equate the possibility that there might be less parking there with having a negative transportation impact because of vehicles circulating around looking for parking. But it's really unknown. It could be that having less parking could actually have a beneficial effect on transportation if it causes more of the stadium attendees to use transit or carpool. That would actually reduce the amount of vehicle travel coming to and from the stadium. And the VMT, vehicle miles traveled, is a measure that is analyzed under CEQA. So if less parking results in less vehicle travel, then it actually would have a potential beneficial effect. So in any case, in the future, if and when it is determined that there might be parking displaced, then the city would determine what additional CEQA analysis is required, if any, at that time.
So to wrap up, we believe you can proceed with your decisions on the environmental document tonight. Staff is available for any questions about this letter or about anything in the EIR or the project approvals. Thank you.
Okay.
Through
Well,
the chair.
actually, I have a question to start it off. Has any off-site parking with shuttle been investigated for the stadium? Has that ever been looked at as an option?
For the stadium itself, I can say that the project does have a TDM plan and have agreed to join a TMA for that area, as one should be created in the future through the Patrick Henry specific plan, or potentially this project. But that is part of the PD plan set that you have, is there's a section on TDMs for the project.
I scanned through. As our lawyer has mentioned, that is a substantial document.
Yeah.
Even with 7 months, I was not able to really find sufficient time to review it at every level, so I depend on you guys for these answers. Commissioner Priya?
Thank you. So on the parking, I'd like maybe staff or the person who mentioned speculative, what is the current contract for Levi's with those 3,300 parking spaces, and how long is it? Like, how long is the contract valid with Levi's to have the Kylie site?
That would be a question for the applicant. I don't know how long they've agreed to
You want to
use
come
the
up?
spaces.
Okay.
Well, let's hold that for the
Okay.
public hearing.
And I know this area. We all know the parking challenges as well. What is the parking demand for the residential housing alone? And above that, how many parking spots are there? So I know we are only considering one required per unit in our
ordinance.
Per our ordinance. We all know how cars are, but I just want to understand what is the total provided by the applicant in the site, and how is there any thought process or flexibility that if they choose to, they would allow Levi's to park here?
If they chose to, yes, they could allow Levi's to park there.
But what is our minimum, what is the code required number of parking stalls?
Well, there's a couple things at play, Commissioner. First, this project is relatively close to transit, and as such, they are theoretically exempt from any parking requirements. So the city doesn't really have a minimum that would be applicable to this site. That being said, there is a development agreement for this project, and so as I've told you many times, the city can ask for whatever it wants for the development agreement. My favorite example is they can ask for a Ferris wheel if they want. So if the city and the developer came to an agreement, they could commit to providing a certain amount of parking spaces. Throughout the DA discussions, the developer has indicated that they do not want to commit to a specific amount of parking. They want to rely upon market conditions. So that's a question perhaps better directed to the developer, but thus far they have been unwilling to commit to any. I mean, I believe, Patrick Henry Drive, we came up with different parking standards in the rest of the city that were sort of more relaxed, but still had specific ratios. Here, the developer is unwilling to commit to any ratios.
Are there any, beyond just the train, are there, because it's a 48-acre parcel by itself, are there any public transit options considered beyond the accessible light rail and the bus stops? Does it cover the span and depth of the land area, or is the 48 acres relying on its ability to just have the light, the 0.5-mile radius to transit? How 48 acres should be beyond 0.5?
You mean, should a portion of the site actually be subject to the parking requirement?
Not even the parking, but are there other VTA or public transit options around the vicinity of this property?
I expect Ms. Hunt might know better than I would on that point.
Yeah, the project is sort of situated between two light rail stations, the old Ironside and then the Reamwood station. So, and then there's also bus routes that go along Great America Parkway. So considering all of those different sites, the entire site is exempt. And because it's within half a mile of a high-quality transit.
So from all sides, it's within 0.5-mile radius to the closest?
Right. Exactly. The entire site is within half a mile. Not, the entire site isn't within half a mile of Old Ironsides, but every part of the site is within half a mile of some high-quality transit.
Okay, those are my questions to staff.
I have one quick question. Regarding the, you mentioned share a parking with the commercial when it comes time for the stadium, for Levi Stadium. You're aware of the liability that the business will have, and also who's going to be in charge of, cleaning and so the parking lot? Because if you have a business there, you don't, you're going to be liable if something happens. Somebody gets beaten up or killed or robbed or something, you're going to be liable for that parking.
I think that's probably a question that the applicant might want to
There you go. So
address
you
later.
just threw it out there for us just to, yeah, okay. Thank you.
Okay.
I believe that there's parking provided for the stadium at other office buildings, but some tenants do not choose to provide that parking for various reasons, some of which you've stated, but some office developments do allow their parking to be used, so.
Yeah, so don't worry, this has nothing to do with parking. All right.
Oh, I'm good there.
Oh, great. So the one aspect about the fire equipment, can you explain a little bit more what exactly that is and what's going on? And also, is there like a additional equipment for an existing fire station, or would this be additional equipment that would include a new fire station?
So as a part of the related project to the north, they're building a new fire station 10, I believe is the number. But this would be in addition to that new equipment.
Okay, great. That's all I'm asking.
One more question to staff. Is this a phased development, or is that maybe to the applicant, but is this a phased development, or are they anticipating within the 10-year, everything will happen
That would be a
somewhere?
question for the applicant.
Okay, thank you.
So could you also answer for me, why is the duration of the plan plan development 20 years?
The initial term is 10 years and the,
Well, 10 plus 2 5-year extensions,
correct. Correct.
5 altogether, yeah, I guess.
To clarify, that's the term of the development agreement. The plan development has no expiration.
What does that 25 years allow them to do? To like put one stake in the ground and then 25 years later build the rest of the development?
You know, when I introduced all the people that were here tonight, I completely forgot the attorney who's responsible for negotiating the development agreement, and that is Elizabeth Klotz from my office. So she'd probably be the best one to answer questions on that.
She should be able, she's a panelist. There she goes.
Hi, everyone. Let me unmute myself. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hi. So the initial term is for 10 years, and it will allow them to develop the project in accordance with the plan development. They're able to develop the entire project within that 10 years initially. But in order to earn the extensions, they're each 5-year extensions. They can earn it through delivery of some of the community benefits, or they could earn it through a payment. And the payment's based on an amount per square foot of the undeveloped portion of the development. So that's the time frame for the development of the project.
Are any of you qualified to answer the question of why it needs 25 years total to build this project?
I think the applicant probably can answer that question.
Okay, I'll save it for the applicant.
Okay. Well, let me ask it in a different way, if I may.
Sure.
So as the developer, does that mean that I am able to, say, not do anything for 10 years? Like not develop anything, or is there a requirement that something must be developed within that 10-year period?
Per the development agreement, they could potentially not develop anything for 10 years and pay for an extension for another 5.
Okay, thank you.
Quick question. How much per square footage are you charging them if they default in the amount of time?
For the first 5-year extension, it's $1 per square foot. That goes up with CPI. For the second extension, it's $1.50 per square foot that goes up with CPI. And then the third extension is $2 per square foot.
Okay, fantastic, thank you.
And through the chair.
Yes.
And would the DA be exactly the same words, or when they come back for extension with the times, with the changes, with the new requirements, is the city or the planning commission able to require or impose, or is the DA language stipulated and only the penalty on the dollar is penalty, only the dollar payment is?
So we would, if they were coming back for changes, that would be a renegotiation of the DA. So if we're gonna, if they're gonna extend, they would be following the terms of the current DA and what is approved today.
So exactly the same verbiage 10 years beyond the crystal ball today? Are we all, so just stating that, we should anticipate technology being different, we should anticipate the world looking slightly different, the bay is going to look different with the water rise, so I don't know if there's any leeway, no pun intended there, but is there an actual ability to look at the 10-year mark with the new lens? Not just the dollar cost, because we will have new information in 10 years. Nobody knows the crystal ball, even technology is changing by the minute.
I mean, that's something we can think about for the development agreement and maybe discuss with the applicant.
Thank you.
Okay, well, so none of us are going to be here in 10 years to know what happened.
You never know.
No, I mean
exception
here.
to that, Chair.
We won't be here in 10 years.
You won't
Term limits,
you won't be
know.
planning commissioners.
Maybe.
I didn't say you're going to be in the dirt. I said,
That's
But hold on, can I ask one more question?
yes, you can, but
Please
let me finish the
please.
comment. Is like, I'd like to hope that somehow, some way, we could see progress on this
big time.
to generate some sort of activity to benefit the city and not have something sitting for 10 years fallow waiting for the developer to get busy and start building something. The idea of this project is to improve the city. It's not to farm or to camp on the land and wait for the property value to go up. So I'm disappointed at the length of time that the agreement was set for, in the sense that it takes all impetus out of getting something built. So go ahead.
In that, I want to ask that same thing in a different way. Is this typical timeline for this kind of project, or is this exceptional?
Is that for staff?
Yeah.
I would say it's a little bit longer than we would have liked, but given the way the market conditions are right now, it is something that I think staff looked at and had to evaluate that it will take time to get the market going for certain types of developments.
What would be a typical timeline?
Well, I guess if you look at for this large of a project, some of our DAs are in the 20 to 25 year range, such as our related project.
Also, just for our awareness, we're talking less than 10 million, even if it is a penalty of any sort. The total square footage that they're building is barely all of 5 million.
Right, that's exactly what I was going to say. I think we should raise the amount of the penalty. And actually, what you're doing to the developer also may be able to sell that development to another developer too, with this amount of time. That's what usually would happen. Say he says, "Oh, hey, somebody else is going to offer me," and go ahead and sell it. We have something similar across from Levi Stadium.
I think it's not our purview to dive into the financials, but I was just hoping that we could get some level of commitment from the developer to actually develop something, being more than a developer in name only. Is there other questions?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
I wasn't sure the right time to say this, but certainly before the applicant speaks. I did meet with Kylie, it seems like forever ago, it might have been a month or two ago. So I wanted to make sure that's on the record.
Okay, thank you.
Did you learn any information that was not contained in any of the reports that are before you today?
Say what?
Did you learn anything unique?
I don't think so.
Everything that you learned is stuff that's freely available in the staff reports, for example. Thank you.
No secret handshakes. Good.
Yeah, there are no backroom deals. It ain't my way.
All right, so I guess we move to the presentation.
Yeah.
From the developer.
Can you hear me okay?
Oh, yeah.
The microphone?
Yeah.
All right. Good evening, Commissioners. It's a privilege to be here with you this evening. My name is Ben Tranel. I'm a principal with Gensler, or you may know of us. We're a small architecture firm founded here in the Bay Area. I'm the principal in charge on this project, and it's really a privilege to be able to stand before you this evening and share with you the opportunity that we have to create community with this project tonight. And on behalf of Kylie, the developer, who's a client of ours that we did Burlingame Point with. You may know it when you drive up 101. It's the Meta campus. They leased that entire 750,000 square foot property on the waterfront in Burlingame. So we've got a successful track record together of building good projects. This is a project that's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for all of us, and it's a generational project in terms of its making. It's been around for a long time. And I know we just had a debate about durations. This used to be known as the old Yahoo site to a lot of people in the area. We're really excited about this as a place for everyone, and the location of the project, located here in North Santa Clara. I don't know if we're advancing the slides. I think there may be a lag. You know, you talked about all the things that are around it that are unique to this, but Santa Clara is the home of some of the greatest companies in the world, including a client of ours. We did their headquarters, NVIDIA, just down the road. And the kinds of innovation that come out of Santa Clara are what make this a really exciting place. As we go into what used to be envisioned on this site, it was a homogeneous office park the way it was designed previously, and we know that the world has moved on and changed. What we need to build community is mixed-use environments, a mixture of uses, and that's what we're putting in front of you tonight. This is a place that will support intergenerational living, people from all across different socioeconomic backgrounds, and different types of neighbors, diverse amenities, office, and much-needed housing. So we know that we can't create community without engaging the community, and what we did was quite a few community meetings, large and small events, and we listened to what the people of Santa Clara want. And we highlighted a few of those points here for you. The people of Santa Clara value parks and open space. I mean, if you step outside this evening, it's wonderful to be in Santa Clara. It's one of the greatest assets that we have is the nature and the outdoor environment around us. The ability to have that enhanced transportation and mobility, the bike paths. Affordable housing was one of the things that came up a lot. And so we recognized the need that for this project to be successful, it had to incorporate housing. What makes a mixed-use community work is the ability for people to live there. And again, people from across a range socioeconomic spectrum to be able to live in that space. And so what we've created here and what's in front of you is proposed is 1,800 dwelling units for housing, 10,000 square feet of childcare, 100,000 square feet of retail, and then office, and then a city park. And these neighborhoods are a complementary mixture of uses that come together through the open space. In addition, because you see this as 4 basic parcels amalgamated together, it provides flexibility. And so there's an opportunity, and we'd like to get your feedback on this evening. We can dive deeper in the Q&A. An option to convert the southeast parcel from office to residential use, as was similar flexibility was baked into the Patrick Henry plan. And so that's something that we can discuss if there's interest for you this evening. We know that all of these ingredients come together with the kinds of gathering space that support large and small scale events, the types of outdoor spaces that draw people together and create that sense of being together. And we have provided throughout the design a variety of spaces. You see the Central Park green, the bike paths, the continuity of the bike paths, spaces that support outdoor fitness, children's play, dog park, family gathering, and turf play areas. So these are some of the variety of spaces that we've put into this. And those outdoor spaces that are larger in scale are activated by the retail along the edges. This is a kind of central green that we've identified. And you can see that it's retail that supports and serves the people living and working here, but it also supports the outdoor space. So imagine a great place to go in and get some cheese and what are those long baguettes and a bottle of wine if that's your jam, and then go outside and sit out here and enjoy that and have a nice picnic. So it's that kind of activity that it can support. In addition, there's this network of transportation and bike paths and safe streets with also the ability for cars to enter the site because people do need vehicles to get around, especially people who may be the elderly and others with children. So it's walkable streets, but also very bike friendly. So it's providing multimodal, enhanced mobility for transportation to arrive to and through and around the site. And one of those is obviously the seamless transit integration to the VTA light rail just to the north. And you can see that here where there's more of the commercial and office spaces proposed. This is a mixture of uses here that for office, for example, that the companies that will occupy this space, maybe we don't even know who they are yet, the Yahoo to NVIDIA example, and they'll be designing technologies that we don't even know about yet. So it's a flexible framework for those office uses. On the transportation part, the demand management, I'm trying to go quickly in the interest of time, is ambitious, but we believe achievable. It's a 20% reduction for the residential and a 25% reduction, transportation demand management reductions for the commercial. And so that generates a more walkable site, shuttles, and a transportation network, all of the benefits that you see here. In addition to all of that, we're prioritizing sustainability in a resilient project. So what that means is reduction in harmful chemicals, managing the footprint that we create with this project, reducing water usage, and planting native species that are low water consumption, drought tolerant, and creating places for people, all of these open spaces that we create throughout this, promote human health and wellness. So this is a site that we believe will be, this is a project of the future. It will be resilient, sustainable, and humane. The amenities activate the economy and address people's needs. You can see that in this type of wonderful image here. The project has a number of benefits: the development impact fees, the annual revenues that you see listed here, which are appropriate to this project, and then a number of specific community benefits, a very robust community benefit package, which is listed here. So some of those items are this enhanced affordability, the park maintenance, the fire apparatus, some of those things that we mentioned, a grocer, childcare. So these are some of the specific project benefits that we have put into this. So in the interest of time, keeping it brief, but a number of, as you can see, this type of project doesn't get done with just an architect and a developer. There's a number of people from the team available to answer your questions. And just want to say thank you for your time and attention, and hope to work with you to build an incredible community for Santa Clara and to make history tonight with that. With that, I will stop, and I think we can take any questions.
Everybody's looking at me, so I think there's plenty of questions. Let's start with Commissioner Bigiani.
Hi there. So there's a lot to like about this project. And the fact that you talk a lot about a community is important to me. The fact that it's going to involve affordable housing is important to me. But I have a couple questions. Building it, are you going to use members of the community that are trained, qualified journeymen that the building trades represent? And if so, have you reached a PLA with the building trades on this project?
I'm willing to turn it over to our client as the architect. I don't think I can answer all your questions.
I didn't think you could.
And he will take it from here.
Yeah, hi, my name is Baoshan Han. I'm the VP for Planning and Design for Kylie. So for your question, we have reached to the labor representative early in the stage of application. So as Gensler mentioned, during our previous project we developed in Burlingame Point, we used, successfully worked together with the trade group, labor union. So we have a long-term working relationship. But this time, now is a whole team is focused on getting the project approved. We do not have an architectural design yet. But with this project, with the scale, with the complexity, we want to make it like a world-class campus with high-rise buildings, office, advanced technology. There's no question we're going to use well-trained trade union workers.
Yeah, I mean, because they are also members of the community that hopefully might even be able to live there, which would, of course, build in the incentive to make it even nicer. That's why it's important to me that a PLA is reached, and it sounds like you haven't gotten there yet.
We do have several very productive communication with a different trade group in the process, but we just have not have the PLA at this stage because, as I said, it's in the
Because we're not quite there yet?
In the early stage of the design, in the early stage of the application process.
Yeah, I'm not trying to pin you down, but is that your expectation that you will?
I think so, yes. But it goes without saying.
You're better than I think.
We have to rely on, the project is large enough for everybody.
I understand that. So it is your intention then to engage with the building trades and eventually reach a PLA, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Wang? And I'll go back over to this side. Commissioner Priya?
Thank you again. I would hope and would love to live here or with generations below me. Have a few pointed questions on the design standards. So what is the overall height for this project?
Height varies. It's no longer 600 feet, I know for sure for that. The guidance for height is pretty much limited by FAA's determination. So the FAA determination for that site is come from like 173 feet in the northwest corner to the southwest corner is the highest, can go up to like 200 feet or a little more than 200 feet. We have worked with the FAA for a long term also. So our current design is under that plane under FAA. So varies between some area is like 120 feet, some area is about 220 feet. About 20. The highest corner is the residential tower. Just so varies.
And how many? Just tell me how many stories it could go up to.
About 20 stories, plus like 2 levels of parking.
Okay. And we talked about it, I think, in the previous. What is your agreement for parking for Levi's right now? How long is your parking?
We have been providing parking for several years now because of we are anticipating, we have been working on the application, already for 7 years. Yeah. So that's why people asking whether you need 10 years for construction. Think about that. The whole process, just getting it approved. We're not getting approved yet. It's already 7 to 8 years. So now we're on a 1 year, yearly extension term with Levi's.
With Levi's, okay. And then because I have my vested interest in the flooding possibility, this is an inundation, dam reservoir. What is your height above grade that you're planning to build this whole development to?
Yeah, well, we have a wonderful civil engineer, BKF, but we believe we set our ground level now at 15 feet. That's recommended by our civil engineer to anticipate the sea level raise. But keep in mind, we also have 2 levels of podium parking. So the majority of the living space or commercial building is actually 2 levels above. So we're pretty safe.
So we are 15 feet above sea level?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, if you need more, we can have a BKF rep to answer more in details.
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I have a question. Do you have plans for what you're going to utilize the roof space for? Are you going to use solar, or are you going to have destination restaurants? Do you have any thoughts at that level as to where you're going to take advantage of that huge amount of square footage?
Well, that's one of the requirements when Andrew Crabtree was here. He gave us a recommendation because he doesn't want to see the parking from the street. So along the border of the podium parking is going to be more commercial buildings, restaurant, lobby for the office, retails.
No, I'm actually talking about the roofs of the buildings themselves.
Oh, it's going to be, one thing we love a lot is about the open space. So we intentionally created a lot like a rooftop, balcony top, and more open space than general. Yeah, there's going to be solar. That's a hard requirement because our project is going to be maybe one of the first to be all electrical buildings. There's no gas there, so we can use as much for solar as possible.
Okay. Quick question. So the residential is going to go up to about 20 stories, 22 stories?
Only 102 towers, because to reach the 1,800 unit is a combination between some of the, we call them a 5+2. There's 2-level construction. You understand that 5-stick frame with some higher rise buildings.
Okay.
So you have a neighbor that tends to be noisy at times and may go very late in the evening a couple times a year. So what are you going to do to help mitigate any sound issues when Levi Stadium has a concert there?
That's a good question I think that's referred to design, architectural design. Do we have technology available to screen the sound?
Question to do with the comfort of occupants inside the buildings?
Given that it's kind of a unique situation that it's Levi Stadium and the sound is going to be a little bit louder than, let's just say, somebody's newborn kid.
Yeah, I didn't get tickets to Taylor Swift, unfortunately, but
Neither did I, but that's quite all right.
there are technologies in the type of facade treatments that can make it so that, I mean, this is dealt with when you're next to freeways or other high sound environments so that it can be comfortable inside the building with types of glass or other facade materials.
And is that already in the architecture for this? Has that been a special consideration?
Some of the questions around the architectural specificity are not where we're at with the project right now. This is a zoning application having to do with going from office to mixed use, and these levels of specificity in the architecture is something we would be coming back with when we have those individual buildings.
Okay, just know that I don't want to see something built there that all of a sudden all your residents are going to come back to us and say, why didn't you have them build it so that it was nicer? I didn't have to hear Taylor Swift, unfortunately for a few people that don't like.
Yeah. Well, all right.
I just want to remind the commission, we are approving design standards today. There is a document that specifies the design standards. Want to make sure the acoustics are taken into consideration there.
Yes, and we've worked to those design standards.
And what standards are they?
The ones in the.
They're your design standard.
The current design standard is more, the guidance given by the city is we follow what goes into like a Patrick Henry specific plan, like the setback, and building volume breaking up, those, yeah. For the particular, I think we do have in our architectural standard, like for instance, the not to use the screen wall like the bird may mistaken as the empty. So those are written in the specification, written in the design standard now.
Staff, question for you. In these design standards, these just, let's say, are normal design standards, or do they take into account the fact that there's a stadium 2 blocks away?
So they'd be subject to Title IX of our municipal code, which is our standard noise standards for inside and outside.
And you feel that if you were going to live there, you would be okay with those standards?
I have no opinion on the standards.
Thank you. So I would say that as we do this, that would be big, because my concern is if you want occupancy and people get in there and they're all of a sudden start saying, hey, this place is really loud, 49ers are going to sit there and, come back at you saying, hey, you knew what you were getting into when you came here. That's number one. So I want to make sure that the occupancy, gets to where you expect it. Okay, so minor point, and please indulge me on this one. We have Kylie Boulevard. If there's any chance that you might want to think about renaming it, because it would be a little confusing, that's just an observation.
Let me explain that. We do not call it a Kylie Boulevard because
it's Kylie Drive.
We need to put a label on the driveway, because when doing the study, CEQA study, they always refer us to either driveway number 1, number 2. We have to give it a room because it's a private street. We checked with the city. City said you can name anything you want. You can do number 1, number 2. At that time, we just. But
that's fine. But if maybe
we'll take
think
a
about
note.
that later, that would just.
There's not going to be a sign inside Kelly Drive there. It's not a public street name.
I understand, but somebody's going to say, hey, I want to, come over here to Kylie Drive, and then they come down to the wrong place. I'm just asking.
Just try to be not confused with like a number 2 along Patrick Henry. Number 3 is very confusing. Yeah.
Correct. Thank you.
So I had a question around a passing comment that I heard in the presentation around the desire to increase the amount of residential. And I didn't understand, I didn't see that reflected in the documents at all. So is there solid plans for that, or is that just a blue sky?
It's not a solid plan. We are, because of the volume and the complexity of the project, so we were thinking currently under CEQA's analysis, there was several scenarios, several alternatives. One of the alternatives is the reduced commercial, that's office, increased residential. So we thought, because we feel like through the community outreach, we know the city want more housing. So that alternative can contribute slightly more housing. And because the CEQA already studied that scenario. Plus, in our Patrick Harris specific plan, we did put 2 alternative scenarios there. I think that's a good opportunity for the project to gain a little flexibility down the road.
Okay, so Kaling, on top of that, this project is going to need substantial power. Have you already opened conversations with SVP to put a substation or 2 to power the site?
We had meetings with SVP sometimes like a weekly. So we also engaged the SVP to study different alternatives. Again, because of the so early in the stage, and also the project is going to be developed in phases in the different areas. So SVP, the guidance from SVP now is they're going to grant 2.5 MVA. Before we reach to that point, they'll guarantee supply for the electrical power. When we reach to that point, their SVP will reevaluate the situation, whether the city have enough supply, whether subsufficient is needed on that. So we, at the current DA terms or conditional approval is on that. I don't know whether we have SVP rep here or not. They probably can provide more details.
Well, you may want to note there's a cascade effect. Obviously, if you increase the amount of housing, you're going to increase the amount of required parking, even with the transit nearby. But you'll also need to respond to the trending towards EVs, and that means more power for charging and more percentage of charging spots. So all of these things will affect your Silicon Valley power requirements. So you probably should keep that in mind as a consideration for the near future.
That's very good reminder. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions?
So quickly, what is the nearest school area for the residents here, 1,800 units that you're going to provide?
The school, we don't, the school is within, the current school, the school district has not required us to put a school there. But if you look at this CEQA, they did analyze the population growth, including the student growth. So obviously, their conclusion is there's not a new school needed for the site.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to clarify regarding the question you had about the housing a moment ago for the applicant. He explained that one of the project alternatives studied in the EIR was to allow for 800 additional housing units. That is not the proposal that is before you tonight. That is something that was studied in the EIR and which could be adopted as the project, but the proposal before you tonight is only for 1,800 dwelling units. I think the applicant was seeking feedback from the commission if that was something they were particularly interested in, adding another 800 units. That is something that could fairly easily be changed, but it would require a 2-week continuance to accomplish that change, because what was noticed was only the 1,800 proposal. I just wanted you to understand, if you're voting yes tonight, you're voting for 1,800 units, not the extra 800 units that would be a substitute for the office.
I have a question. Out of the 1,800 units, what are you going to have? 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms, single bedrooms, studios? What's the percentage? Like, how many of the units are going to be, like, say, 2 or 3 bedrooms?
It's going to be diverse. We don't really have it's going to be have like a studio, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, but exactly how many of those is going to be by market or by other factors.
Well, when you start building, you have to know. You just don't all of a sudden start adding walls.
Yeah, we do.
So you have to have an idea when you give us the proposal. How many?
Yeah, right now,
that determines your parking spaces too. Because if you're going to have 2 or 3 bedroom units, you're going to have 2 or 3 people probably driving in that units.
correct. We do have sometimes 2 bedroom, 1 bedroom, but now we use the 1 unit per 1 parking as an estimate.
Yeah.
Okay, that's optimistic. Question?
No. I'll save it for comments.
Any others? No, then we need to open to,
Do you mind if I make one clarifying?
sure, go ahead.
My name is Tamsin Plume. I'm a partner with the law firm of Holland and Knight. I represent the applicant on land use matters. And I apologize, I'm a little informal tonight because I came from a charity golf course thing where I don't actually play golf and got hit by a golf ball. But that's a different story. I just want to clarify, you asked about a PLA, and I just want to, oh, absolutely, sorry. You asked about a PLA, and I just want to ensure that there's not a misunderstanding of what Baoshan said, which is the Kylie team is absolutely 100% open to welcoming of communications with the labor unions. They would like to use them. A PLA is a possibility in the future, but they cannot make a commitment to a PLA this evening. I just want to be clear about that. It's not out of the question, but it's also, the project is just so early in design. It's programmatic. They have no designs. They don't know even which sub-consultants they would need or what the terms would be. So to try to enter one now, it would really be impossible. So I just want to make sure there wasn't any misunderstanding.
I understand that, but that's why I asked about intention.
Yes. We all hope it will happen, but there just cannot be any guarantees. So I just want to share that.
His name is David Beanie, B-I-N-I. That's who you'd call.
Yes, we know. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Okay, so now we can move to open public input, public hearing and get input if there are any speakers cards. Elizabeth?
Yeah, we do have speaker cards, so I'll call some names and come on up, and anyone can speak even if you haven't filled out a card. Mary Grizzle. Brian Goldberg, Alex Shore, Mike Moran.
Good evening.
You're good, Mary.
Am I good?
Yeah, you're good, Mary.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Mary Grizzle. I'm here on behalf of the Kylie Project. I have known and worked with them for at least 7 years. I have been to almost all of their meetings. I've seen the struggles they have had to go through with FFA. They've made a lot of, they work a lot with the public to get their design and to get a lot of feedback from the public on what we would like to have done there. And they've been absolutely great with implementing a lot of our suggestions. And I would like to see finally this project get approved tonight. I think they deserve it. And I think that any questions you might have about certain things, I think that they are one great group to work with and to discuss any problems you might have or questions. Thank you very much, and I hope the answer is yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Brian Goldenberg. I'm a lifelong Santa Claran. I appreciate your service to the city and your consideration of this project. I'm here to support the Mission Point project and hope you can approve the plan that will add many benefits to the city of Santa Clara. I love that it'll create a new community with more housing, a great retail and commercial mix. I like that it's close to work locations and public transportation and provides pathways for being outdoors, biking, walking, and running, and even the fact that it has a child care facility on site. This project meets a lot of the needs of the city and for more housing and the close proximity to public transportation, which in effect will hopefully lessen the amount of cars on the road. So please join me in support of this project, and please vote to approve the project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Evening, Commissioners. My name is Alex Shore. I'm the co-founder and executive director of Catalyze SV. We care about great community engagement and community engagement process that leads to more housing and more sustainable, equitable, and vibrant development. We have members throughout Silicon Valley. We do most of our work in San Jose and Santa Clara. And we have always found, I'm not just blowing smoke, but we've always found that this commission has been responsive to community input and has taken an active approach to making sure projects are the best they can be. And we hope you'll do that again tonight. You've hopefully heard from some of our members who wrote in about this project. We have been working on it for 6 years, and it is really a fantastic project. In 2018, we brought out about 25 people to the site and hosted a community visioning workshop to ask stakeholders what they thought should be done at the site. In 2022, our members scored the project before you tonight and gave it a 4 out of 5, which is well above our threshold for support, which is why we're asking you to support it tonight. Some of the things our members really like about the project are the number of homes and the height of the buildings, which they actually wish could have been taller if the FAA had allowed it. The reduced parking from the earlier amount, which our members thought was too high, and we think the new amount is better. The design of the parks and trails throughout the site, and the 10,000 square feet for childcare, a huge benefit for our community. Now, if we could make this fantastic project just a little bit better, we would suggest a couple significant improvements. One would be to have the affordable housing on site at that 80% AMI level, be a little bit lower so we could have folks who are neediest have housing, and a signature placemaking element of this project. What is the point of Mission Point? Where is the point of this? We would love to see something that really says to the entire region, this is Mission Point. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Ann Kepner, and I've lived in the city of Santa Clara for more than 30 years. And for the last 10 years, I've had the honor of serving on the West Valley Mission Community College District Board of Trustees. And I say that because that provides the context for my comments this evening. I'm here as a Santa Clara resident. I'm here as an individual to offer my support for the Mission Point project. There are many reasons to support this project, and I'm going to name the 5 that are most important to me. 1, I'm excited to see this part of the city be turned into something that's so vibrant, with new places to live, work, shop, eat, and enjoy the outdoors. 2, we need more housing options. Our city should be supporting development of more housing, and Mission Point is conveniently located along existing public transit lines and potentially creates a place for people to live and work. 3, I appreciate the project's focus on creating more usable, inviting outdoor space, and its emphasis on creating connections to the surrounding area that are walkable and conducive to those who choose to ride their bike. These improvements will help integrate the area surrounding Mission College and create a larger, more lively community. Mission College, if you haven't been there in a while, is buzzing with activity, and I am eager to see that energy expand beyond the limits of our campus. 4, over the years, I've attended community meetings with Kylie, as others have, and I've seen them at our community events. They have really tried to understand what our community needs and wants, and have received our feedback on many potential attributes of this project, including the housing options, internships and work opportunities for our students, childcare needs, bicycle and walking paths, a bicycle repair shop, and the ever-important restaurant and food options that we all desire. I appreciate their openness and that so many of the community suggestions have been included in their plan. And they share, as my 5th point, they share our enthusiasm and optimism for the future of this area of Santa Clara and what is possible. I support this project.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Daniel Myberg. I'm the Business Development Manager or Director for O2 Micro here in Santa Clara. I'm a long-term supporter of Santa Clara. I was born in Santa Clara, worked in Santa Clara all my life, and it's just a great city. I'd like to urge your approval of the project we're here today, the Mission Point project. I feel it would be a good addition to the area, bringing the necessary housing and improvements into the area. As the project moves forward, we will see other developments move forward in the Patrick Henry plan, including our building, taking advantage of the positive transformation that Mission Point will bring to the community. For those reasons, among many others, including their support of the community, including but not limited to the Parade of Champions just recently, and other community involvement, I strongly, respectfully urge your support of this development. Thank you.
Thank you.
Robert Fitch, a longtime resident of Santa Clara. This project is perfect. Please approve it. It's a perfect blend of residential, commercial, and office. I support this strongly.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ruben Camacho. Born and raised here in Santa Clara. Father moved here in 1934. I'd always had his greatest stories he loved to tell us about how this valley has changed so dramatically. And Santa Clara has always been at the forefront. That area could be a beautiful destination point someday. So I really strongly encourage you to approve this project. I kind of liken it to what happened with San Francisco when they did the Giant Stadium. If we all remember, China Basin was terrible, ugly. Just, you got out of your car and went straight to the ballpark. Now it's beautiful, vibrant, beautiful mixed use, and I feel like this is a good starting point to develop that area in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Jaime Vasquez. I'm a field representative for the local Carpenters, NorCal Carpenters 405 in San Jose. And I'm here to raise some concerns with Mission Point, how council member was saying earlier about, has great potential, right, Kylie? But they have yet to make a commitment to hiring a responsible general contractor, one who prioritizes the well-being of their workers. We've seen how nearby developments have failed to hire a responsible general contractor, leading to unpaid workers, a lack of benefits, and unsafe conditions. We can't let this happen again, right? It's down the street, it's going on right now, right across the street right now. There's developments out there. So carpenters who build 70% of this project, it is essential that these skilled workers are paid a livable wage. A high-cost area like ours, fair wages allow workers to support their families and live in the communities they help build. We also need to ensure workers receive healthcare benefits given the physical demands of our work. Healthcare access is not only responsible, but it's the basic right. Kylie must hire a contractor who participates in a state-certified apprenticeship program. These programs ensure a skilled workforce and provide opportunities for future workers, strengthen our local economy. The NorCal Carpenters hopes to come to understanding and see a responsible general contractor is selected, one who treats workers fairly and meets these standards. Until Kylie makes these commitments, the project's at risk to repeating the same failures other developers have done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, commissioners and staff. My name is Matt Sweeney. I am a broker with the Econic Company. We are a commercial real estate brokerage firm that specializes in leasing retail and mixed-use projects. We have been working with Kylie team on Mission Point for the last 6 years to ensure the project delivers the retail offerings that this community needs. We have seen the level of thoughtful consideration that has gone into the project, as well as the pride of ownership that they are taking into it to ensure the right retail tenants are brought into the development. We also know there will be opportunities during the phased construction to make informed decisions about what the neighborhood needs most, and that is important now more than ever as the retail landscape continues to evolve rapidly. So we are very excited about the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me call a few more names from the cards. Anyone is welcome to come up. Daniel Myberg, Robert Fitch already spoke, Josh Shumsky, Dominic Toriano, Doug Black. You're welcome to come.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the commission. My name is Michael Moran. I'm a vice chairman of CBRE, working in the commercial real estate industry for the last 35 years. Been lucky enough to be associated and working with Kylie for the last 12 years since they came into California. As Ben mentioned, I was on the project up in Burlingame Point with Kylie, which was, interesting enough, very similar in ways to the Mission Point site, which was Kylie came in and bought a very fundamental piece of land, a cornerstone piece of land in the city of Burlingame, like they have here in Santa Clara. Both sites had previous entitlements, that if Kylie had built those previous entitlements, you'd end up with a walled-in city of commercial operations for a corporate user. You wouldn't have the community benefits and the open public-facing space that they're talking about today. And what they did in Burlingame is what they're talking about doing here, which is they've taken a step back, reassessed the situation, spent years working with the community to find out what's the right thing for the community, because they are community members. And they've come back with a different plan that was originally entitled for the site. And so one of the things when I first started working with them 12 years ago was I flew to China several times to go understand their operations and see the history of what this company is all about. And I could see the millions of square feet that they created and how many Silicon Valley companies were actually occupying their space there in Shenzhen, China. So they do what they say they're going to do. All their promises they made to Burlingame, which is my town, where I worked it for 30 years, they followed through in every one of those and successfully were able to attract one of the world's greatest technology firms. This Mission Point is the next legacy project for Kylie here in Santa Clara. And what's important to understand is that nobody wants to go back to their grandpa's office space. They want to come back to something that's new and vibrant and interactive with the community, that's a post-COVID environment. And that's what Kylie is designing and developing here. So I highly recommend the approval of the project. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Rick Franco. I'm an attorney with Adams Broadwell, and I represent the Silicon Valley Residents for Responsible Development. I submitted the letter that was referred to by Mr. Abbey and Mr. Snow, and I appreciate that they acknowledged our issues. I don't think that they really addressed them or resolved the underlying problems. The underlying problem remains with CEQA that the city has not analyzed or disclosed the full extent of the impacts of the project's employment-related growth. I'll put this in concrete terms. In the EIR, the city estimates that at full build-out, this project will employ 12,564 people, mainly office and R&D jobs. That's the project description that is supposed to be the basis for all of the impact analysis. But in some areas, in analyzing some of the impacts, the city assumes that the project will only generate 6,600 or so jobs, about half. So in short, the EIR seriously underestimates project impacts relating to a concentration of 12,500 new residents on this site. For example, part of the CEQA analysis is whether the project is consistent with the city's general plan. And the city's analysis doesn't answer this question because it doesn't compare the actual number of expected new jobs on the project site to what was estimated in the general plan. Rather, it relies on the general plan estimate and says, oh, it's consistent with the general plan. Of course it's going to find it's consistent if they're comparing the general plan to the general plan estimates. The city makes the same mistakes when concluding the project will improve the city's jobs housing balance. This conclusion is based on only 6,600 new jobs on the site, rather than the 12,500 jobs the project is actually expected to generate. The jobs housing balance calculation has two variables, jobs and housing, and they're using an improperly low number of jobs to make this calculation. I'll just sum up real quick if I can. By using these employment figures that don't accurately reflect the number of new jobs expected on the project site, the city hasn't accurately disclosed the project's impacts in violation of CEQA. I appreciate your time and attention.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Dan Myberg again. I already spoke. I can repeat it if you want, but
Oh,
there's
no,
other
no, if
people
you already spoke, I'm sorry.
It's all right,
Just
I got it.
didn't get it right, so. You don't get to speak again, I'm sorry.
Good evening, Planning Commissioners, and thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today in support of the Kylie Project, Mission Point. My name is Josh Shumsky, an Executive Director with the Iconic Company, 12-year retail veteran and working with tenants, landlords, mixed-use developments, as well as regular shopping centers, if you will. We've been working with Kylie for the past 6 years, and I've had some great conversations and engagement with the group. I'd like to look at 3 key points this evening. First, the area around the project is underserved from a retail perspective, and I think it's something we would all, look at and agree. Number 2, the thorough process that we worked on with Kylie, the process that included a lot of iterations of the project, a lot of conversations, and ultimately our ability to impact that process through our background in retail leasing and experience therein. And finally, the desire and the goal of this project to create a dynamic retail mix of the property. So we have worked with Kylie, obviously, for now around 6 years. I officed right at Great America Parkway and Mission College for 7 years and really saw the lack of retail available there. For us, we were often traveling outside of the city of Santa Clara to be able to go to lunch or be able to bring folks in, to bring clients or colleagues around. This is something that we'd be excited to have locally and have something right around the corner for us in the immediate trade area. Number 2, it's been a very thorough process working with Kylie, both in the design side as well as in the target uses. This has been an evolving process. This is not something that is ending the way it started. I think that's a good thing. Ultimately, in any collaborative environment, there's always going to be adjustments, always going to be change, and Kylie has been very receptive to our input and incorporating those components into the property. Finally, creating a dynamic retail mix of the property. The idea of having restaurants, health and wellness, fitness, and ultimately, all these elements that are now so pivotal to today's retail developments will all exist in this particular property. So thank you for your consideration and support of the Mission Point project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name's Doug Block, and I'm with Silicon Valley Residents for Responsible Development. Our coalition includes labor unions, the mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and sprinkler fitters, along with individuals who support sustainable development. Our members both build projects here in Santa Clara and benefit from them as residents. And as you've heard, our attorneys from Adams Broadwell submitted written comments recommending further analysis and mitigation before this project is approved. It is important to note that they've been engaging with this developer for almost a year on the CEQA issues, and you heard from Mr. Franco tonight. I want to remind you that our coalition has a long history of engaging with this commission on a variety of different projects. And many times over, this has resulted in better projects as we have demanded higher and better compliance with environmental standards. And that's what we're here doing tonight. We urge you not to approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Planning Commission of the great city of Santa Clara. My name is Will Smith. I'm the business representative for IBEW Local 332. The project is a great project. It's a project that is much needed. Clearly, housing is needed here in Santa Clara, and mixed use is needed as well. But let's talk about the workers. Just like Carpenter's 405 mentioned, the workers and the commitment to the workers. Typically, developers in this area takes 2 different approaches, either a high road approach or a low road approach to development. And the great city of Santa Clara deserves a high road approach for development. Santa Clara and construction workers, they deserve a local hire. They deserve that opportunity to work here locally in Santa Clara so they don't have to fight the Bay Area traffic commuting across the Bay Area. We know how rough that can be. They deserve to be able to get home at a decent time and be able to spend that quality time with their family. But unfortunately, Kylie has not committed to that. They deserve a family sustainable wage. They deserve an area standard wage. So therefore, they can actually live in the homes that they're actually going to build for Kylie. Therefore, they can actually raise their families here in Santa Clara, the great city of Santa Clara. Also, Kylie has not committed to this. The great city of Santa Clara deserves the opportunities for apprentices to be hired on these projects. So therefore, the skilled and trained workers can pass their skills on to the next generation of skilled and trained workers to build these great projects for this great city of Santa Clara. Santa Clara construction workers are also a part of this community. and they don't need to be left out in the dust. And unfortunately, Kylie has not made these commitments, and so therefore we can only assume that they're going to be leaving them out in the dust. I urge you to push Kylie to make sure they make the commitment to the great city of Santa Clara and develop in a high road approach. Thank you. My name is Will Smith.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers that would like to come up?
I do have 5 speakers online,
Okay.
if there's no one else in the chambers. All right, so Allie, you should be able to unmute and speak.
Good evening, Planning Commissioners. My name is Allie Saperman, and I'm calling in strong support of the Mission Point project on behalf of the Housing Action Coalition. We are proud to not only endorse the project, but organize 46 letters of support. The site is currently made up of 4 small outdated office buildings and acres of underutilized surface parking. The site was also previously entitled for 3 million square feet of tech office space. Neither of these are public facing, nor do they have parks or significant green space. However, Kylie designed Mission Point to become a destination for residents of the city of Santa Clara and the region by proposing a mixed-use development with much-needed housing, desirable ground floor retail, and more than 7 acres of publicly accessible park space. Mission Point will bring up to 1,800 units and 15% of on-site affordable housing, both of which are much-needed units for Santa Clara to meet its regional housing needs allocation set forth in the housing element. This project also addresses the childcare crisis by offering on-site childcare facility. Please support this project without any delays. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker online is Manuel. You should be able to unmute and speak.
Great, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Wonderful. Good evening, members of the Santa Clara Planning Commission. My name is Manuel Salazar, and I'm here on behalf of SB at Home to express our strong support for the Mission Point project. Mission Point, as Kylie just, excuse me, mentioned, led by Kylie, will transform 3005 Democracy Way into a vibrant mixed-use neighborhood. It will provide 1,800 homes, including 270 affordable home units, which we're actually really excited about, as well as essential community amenities like grocery stores, a childcare center, and 7 acres of parks and plazas. Project's integration of residential retail, office, and open space reflects a balanced approach to creating, as they've stated, live, work, play community that will benefit both current and future residents alike. Santa Clara has demonstrated leadership in housing production by incorporating community input and ensuring a variety of housing options. The Mission Point project ties directly into Patrick Henry Drive specific plan, a cornerstone of the city's smart growth strategy. Together with numerous nearby specific plan areas, Santa Clara is taking a thoughtful approach to urban planning, and we really appreciate that. Several developments in this area are already developing housing units, with more units coming along in the near future, further solidifying the city's commitment to meeting its regional housing needs allocation goals. We commend Kylie for her vision of leadership in bringing forward this project and appreciate the Planning Commission's role in considering it tonight. We urge you to adopt a resolution to recommend the City Council certify the final EIR, approve the general plan amendments, approve the plan development rezoning, approve the vesting tentative subdivision map, and approve the development agreement. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, next speaker online is Andrew Siegler. You should be able to unmute and speak.
Hi, good evening, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Andrew Siegler, and I am here to urge you to approve the Mission Point project. There have been so many thoughtful comments tonight in support of this project, and I don't have much to add other than the fact that we're in a major housing crisis and 1,800 homes, 1,800 transit-oriented homes. These are so needed. So please approve this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker online is Jason Morrow. You should be able to unmute and speak.
Good evening. My name is Jason Morrow, and thank you to the Planning Commission for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here to speak in support of the Mission Point proposal. In the Bay Area, we're in a severe housing crisis caused by a severe housing shortage. Roughly 50% of the residents of Santa Clara County are burdened by housing costs, and most of that is shouldered by those who are most vulnerable, those are lower income, those who are young entrants to the housing market, those who are older, and the great many of us who are unable to afford the extreme cost of purchasing a home in the city. To combat and escape this crisis, we need to be building housing, and we need to be building it years ago, but the next best time is today and tomorrow. Every home that is built will contribute to bringing us out of this crisis, and adding 1,800 homes will be a significant step towards making the city more affordable for its residents. The Mission Point project aims to revitalize what is currently an old, underused parking lot that provides little benefit to the community while consuming land that could provide a great benefit to the community. Replacing this parking lot with homes for hundreds of families with significant community retail, with 10,000 square feet of childcare facilities, with new open green space and parks, these will greatly benefit the city's residents and those who struggle to find affordable and suitable homes today. On the specifics of the proposal, this is a project that features good urban design, providing alternative options to driving as much as this area allows. It is a transit-rich area. It's connected to major employers by transit and existing trails. It promotes safe walkability, and it will have community resources on site, while all reducing the need to rely on vehicle use and ownership. Additionally, the project will introduce new public open space that will benefit the new homes as well as us existing residents, and will connect to existing bike trails and walking paths. It'll also be situated near the upcoming walking and biking networks, as well as green spaces that are planned in the Patrick Henry Drive specific plan. Other proposals nearby would contribute to this project fitting the area, helping transform the area into a vibrant urban community with affordable homes. I implore the Commission to approve this proposal so that 1,800 new homes are added to our community, serving the many residents of the city that are struggling with rent payments and housing costs. Santa Clara can't afford to waste the opportunity to make the best use of some of the city's only large open lots. Instead, should build projects such as this to provide resources, amenities, and homes to its residents, and to do so today rather than with further restrictions and delay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right, our next speaker will be Elizabeth Conlon. You should be able to unmute and speak.
Hello, good evening. My name is Elizabeth Conlon. I'm a member with South Bay YIMBY, a group of pro-housing activists in Santa Clara County. I'm so excited for this commission to have the opportunity to approve a really great project. Not only does the project create 1,800 new homes in Santa Clara, but it does so in a transit-oriented, family-friendly way. I urge you to adopt the EIR and move forward with Kylie's Mission Point. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, our last speaker online is titled Admin. You should be able to unmute and speak.
Hello, my name is Mike. It's not admin, that's my computer. I apologize.
Thank you.
I have been aware of this project since 2020, when Kylie reached out to me to talk to them about their parkland as a former Parks and Rec Commissioner for the city of Santa Clara. I was retired from that job at the time. I turned out, and I went and talked to them and gave them, worked with them on their things. As we all know, the Bay Area has a dire housing shortage. In the future, all Bay Area cities must have a job and housing balance. This 1,800 homes that they're proposing will get us closer to that mark. They have, like I said, 1,800 homes. They have office R&D, retail 100,000 square feet, which personally I think that might be a little much, but that's just my personal opinion. The restaurants and movies, whatever, I hope come through, because I'm tired of going to Campbell or Sunnyvale for their work. The grocery store, the daycare, the walkability and the bicycling. The Pullman Creek is right there. It's right next to Mission College and the light rail system. But the most important thing to me is there's 7 new acres of parkland in the city of Santa Clara to go along with 1,800 homes. That in itself is outstanding, and I hope you support this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay.
Those are all the hands I have.
Rebuttals, yes. Is there anything that was said that the representatives like to respond to, or the applicant?
Yeah, I want to use this opportunity to thank the chair, the commissioner, and also the wider community gave us good recommendation in showing their concerns. This is one thing we learned from over the years of the community outreach. The program, the decision we made along the lines, majority of them are from the community. We are not local, so but it takes time to learn, to get used to the rules and the code and everything. That's a learning curve. That's also why we come out today is a long time. So we heard a lot of concern about for instance, the term for development, with the volume and the complexity and also the changing market. So it's really hard. It's take us 10 years. We want all developers, they want to move forward. They want to move faster. It's costly to sit still. So it takes us 7 years to just get to this point. We still not get approved yet. If you approve the day one, we could have started moving in now. That's just, we also understand there's so many factors in play. So Leslie, I don't know whether we can show the last slides of so it may help us to understand more about the project. So we heard a lot, loud and clear from the community, like for instance, the housing. So that's why we want to explore more about the so-called Area C. That's the smallest of the 4 areas. Yeah, okay. So this one, along the way, we worked very closely with like a park department, with SVP, with the DPW. There's a lot of them. You are probably the first one to hear about the project, but we meet with them weekly. For instance, the trail, that's the contribution we think we made because we heard a lot clear, and also nobody wanted too many cars driving alone. So we made a commitment to contribute more than 1 acre along the south border of our trail. So that way we can connect it, like a missing piece, to make, Santa Clara made a trail plan 2018. So we can make that piece, make the whole system connected. So people can feel safer to bike, to walk, either to school or from Mission College to come to our facility. So that's one big thing I think we want to mention, the community benefit. Another thing is we have 1,800 units. So to proportion, we are committed more than 7 acres of parkland. That's a huge parkland. In addition to that, we are committed, or the city requires us to maintain that. I'm over 60 now. When I'm reaching 100, I'll be still there mowing the lawn and trim the hedges. 40 years, that's a long time. That's also getting very expensive also. And also we are committed to 3.5 million for a newer fire apparatus. That's in addition to all the other standard impact we are committing. Traffic also. Along the border, all the intersection improvement, all the traffic signals, all the adding lanes, adding newer bike lanes, safer walkways, that's come to more than $6 million. In addition to that, we're committing more, not just a so-called fair share. We're making standalone another $3 million for other intersections. So all these getting more expensive. So the housing shortage is not created by just developers alone. It's take a village to make a development, successful, approved, sustainable also. So that's also what I wanted the commissioners to think about that. You have a very good role to play also, very important role, so how to make the Bay Area, or in general, housing more affordable and speed up the process also. We can only, as a developer, we can very limited. Over the years, we learned a lot. We really appreciate all the help, all the cooperation from the city.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Now we can, I guess, close public hearing.
Quick question to the applicant. Is this property going to be maintained by Kylie? What's the property management
Yeah, our intention is to hold it for long term, just like the Burlingame Point, where, like that.
So you will be the
building itself,
property manager?
Yeah, we're going to be maintaining, now it's a trail, and yes, one of the commissioner mentioned about the liability for parking, but think about the trail in the park, those issues, but later on, we'll enter park maintenance agreement with the park department, so there's a lot more details to work out.
But I just want to confirm, you will be the property manager for this entire 48 acres?
Yes.
Thank you. That's it.
One quick question before you leave. So somebody mentioned they may have up to 12,000 employees working in that area. Is that correct? Somebody mentioned that. Is that, is that just,
12,000 or 6?
how many people you think will be working in the?
The number of people working, I think the CEQA expert will have a ratio to, so it's better answered by our CEQA ICF.
So you
Are they
still
still
have a long
online?
way to go, in other words, because you haven't got anybody showing interest that they want to relocate to your development yet. So it's a long way to go there yet.
Yes.
Okay. One thing that I would want to mention that is kind of important, since you're going to have that many residents in there, some of the retail down below, you should have rooms set up for acute care or dental offices or something like that. Because if you're going to have close to 6,000 people maybe living there, somebody's going to need, emergency services.
Yeah, good point, yes.
Yeah, and it's actually, there'll be good tenants for you too.
Yes, yeah.
To close public hearing?
Second.
Okay, help me out here.
Yeah, Nancy.
Commissioner Chair Kuru made the motion. Who seconded it?
I believe Nancy, or Commissioner Biagini.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Biagini seconded. Thank you.
Close third by Commissioner Boozer.
Okay, please cast your vote. Commissioner Botnagar, can you cast your vote? Thank you. Motion passed. Thank you.
Okay, so we're open to conversation at this point, or if any questions that you want to face outward in representatives? Okay, yes. Commissioner Biagini.
Thank you. Okay, so I recognize that what's before us tonight is the EIR, the general plan use designations, the rezoning, the vesting tentative subdivision, the development agreement, and so forth. That's really what's in front of us today to approve or not approve. So I have a question, because to be perfectly honest, it was kind of a thick package to go through. So is the labor language buried in there somewhere, Abby?
Well, Biagini?
Yes,
No,
I
it
do.
is not.
No, it is not. When does that come up then?
If you were to make a motion regarding the PD zoning, I would suggest you could add a condition to that approval if you wanted to add your favorite language encouraging
Yes,
the
I
use
would.
of.
And you have that language handy, I bet.
Why, yes, I do.
Funny how that is.
I would be
Okay.
happy to remind you of that when we get to that vote, which is
All right.
the third recommendation.
That's under the third one? Okay, then some comments. First off, there is so much to love about this project. There really is. I love the setup, the layout. I remember the first time Kylie came, I don't even know how many years ago it was, and it was some building that was like 600 stories tall, and FAA was having a cow, and it was just a whole lot better now than it was then. But there's something that sticks in my craw. I hear you tell me that it is your intention, okay, to include skilled, certified journeymen, the labor unions and the like. And here's how I look at it. As much as I love this project on paper, but the need is to ensure that what looks fabulous on paper is realized by building a strong foundation based on qualified, skilled apprentices and journeymen. I have seen in my lifetime, which is longer than I'd like to admit, projects in various cities that looked great. The low road was taken, and the stuff that was promised never came out as nice as it should have been, because they didn't use the type of labor that they should have. And I just want to remind you that if we're going to talk about community, and I mean, I cannot say anything that I dislike about this plan, except that the folks that build it are just as much a part of the community as anyone else. And that it really, in my opinion, requires that any developer, whatever you make look good on paper, make sure it's built as good as it looks so it sustains its life. And I'm hearing from the carpenters and from IBEW that there hasn't been a commitment made. But I'm also hearing from you that it is your intention, and yes, I know intention is not the same as guarantee. I understand the definition of the words. But if it is truly your intention, I'm trying to figure out what happened here. We have somebody who has good communications, and we have the other side saying, we haven't gotten a commitment, we haven't heard. So I don't know if that communication has happened at this point or even been attempted. But I would strongly encourage you to reach out and work it out with the carpenters and the building trades. Strongly recommend, because what looks good on paper needs to look good in reality too, and that requires a type of skilled labor by local community folks that could end up even living there. And that's why when we get to third condition, I'll be asking you to help me build the language in. Okay, Abby?
Okay.
Okay.
May I, just so the applicant isn't fully understands what you're talking about, let me describe the language that you have a habit of introducing.
Yes, I
The
do.
city encourages the applicant and any contractors or subcontractors working on the project to evaluate hiring local labor, hiring from or contributing to approved accredited apprenticeship programs, increasing resources for labor compliance, and providing living wages during the development of this project, is what you've said before.
Make sense?
Yes, let me ask.
I'll be watching.
We've gone through this a lot of times.
Yeah, we
and
have.
I love when you do it.
But you're tired.
But I thought that we had decided that if it goes to city council already has the language in there, and we make sure that we're covered every time we do it, because we don't
I
want to miss.
thought so too, that's why I
right?
asked.
Do we do that or no? 'Cause I thought we did.
We have not received direction from council to include it in every resolution yet, but it hasn't been posed to them at we need to have that formal
I will-
conversation with the council. It's not that they've rejected it, we just haven't gotten.
Well, that's why I asked, so thank
For
you.
the union people that are here, the city council needs to hear you as well, just to make sure. Thank you. I didn't think you would have any problem with that.
One thing that I want to really, when I have stuff done in my house, I usually hire journeymen, people from the union. But it leaves a bad taste in my mouth trying to tell a private entity who to hire to do their jobs, or give them even a suggestion. They don't have any, they're not, the city, the state is not giving them any money to do this project. They're paying it out of their own pocket. Let them be the judge, since they already have said that they built the development over by Millbrae there, the other development that they had, and they hired union workers and journeymen, because they know they will do a good job. But I don't want to be telling a businessman who to hire or who even to suggest to hire. On their own, they went ahead and hired some union workers, and their projects turned out to be okay. So I don't like to make it a mandatory or even suggest it to any businessman what to do.
That's why our language is couched in recommendations.
Yeah, we can't demand it.
Even recommendations, that's like telling a child what to do and not to do. I feel very bad about doing business that way.
Okay. Other comments?
I'll just give my comments. Nobody in their right mind would say no to this project. That's just the reality of it. Thank you, Kylie, for making Santa Clara your home as well. It took so many years since Yahoo. We've seen these land. This is, as you said, a milestone land for the city, along with related. This whole corridor is going to become a completely different destination place with Levi's. Thank you, Gensler, for this journey as well, and for all the design standards. Just throwing the color commentary, include elements that would make it YouTubeable, like the cobblestone pathways, and inviting, make it all inclusive, accessible, have a point of landmark, make it Mission Point with a photographic place that you can call yours. Want to also echo some of the sentiments here. Because it's such an exciting project for all of us, we just feel the DA for 10 years seems like a longer wait. But I saw your Burlingame project, and I assume you got your entitlements in 2012. Has it been completed? 2021. So it took us about 9 years. So thank you. I appreciate, yes, your journey, but want to make sure that you hear our interest is to see this project go forward, not stall for the 25 years that we are also acknowledging as part of the DA recommendation here. We want to make sure it's 10 years itself is a long wait. The other I want to encourage, as I mentioned with the attorney who wrote the DA, this is 10 years, but technology is going to change. Want to make sure that your infrastructure, your ability to flex easily for future is much more in this. Please use solid construction materials. That's one of the reasons why we want to make sure this do not cut corners. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Chair. Yeah. First, I really appreciate. I think 1,800 housing. Yeah, that's a big plus for the city. Another thing is I think it's a mixed use. It's actually one big thing bothers me is the infrastructure for high density building like this, and how can work together with the low density, right? It's the transportation, this kind of infrastructure. To be honest, I varied a little bit, but I support it. I think maybe it's a good experiment. And 1,800 unit probably kind of housing a lot of workers here. Instead, let them live in a President, whatever, probably reduce the pressure on the highway. Yeah, as Commissioner Cherukuri mentioned, with new technology, probably how to flexibly support, you have the infrastructure to support this project. Since I think parking, it bothers me, but self-driving car is coming. Maybe that can reduce the parking requirement. But no matter what, I encourage you to build enough parking. Yeah, don't have trouble in the future. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Crutchlow?
Thank you. So I agree, I have a problem with the parking. I just don't think it's realistic to accept that you have 1,800 units and that the parking that we're talking about is going to fit. So I think that needs to be considered, because the other side of the coin is, yes, you'll have businesses there, but that doesn't necessarily mean that anyone living in the structure necessarily works in any one of those. There's no guarantee. I do like the mixed use, so don't get me wrong, but what that also means is that also then puts an additional pressure on having parking, because people want to get there. Now, we all talk about how we'd like to have people use transit and things like that. That's great, but the reality is that isn't always the case. People have their cars, they got to drive, they got to park somewhere. The noise from our favorite 49ers, I think that, again, I just want to reiterate that that needs to be taken into consideration. If people come to live there, they want, their peace and quiet, and the 49ers have already, made agreements with the city council on, how that's going to work. So please take that into consideration, because I want you to be successful. I want people to live there, and I want people to not complain and say, we got to get out of here because it's too noisy. The only other thing I wanted to ask staff real quick, you had said 20 stories on one of the buildings, right? So 200 feet, right? 10 foot, right? So is there anything like that in that area? And here's where I'm going with it. Where I'm going with it is, if you've ever played golf at Santa Clara Muni in the afternoon, it is very, very windy. And my thought is, okay, in the CEQA and such, has there been any consideration as that gets very windy going through those buildings, the way that they're set, has all considerations been looked at to make sure that there isn't some kind of potential issue with that wind going through there and all of a sudden having a Venturi effect? And, I'm sitting on there with my baguette and my cheese and my wine. Thank you for thinking of that. And it all blows away. Not very happy, but that's kind of where I'm going. So has there been anything in regards to that, to look at how the building is structured?
Well, there are no buildings per se right now. That is something they will be coming back, should all of this get approved. Their next step would be to come back with architectural approvals with actual buildings.
Okay, so that would be one of the things that I would suggest taking a look at too. It is very, very windy there. That's why I hate playing in the afternoon there.
And just one more to add to respond to your question is the Tasman East Specific Plan Area does have a number of tall buildings. I think the largest one right now is 22 stories.
Okay, and no issues, obviously.
Not that I'm aware of. It's not fully built out yet, though, so.
That's what happens when you sit next to a lawyer. You're always good at making sure you don't commit it. Good. That's all my questions. So thank you very much. Appreciate it. It sounds really good. Still have some, thoughts about it, but of course it's in development.
Just to follow through, will the architectural design plans come to Planning Commission, or is it going to ARB?
They'll go to development review hearing to the director.
To the director.
Which is a public hearing and appealable to the Planning Commission.
But none of the finishes, none of the actual materials, acoustics, will come to Planning Commission. Just FYI.
So does that mean that we should then stipulate things today,
You could.
given that it's 10 after 10?
I just said, whenever they're
Maybe
ready.
staff, can you recommend, these concerns that I have, I don't want to belabor this too much, but at the same time, I don't want to just ignore it. What would be the best way to communicate this so that these concerns are being brought up when that commission meets? Would it be that we stipulate something in there, or?
Well, right, so the concern about the noise from the 49ers could be enshrined in a condition to the PD saying that the developer should design the residential units to avoid potential noise impacts from Levi Stadium activities. We can finesse that condition prior to the city council, but we can add something requiring them to at least address it in the design of the residential units to the satisfaction of the Director of Community Development.
I'd be comfortable if I could ask that staff make some of these recommendations that give you some leeway to it. Would you agree to that? Would that make sense, or do you want me to be explicit now?
You are, I need you to be explicit now. Sorry.
Not a problem.
Well, the other thing too is to consider
Bringing it.
Yeah, actually,
one of the things to consider too is that we do need to enshrine some of the common objection playbook items, like we need to be concerned about bird strikes and reflections and a number of the other standard things that are thrown back at us as an issue, so that we are not met with last minute concerns.
Yeah.
Does wayfinding come to Planning Commission? I'm just trying to see if there's an opportunity for us to see the three-dimensional visuals of this land. Because all we are doing is the land use right now, but we are not able to see the 48 acres of development in three dimensions.
Correct.
Actually, I suggest we trust the professionals for those details. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's our responsibility to look into all those details. How many dB noise cancellation you need to improve to put there. Yeah, trust the
I just want to make sure that we communicate to them that these are some of our concerns, but you're right, I don't want to be prescriptive and say you have to make sure it does this, because we're not those experts. I agree with you.
Yeah, thank you.
I don't think we're qualified or able to enumerate all the concerns sufficiently to guarantee that they're going
I just want to make sure that they're identified so they can look at it, that's all.
It would be a helpful task for them to take down these.
Yes, that's all.
Be able to have staff track the items.
It's not there, checked.
And
Agreed.
review them at the time that the plans.
Word search.
Yeah, agreed.
Like a review that the appropriate materials as recommended by experts are employed?
I was just thinking it'll be cool if we can see the plans, sure, okay? That's just the bottom line for my interest.
We've been cut out of the loop on a lot.
That's what I was trying to get buy-in from them, because we are just at the land use level.
Yeah, I
just
mean,
don't
I
want
get
an
the
expert
concern.
to say, oh yeah, they meet the current regulations.
Yeah.
It's like, no, our concern was the additional noise coming from neighbors.
If I could just address the bird strike issue briefly, for some other projects where we've had a specific architectural design before you, we've included some very specific measures, like, the windows can't be more than a certain size, but we do address bird strikes in the EIR, and there is a mitigation measure requiring, generally, bird-safe design standards into the project buildings and lighting design. And this includes reducing large areas of transparent or reflective glass, locating water features and other bird habitat away from building exteriors, reducing the visibility of landscape areas behind glass or eliminate them, and then take additional appropriate measures to avoid the use of unnecessary lighting at night. So that is a mitigation measure, and all mitigation measures are conditions of project approval. So
Classically, an example that was used multiple times, at least in my tenure on the dais, that it was brought back, so it's good to see that it's there explicitly. All right. Other comments? Anything last minute? Nope. Are we ready for motions? Okay. First, somebody want to tackle the first one?
I can try with my glasses on.
He's very good at that.
And may I interject? My recommendation is that when you make your motion, you refer to the revised resolution that was sent to you yesterday for the EIR, not the one that went out with the packet.
Okay.
It's the same, I mean, you can read the same resolution, but same recommendation that's in the agenda report. You just have to specifically reference the revised resolution prepared on October 22nd.
Want to make sure I'm stating this right, and I know we have more than one in the document, but the first one is on the recommendation, or is it an approval?
It's adoption of a resolution to recommend.
To recommend, oh, it's still recommend.
Yeah, all of
Because I
these
thought it said
actions
approval.
tonight
Okay.
are recommendations to the council.
Got it. Action to recommend to City Council the revised resolution on the environmental impact report with statement of overriding circumstances and adopting the MMRP, Mitigation Monitoring and Reporting Program, for the project at Kylie, Mission Point project by Kylie. Is that enough? I only have.
Yeah, I think we captured it, and just for the Planning Commission's benefit, I think it might be useful if you use the language in the agenda report under recommendation.
It's not coming up on my screen.
Oh,
I don't know.
no worries. Your motion was good.
Thank you.
Second.
Oh, I need it.
Who's getting paid for seconding here? I mean, it's,
I'll second.
he already did.
There you go. Thank you.
It's like we're having a race.
Okay, the first one right now. Adopt a revised resolution to recommend to City Council adoption of the final EIR prepared for the Mission Point project, SEH to 2018-07-2068, including mitigation monitoring and reporting program, CEQA findings, and a statement of overriding circumstances.
Second time.
Okay, the motion was made by Commissioner Cherukuru, seconded by Commissioner Wang. Sorry, you went away there. Please cast your vote.
And while we're waiting
Thank
for
you,
the
and the
results.
motion passed. Thank you.
Thank you. Before you go any further, commissioners, I apologize for interrupting. Through the magic of technology, the developer's attorney has pinged me and reminded me. If I could ask you your opinion on the housing alternative that was presented tonight. So if you recall, this project is for 1,800 dwelling units, but they presented as an alternative, what if you add 800 more units to Area C instead of the office that was provided? Well, the complication with that proposal is that the notices that went out for this meeting
project-
and the PD
Yeah.
only reference 1,800 units. But the developer is aware of this and said they wanted to get your feedback. And if you were on board, if that was something you wanted to proceed with, they wouldn't object to continuing this for 2 weeks to do the new noticing and bring back the additional units.
But would the CEQA findings change with 800
No,
additional?
because we considered that as an alternative. The CEQA document considered all 2,600 units. That's one of the alternatives. So we can proceed, and in fact, this came just in the nick of time, because you've now adopted the CEQA resolution, which is fine. But before you adopt the other resolutions, do you want to provide any feedback on how you feel about having 800 more dwelling units rather than
I would
more
be
office
I
building?
can speak for myself, I'm not speaking for the others, I would be inclined to it, but it needs to capture the fact that that is a dramatic effect on parking. I'm not going to say that I would be in favor of it at the current parking levels. You cannot squeeze more eggs in the basket.
So so for instance, you would be more comfortable with that if that were, say, considered in the development if parking was specifically addressed in the development agreement to ensure that there was
Yes.
enough residential parking, something it currently does not do. Okay.
You can't just continue to add more housing without having sufficient amenities for it, in this case, sufficient parking to address 800 more members of the community.
Yeah, but
No,
it's
I think
it's going to be really crowded in there,
They're
too.
substituting part of the office space.
The office space, yeah, but what I'm saying is, you're going to have more residents there, so there'll be more people demanding more park space,
yeah,
more open space, too.
but even now, they don't commit any parking ratio, right? So you don't have a base.
Not parking, I'm talking park.
Oh, I mean, but the Lance mentioned parking, right? So in general, I favor it just at the 800. I mean,
You just threw a curve here.
I did, but I'm, and you're the policymakers, but I will say,
1,800
I would love our RENA to be bolstered by another 800
Okay.
units. I
There's
mean,
800
we're having
units.
developers left and right
Yeah, that's a lot.
asking for density reductions, and
Yeah.
here's one that suggested
Well,
another 800.
let me say this then. I think he's pretty amenable to, or they, or whoever, is pretty amenable to community responses. And the fact that you got texted on that, I was waiting for it to come up too. So like what Lance said, yeah, I would definitely like that idea, but come back also with a way to build in some more parking for the extra 800.
And I would second the same. We need more housing, and I appreciate this project being able to accommodate it with all the amenities with it. want to make sure that also, along with the concerns of parking, if it is going to be almost a live and work place and has shopping and has people wanting to have restaurants and retail and everything ideal and utopia here, parking is going to be needed. You have to look at increased parking.
Yeah, but
800 units does not equate to 800 parking units.
Necessarily. You got to consider, you just took away office space. Office space creates workers, workers creates sales tax, and also business tax license that actually provides funds, revenue for our city. So now you're putting 800 units in there.
Still
that
get property
depletes
tax.
more of our city's resources. So 1,800, you were just squeezing it in there.
But do
Now
we
you're
have,
at another 800, that's.
Well, let me ask you a question.
do we have 100% commercial right now occupancy in the city? I don't think so.
Well, and the older buildings, no, we don't, but we're going to get there. Eventually, now, a lot of the companies are requiring the workers to come in 3 to 4, 5. So eventually, it's going to get there. By the time it's built, it'll be there.
But wait a minute. If we're taking, okay, if you have commercial, you have offices, you wind up having people come in, they have to go to work, they're going to want to park there. Okay, so let's just say for the moment, you put in 800 residential units, you still have to use the parking space that they would have used, no?
Right.
So. Considering also they're going to be bussed in too, like a lot of Google.
I don't consider they're going to be busted.
Do that, so.
If we did a continuation, how long are we
Chair,
talking
can I say
about?
something here?
Yes.
So I think the developer is good to ask our opinion. You can see here that there are many opinions, and the reason for that is that adding 800 residential units here substantially changes the nature of this whole development. And so, for example, we've mentioned a few. You add 800 residential units out there, is your daycare services provided on site good enough now? Maybe you're short there already, right? So substantially changing the nature of the project implies that you reconsider the whole thing, parking and everything else included. So it's a small question, but needs a much bigger answer. So yes, we would like 800 more units out there. I would also like to make sure that 15% of those 800 also would be affordable housing, right? You don't just add 800 non-affordable housing. But that's not a conclusion just by itself. It affects the whole project.
Yeah, I'd just like to bring something up that it just gives me a feeling of, I'm just ready to sign on the contract, and all of a sudden you throw something else in front of me. And I go, wait a minute, this doesn't look right. So it just doesn't look right. All of a sudden throw this at you when we spent all this time. And they spent 7 years, like they said, trying to get this done. Now all of a sudden at the last minute it goes, by the way, how about almost increasing it by 50%?
It's their
You go, wait a minute, that's not negotiating in good faith. That's not the way you do business. If I was sitting in.
Their suggestion.
You don't do
So-
that when you do negotiations.
It is a 44% increase in housing. Wonderful. Now, you need to, as we have been saying, you must adjust all the other variables to accommodate that increase in housing. You're going to need more commercial. You're going to need more parking. You're going to possibly adjust the effect on the park. I assume it would, even though 7 acres is substantial. It's substantial for 1,800, but is it substantial for 2,600? So, you have a lot of variables. I feel like this is a very bad 11th hour suggestion, but it's another opportunity that we can say, go ahead and try. Would there be a possibility that if it didn't sufficiently adjust, we could return to this original proposal and move forward?
So we did a continuance.
A continuance with a presentation for a possible alternate version that we could then vote on or deny, and then move back to this if it is denied.
Yeah, you haven't approved anything yet except the EIR. So, yeah, you could certainly continue and entertain either proposal.
Okay.
Sounds good.
I mean, you've all raised some excellent points in that these are factors that need to be considered probably as part of the development agreement, including a fiscal analysis of the extra 800 units. Our fiscal consultant has indicated they believe they could get the analysis done in time for 2 weeks from now.
Well, okay, one final comment on that, because first off, the fact that the developer asked you that question tells me they're willing to entertain it, so now entertain it with the ripple effect built in. But I have another question, because I'm kind of thinking if we do continue it, I don't know if that would be 2 weeks, 4 weeks, might give them all an opportunity to talk to labor and allay my concerns. There you go.
You know, this is a major wrench thrown in it at the last minute, and I apologize, and I appreciate your patience with this.
Yeah.
I also know we have a whole nother item on the agenda, and it's very late. All those caveats,
Continue.
we should really ask the developer's opinion on continuing, because I'm just representing what I think their position is based on earlier conversations.
Someone
Yeah.
ask.
But that means we are reopening the public hearing, and anyone who wants to speak on this limited issue of whether or not to add another 800 units will have the opportunity to do so. But I would encourage you to do that before.
I'll be happy to make the motion if I see a nod that one of you all want to come up and address that. They're looking at each other.
Okay.
Okay, then
So
I
then we
will-
need a motion to reopen.
Lamb.
Hold on, I'm going to make a motion then to reopen public debate.
Yes.
Public hearing, yes.
So moved.
Second it.
From your chair.
There you go.
Hold on.
Commissioner
Vote.
Biagini moved to reopen, and Commissioner Priya.
Okay, the motion was made to reopen public hearing.
Thank you, Tamsin Plume with Holland and Knight Land Use Council. Thank you, Xander. Sorry.
Excuse me, we just
Wait
need to
for her to
capture the
say
vote.
that
One
it's
moment.
approved.
One moment, I'm
see it
waiting
on
for
the
the votes.
screen.
For the green.
Sorry.
Commissioner Booth, I'm waiting, oh, okay, thank you. Sorry, didn't see it.
Don't worry about it.
The motion did pass, so
Okay.
go ahead.
Okay.
Go.
Sorry about that. Tamsin Plume with Holland and Knight Land Use Council for the applicant. The applicant did want to ask if you were interested in the additional residential units. We recognize that there are things we need to look at if you are interested, and we're prepared to do that. The team has done some thinking about this. It's not intended to be last minute. But if you are interested, we would welcome a continuance, time to look at the issues you all raised, and then come back preferably on November 6th. If by chance we can't figure it all out by then, we'll have a conversation, but we do think we can be prepared. So that's what we would like to do.
Okay. Can I close public debate now? Thank
Good.
you.
Well, no, if it's a continuance, we
Well,
just leave
I'm sorry.
Wait.
You have to ask.
The chair has to see if anyone else wants
Yeah.
to speak on this issue.
Right.
Public hearing.
Are there any comments on reopening and continuing? Actually, of just continuing.
There are no hands online.
Good. Now we can,
Move to close public comment.
we don't have.
Second.
Yes. You have to reclose now.
Yeah, it's reclose.
I'll second your motion, Eric.
Continuance, we did.
No, this is
No,
for
no,
just the
no,
public
we did
comment
not
now.
decide on a
Closed.
continuance.
This is
We
just-
are
we have to
closing
close
public
public-
hearing, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Maybe I'll learn this before I'm done.
Don't
Very
worry.
good, go ahead and cast your vote, please, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Okay,
so
the
I
motion
make,
passed, thank you.
so now I make the motion to continue this item with the adopted CEQA revised resolution to be continued to date certain, November 6th.
Second.
Thanks.
Hold on.
Oops.
Want to ask staff, is that long enough time for you, or do you, or
Well, I apologize. This is a lot of moving parts, and I apologize for the speed bumps. May I ask, before you act on the continuance, my CEQA counsel here has pointed out that there may be a necessity to make some edits to the resolution, given the change in the project description. So we would like to ask you to make a motion to rescind the CEQA approval resolution so that we can adopt a fresh resolution from a clean slate at the next meeting.
Reconsider, like to reconsider the motion?
Rescind,
rescind?
because we already made the
Rescind, you
motion.
want to say rescind? I'll say rescind.
But real quick, before we do that too as well, is November 6th enough time for staff?
November 6th is the date that has been discussed among staff and the applicant.
So that's okay with you?
We will see whether or not it actually happens, but that's what we're hoping for. So, yeah, two motions, first to rescind and then to continue to November 6th.
Okay,
Move to rescind.
what you said, so moved. Rescind.
Move to rescind
Yeah.
the approved
first-
adoption of the
Right.
EIR
to
and the
rescind
MMRP.
Commissioner Chiracura's initial motion.
So good.
And
Second.
second.
Which is, he doesn't have it up on the screen, so I can't read it verbatim. But I think we all know.
Okay, the
Motion
motion
by
was
Commissioner-
made by Commissioner Cherukuru, seconded by Commissioner Biagini to rescind approval of staff recommendation 1. Please go ahead and cast your vote.
She's got it. Motion to adopt or to rescind?
And thank you, the motion passed, thank you.
And now for the motion to continue the project for the upcoming November 6th Public Planning Commission meeting.
I'll second.
That's okay, we'll fix it in the
That's it.
And then I need a,
Just clarifying, with the evaluation on the additional 800 residential units.
Okay, the motion is made by Commissioner Cherukuru, seconded by Commissioner Crutchlow to continue this item to November 6th. I need to remove something there. Okay, go ahead and cast your vote, please.
health break after this?
Thank you, and the motion passed. Thank you.
Chair, could we have a health break after this?
Health break.
Health break.
Break.
When we're done with this
Thank you to
item.
all the voices who came in to say yes for the project. Please come back again.
Yeah.
Is it appropriate for me to move that we actually accomplish something tonight?
Move that we what?
Never mind. I know, I understand. We're not done yet, but we're going to take
Rescinding.
a short break. And then we'll be back. Thank you. No, it's.
That's okay.
Oh, that's important.
It's like,
Okay.
time's up.
Okay.
Missing Commissioner Biagini.
I'm fine with waiting.
Yes, we're waiting on Nancy.
I'm gonna tell him right now.
I think you can still start the
We
item.
can start and
All right.
she can join us.
So item number 3 on the public hearing is action on an initial study and mitigated negative declaration variance and conditional use permit, PLN 22-00282, to allow the construction of a new 4-story, 111,978 square foot data center at 1231 Comstock Street.
And Mr. Chair, Rule 2.8 of the Planning Commission Policies and Procedures states that the Planning Commission will endeavor to complete all regular hearing items not later than 10 o'clock p.m. We just need a quick motion to waive Rule 2.8 and proceed with the hearing.
I move to waive provision 2.8 on Planning Commission Charter to allow the hearing to proceed.
Second. So.
I'm sorry, I walked away for a quick second. What's
Not
the
a problem.
motion?
Let's repeat the.
The Commissioner Chair Crew made a motion to waive Rule 2.8 to allow us to continue and conduct a hearing after 10 o'clock p.m.
Oh,
And I second.
okay. Okay. Okay, go ahead and cast your vote, please.
By acclamation, then, are there any objections? Okay.
I'm sorry, the meeting's canceled. Okay, thank
It's
you.
showing the allow public hearing. So, sorry, we all clicked on a wrong item. Did we just approve it? Yes, we just approved the project.
You know, I don't know what your screen said, but I have it here on my screen, and it says, vote to adopt to approve the meeting to continue after 10 p.m. So I can't explain why you saw something different.
We
I
saw
don't
the
know, but
item.
it's in the minutes.
Yeah.
Okay. So I don't know that you should, but I'm telling you. So thank you. We will have to explore that another day, why it's doing that. I don't know.
Moving on, reading the item. Staff. Okay.
Appreciate that, Chair. The item in front of us today is a request to adopt an ISMND and an MMRP for a data center at 1231 Comstock Street, as well as a use permit and a variance. The project in front of us today has been in the works for about 2 or 3 years now. There was a meeting that was held on July 10th that the public attended for the project. As you can see on the left-hand side, that is what the site area appears. And then the right-hand side is what the intended site plan is. The project site is a 1.37 acre site. The general plan is low-intensity office, and the zoning was light industrial ML, and the current zoning is low-intensity office R&D, LORD, and currently the site has a vacant warehouse. There's not much green on the site except for the trees in the front. The map in front of us shows that the applicant is in the middle of the data center of the block here. Most of the structures on the block are data centers. The proposed project is a 4-story structure, about 112,000 square feet for a FAR of 1.88. There are 6 backup diesel generators that are housed within the structure and 7 air-cooled rooftop chillers, as well as 21 surface parking spaces and fuel tanks that are underground, as well as 5 36-inch box trees and 160 plus shrubs that will be on the east, north, and west side of the property. Please note that the asterisks here mean that a variance is required. The site plan shown here, as well as a blurb that shows the front section, shows that there will be 2 pedestrian entrances at the front, as well as bike racks and long-term bike lockers. Please note that the applicant is introducing a 5-foot city sidewalk that will be new, as well as a 4-foot planter strip that is new. And in front of the structure itself, we'll have an 8-foot tall palisade fencing at a 10-foot setback. The zoning requirement is 15 feet. However, the fence will be at 10. There will be a gate on either side of the driveway as well as a loading dock on the left-hand side of the parcel. And as mentioned prior, the landscaping on 3 sides. Here are the proposed 3D sketches of the property. We have the front and side on the right-hand side of the screen, as well as the rear and left-hand side on the left-hand side of the screen. And for the general plan consistency, the staff has found that the project is consistent at the general plan. The surrounding area is all zone LORD and HORD, which allow data centers. And the proposed FAR is 1.88, which does exceed the recommended 1.0. However, FAR is used as a metric to emit the environmental impact of VMT, and for something that is like the proposed use, FAR would not correlate to a higher impact for that. And the project meets several planning goals in the general plan. Here are just a few that are listed out, and the entire list is in the staff report. For the use permit, the classic zoning designation of light industrial, section 18.60.050, requires a CUP for the installation of electric power plant, which this would be under due to the backup generators. The project is consistent with the current code section, 18.60.09, which regulates the standards for the use. And the project is compatible with the adjacent land uses, which, as stated before, are similar in use. And last but not least, CEQA. The project is not exempt from CEQA, so there was a initial study that concluded that there were no adverse effects, or that potentially all effects can be reduced to a non-significant level. The MND that is attached to the report shows that revisions in the proposal would avoid any environmental effects to that would be less than significant, and then the MMRP, which is attached to the report as well, would detail any potential impacts and would move the project forward. So with all that being said, the recommendation today is to adopt a resolution adopting the ISMND, and to adopt a resolution approving the CUP for the demolition of the existing structure as well as the construction of the new 4-story, 111,978 square foot data center at 1231 Comstock, as well as a resolution to approve the variance to height, parking, and front setbacks to permit the structure. The applicant is here as well, and staff can handle any feedbacks or questions. Thank you so much.
Did you make a conscious pass to increase the TLA so that the presentation was unreadable?
Oh, my.
That's exactly what people hear when they read or review the presentation, and it has more 3-letter acronyms than it has actual English words.
My sincere apologies about
Yeah,
that, sir.
next, when you do that, maybe just, it's digits and decimals are cheap, just
And
spread the letters out.
Sure thing.
we appreciate that you used a TLA to criticize TLAs.
Yes, exactly. Intentional. Questions?
Yeah.
No? Any, that end? No? Before we open up, I was like, I'm disappointed that we're back to yet another data center without having made any progress on our efforts to attempt to have more of a master plan. Perhaps staff can take this as another example of us getting forward without naturally controlling our tendencies to fill our city with data centers. But I understand that this one has been in process for a while, so I guess we can open to public.
I got a quick question for staff, just quick. So does this mean that you have power for this data center?
Do you know what it is?
That's a really good question. I will let the applicant answer that one.
All right, thank you.
But can you tell us what happened with the previous data center application then?
I'm sorry?
The previous what?
Data center application that went with the city council, what was the power restriction?
The last one?
The last one
It
that
was
was,
2029 or 2030, I think power was
that they
available.
could be,
Yeah,
they
available.
could, okay.
Correct.
So this entitlement, how long would it be valuable?
I would assume it would be around the same time. As far as expiration, our code does give, I believe it's
2 years for use permit?
No, it's 5 years for data centers, and I think there's another 5-year extension.
So this would have to come for an extension?
Let me bring up the code.
And basically, the property would be idle.
For another 5 years at least, until they get another extension, which means they could still stay vacant.
Demand increases, they'll sit on it till it's ready to go.
They're just keeping the, okay.
We approve it.
We got to open the public comment, so we just, any staff comment or
Unless the
questions at this point?
Applicant part presentation.
It is the time for the applicant's presentation, if the applicant is here.
And just quickly, before the applicant gets started, data centers can be granted up to 5 12-month extensions beyond the first original 48-month approval.
So the first one is 2 years, that's 48.
Yes.
Am I making it,
And what is their charge per square footage, the same?
No square footage charge.
Okay.
That was, if you're speaking about the previous project, Kylie, that was a development agreement negotiation, not a standard project condition. This project does not have a development agreement associated with it.
So there's no charge for the extension whatsoever?
No, just a nominal fee for staff to process the paperwork.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, apologies, you can go ahead.
It's okay. So commission staff, thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to come up and talk about the project. My name is Chris Sumter with Prime Data Centers. Before I open up on the presentation, I just want to go back to the question about power. So We started this project, we bought the building in 2021, and we started CEQA shortly after buying the building. Now, before we bought the building, we went to Gloria Sierra, we went to the fire department, and we also worked with Wendy Stone at SVP to get everybody's buy-off on this project before we put the building into contract. And as I understand it from Silicon Valley Power, our building, this building, was the last building to receive a will serve letter. And we've also started going through the low development fee. So according to SVP, yes, they have the power to support the building, but that's also the reason why, you know, we're only building a building of this size and not trying to do something larger, because we don't require a substation. We can use the resources that are already there with the power lines out front and the substation that are directly behind the building. So hope that answers your question for power.
Thank you.
Can we bring up the presentation and go through that real quick? Oh.
Yeah, it's 9 o'clock, actually.
Why?
15. Oh, man, it's early. It's 8:08.
So while he's getting ready, you could perhaps speak to the idea of when you expected the data center to go active online.
Well, you know, if I look at the original plan, it would have been about now. But, you know, based on where we're at today, I mean, just a little history on it. You know, we bought the building, started CEQA, did a lease with a design build with a tenant. When interest rates went up, inflation started to hit, the tenant ended up going into bankruptcy. We got stuck in bankruptcy proceedings. We had to, once that was cleared up, we had to restart CEQA because we had to redo our design. Hence the reason why we're now almost 4 years into owning the building and going through CEQA. So we should be about 2 years ahead of where we are today. So ideally, we would like to have the building up and running sometime early to mid '26 at the rate we're going today.
While we're waiting, I'm Alex Merritt from Shepherd Mullen Land Use Council for the applicant. Just wanted to flag one quick housekeeping item. There's a small typo in the approval resolutions and the conditions, but it's kind of an important one. The approval resolutions incorporate the mitigation measures for the Bowers Data Center project. They should be referring, of course, to the mitigation measures for this project.
Resolution of doing the conditional use permit. Use permit. The guy mumbled. Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
When we get to them adopting the reso on the CP, we'll ask them to amend condition 12 to refer to. Okay, good. Thank you.
Just so that we can kind of speed up a little bit, I have one question about the data center. What kind of data center are you? What's going in there?
So, you know, we don't always know on the front end. So most of the data centers that we're working on right now are all going to be AI or cloud-based.
Okay, but they're going to be like coloed, or is it?
No, this is going to be a single tenant asset. We don't do any co-location. We don't have any support staff to do any on-site services. We're a data center owner, operator, developer, so we'll continue to manage the facility after it's done. But once the tenant moves in, they're responsible for taking care of their own equipment.
Okay, and then
The vast majority of the instances for us, most of the tenants are, Google, Microsoft, NVIDIA. They don't want us in their data halls.
now, when you do that and put the equipment in, I'm kind of curious, do you have anything to do with the power and such in terms of, I could have a rack and I can rack it with a bunch of computers that are all available for using DC power so that it's a little more efficient than, each one gets AC and then it winds up each computer has to do the conversion. There's some loss and stuff like that. From a power standpoint, are you doing anything special, or is it just like you rack it and we'll give you some AC power and you figure it out?
So we build everything up to the PDU. So, whatever happens from that, the hack or the hack, the conveyance, all the low voltage work that's going to get done inside of their data hall, that's all their responsibility. We will take it on if they ask us to do it for them based on their spec. But the only thing that we're responsible for is making sure that that building is up, it operates, stays within temperature range, dew points are met, that's it. We don't want to take any responsibility for the equipment. The reason is if I spend $300 million on a building, my clients are going to put $1.2 billion worth of GPUs in the building. There's a bit of an imbalance there for us, and we don't want to take on the liability.
Understood. Thank you.
Yeah.
If you don't mind asking, how many employees are you going to have, do they think they're going to have in that building?
So for this building, we'll end up leveraging the employees that we have in 1111 Comstock, which is 2 doors down, which is one of our other buildings. So we'll have between 7 and 9 full-time employees of ours on site, and then our tenants will usually have 2 to 3 times that. Just depends on what it is that they're doing on site. In some instances, if they're doing, high-touch lab, they'll have all their people on site around clock. If it ends up being an AI data center, it'll be somewhere around the same amount of staff that we would have on site.
Wow, that's pretty good. So you're going to be getting away cheap then. You hardly have to pay any business license tax at all. With only 7 or 9 people, we're going to be losing money up the yin-yang with you guys.
Lots of sales tax revenue, though.
Sales tax, where are you getting sales tax? Where are you selling?
On the equipment.
On the one-time revenue, it's only one time?
Every 3 years, they recycle their equipment.
Or they leased it. If they lease it, it's a different story.
No, we don't have anybody leasing GPUs in this market today. You're required to buy them. So when we go through the presentation, you'll see the tax projections. It's actually pretty
That goes to the county, not for the city.
Well, it also goes to the school district.
Yeah, but it goes to the county, not then the city. Yeah, so the city still gets nothing from this.
Now, I thought the city got tax revenue off of Silicon Valley Power selling power as well.
It gets a minimum because we are cut at a certain rate. We cannot make a
unless we,
like you know.
Unless we change the rules.
No, we have not changed the rules.
And make, and
It's 5%.
Yeah, but the rules can be changed in other ways too.
No, that cannot be changed. That's by the state.
I'm not talking about power.
He was talking about power.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about power yet.
Okay.
There's other cities and states that in Ohio, Dublin, Ohio, they're changing their rates on the power rates. They're able to change it.
We're at Santa Clara.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go.
All right.
Let's watch this.
We've got it. So, look, just real quick, I think, we've got 8 minutes left, and I just want to make sure that I get through everything and then have an opportunity to answer any and all the questions that the commission has. We can go ahead and just jump to the next slide because we'll go through the renderings and everything for the building. But, as you can see, it's 112,000 square feet, secured, optimized for customer IT and equipment. We did spend a lot of time with staff. This is the second iteration of the architectural renderings for the building. So, if you look at our building 2 doors down, that was originally what staff had asked us to develop for the facility. We came back 2 years later. This is what we've now ended up with, which I think is a lot better look and feel. To me, this looks more like Class A office and a lot less like data center. As Daniel was mentioning, all of the generators are inside the building, so you don't see anything except for the exhaust fans that are coming off of it. And then you've also got the parapet on the top of the building, which hides all the rooftop mechanical equipment and also dampens any of the noise that comes out of the facility. So I think HCAS has actually done a phenomenal job on designing this facility. It's really attractive. If you want to go ahead and jump to the next slide. So this is basically where we're at today from, you know, an application perspective when we hit the restart. We didn't go back to when we bought the property, so we could tack on another 2 years onto the process, but, you know, for sake of timing, I don't think it makes a lot of sense to unwind too much history. But we did start back in May of 2023. Now, here we are in November of 24, and at the hearing now, hoping to get some approvals to move forward on our CEQA. So the existing building today, if anybody's been over to, you know, Space Park and Comstock and seen any of the older buildings that are there, this is the old Thomas Home Furnishings building. You can see the power lines that are up in the top corner. They literally run right down the center of the property. As Daniel also said, we are flanked by data centers. We certainly think that some of the older facilities in the market are not very attractive. You know, I think the newer looks, you know, like we're proposing for this facility is certainly going to beautify the area, especially when you're coming down the Central Expressway. These are certainly going to be able to stick out versus some of the legacy buildings that have been in the market for quite a few years. And, you know, it does have more of a tech hub feel, you know, for what it is that we're looking to do. And from a branding perspective as a company, this is more of the look and feel for the data centers that we're building around the country. So additional views of the buildings. I don't think we need to spend too much time going through those. Daniel, thank you for showing those earlier. And then as far as delivering on local benefits, you know, talking about the taxes, you know, there's going to be over $200 million spent just on the facility itself. An additional $750 to $900 million worth of investment made by our tenants going into the building. Annual property tax revenue, $5.8 million, $103 million over a 15-year period of time. Annual sales tax is $1.6. And then another 9.2 paid, you know, by our customers for the equipment that goes in there every 3 years. So, you know, that's a basic outlook on what the taxes look like. Now, from a job creation perspective, you know, we've got 175 union and construction jobs. We do have our PLA done. We have a general contractor picked. I learned my lesson long ago on the PLAs. So, you know, as we're supported by the guys here today, you know, we have had that done and wanted to make sure that we pointed that out. So the jobs that we'll be supplying, again, it's 7, you know, could be as many as 9. We're not entirely sure. Some of the levels are going to be dictated by our tenants because they may want more staffing around the clock than we would normally have, but that's up to the tenants to choose. 47 indirect jobs, and then, you know, of course, we're using all union skilled labor. And then, you know, focusing on diversity and hiring of veterans is a big part for us in all of our locations around the country. Positive community impact, you know, the site is going to be very low impact on, you know, traffic as well as resources, you know, for the community. Property tax revenue for schools, you know, is certainly a plus. And then, you know, from a community engagement perspective, you know, we do spend a lot of time in our communities. It might not look like that for a data center, but in different communities around the country, we have more or less engagement. It just really depends on how the community embraces us. You know, doing things from Concert in the Park series, sponsoring scholarships for students, vocational programs, things of that nature. So we do try to partner up with the communities as much as we can. So environmental review process, this is basically where we're at for CEQA. I don't know that we necessarily need to go into the piece parts of it. I think everybody on the commission knows where we're at. I think we're at the point now where, you know, we either need to move forward or get additional comments for us to address. And then key CEQA focal points on the air quality. You know, project is below BACMed thresholds. You know, as far as construction and operational emissions of the project, we won't exceed those thresholds. You know, the generators that we're using on site are Tier 4 with all the new particulate filtration and everything else. So, you know, we are making sure that we're utilizing the newest technology. And then implementation of dust control. So, you know, once the demo and everything starts on the building, we'll make sure that we're being a good steward of the neighbors, spraying down the lots, making sure that we're keeping everything clean because we don't want anybody to be upset with us. And then as far as, you know, going through the air quality information, we've got our environmental consultants with us here today. We've only got a minute and a half left, so I won't go through the specifics of this, but if there are any questions, we certainly have the resources here to get into the weeds on that. Same thing with the next slide. Some of the additional focal points that I think we want to touch on, you know, we are making sure that we're using stormwater and reclaimed water for the site. We also use a closed loop system on our project, so the only thing that we're really using water for is running sinks and flushing toilets, and then reclaimed water for all the landscaping. You know, same thing on the post-construction stormwater controls for bioretention. You know, it's same thing that we went through on the 1111 Comstock facility 2 doors down. Ambient noise, you know, look, the location of the facility is right across the street from Central Expressway. We're right down the street from the airport. If you are in front of this building, there's not going to be any ambient noise coming off of this building, even if the generators are running, that you would be able to hear based on the amount of noise coming off of the expressway and the airport, and certainly a lot less noise coming from the 49er Stadium. So we can share those noise reports with you as well. And then, you know, facility-based vibrations during operation, no substantial vibration sources. I mean, this is basically one large computer. And then effects on transportation, very minimal. So yeah, if you can go to the next one on sustainability. Now, let's keep going one more. So, you know, there's one slide after this, but as a point for us as a company, we do have standards where we're gonna go fully sustainable on all of our energy sources and resources for the buildings by 2030. We are adopting, if you can go to the next slide for me, you know, the Santa Clara sustainability standards, and we are willing to commit to going 100% renewable day one when this project launches. So that is something that we are, you know, committing to the city. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, but we've got more slides, and, you know, feel free to go through those.
Yeah,
I'm sure you have a few.
I'm sure, and you know it too. So Google and Amazon just recently announced nuclear reactors for their data centers. So when you tell me that you're going to go 100% energy, and I can recognize that there is a plan somewhere along the way for NVIDIA and Google and Amazon, AWS, to harvest the nuclear reactor potential. And I'm going to ask City as well here. What is our code requirement for nuclear reactors?
It's against the charter.
Thank you very much. I like the reaction, Xander. So I just wanted to make sure you are aware of my thought process with this. We have 60 data centers, at least. And I just want to understand what it means to have nuclear reactors within data centers as the self-contained energy source, redeeming ourselves from the need from electricity source. So SVP revenue is going to be a nice to have.
How is it going to, where did you hear that it was going to be inside the data center?
If you look it up, you will find out where it is.
That's the new development they're doing.
That's the new technology for having
Inside the data center?
inside the data centers.
With thorium?
Yes.
So we have 60 of them.
Yep.
They're all about 100,000 square feet mostly. Just giving a question to staff on how we would, because it won't come up in our zoning ordinance. It won't come up in our ability to review it because it's not subject to any change of use.
One of the things that I could ask the applicant, I would love to ask the applicant.
Yeah, but it's an approved, there's nothing limiting.
I understand that, but they can't put it in Santa Clara because it's against the city charter.
Okay, I'm just,
Am I off on that?
I don't know that.
Oh, you stumped the lawyer.
Well, I confess this is not a question I was expecting.
I talked to city council
receive.
about this before, and they said it's against the city charter, you would have to amend the charter, but okay, I may be wrong.
I'm not saying anybody's wrong, I'm just asking a question
The
of
word,
the future of Energy 4, already vested, tried, coming through. Google, Amazon has already done it at their other sites.
in what state?
What state?
Yes.
Google is experimenting it here in California.
California?
Yeah.
Well, I'll have to get back to you. I mean, there is a California state law that was enacted in 1976 that placed a moratorium on the construction of
It is for
new
AI.
nuclear power plants.
New nuclear reactors as the energy source. I want to be clear, I'm not misinterpreting words. It's not a nuclear power plant.
Oh.
It's a source like biofuel cells could be. I don't know the technology enough to be.
And we can also take that question as well. So every project has to go through the City of Santa Clara zoning and building department. If we were to attempt to put in a nuclear reactor, that would require a building permit approval before it would ever go.
But it won't come to Planning Commission. I'm trying to make the city council aware. It is not required to come back through a use permit process because of the lack of clarity in our zoning ordinance on the potential for nuclear reactors.
Nobody would imagine that this is going to happen.
And it'll happen in many, many.
already. It is happening.
I will just state that Commissioner Chair Crew has raised a very interesting issue. I wasn't expecting, and we will look into this. I do not expect the applicant is putting in
Brought it.
nuclear power anytime soon, but I'll.
It doesn't matter. I just want to, if you're approving it, there's no language that requires it to come back.
True, but,
Yeah.
I mean, that's the sort of thing I would think would need to be analyzed in an environmental
Thank you, that's what I'm going.
document. So
Okay.
that's a radical change in the project description. So the ISM&D, I mean, I think they would have a real problem if suddenly they're proposing a use that was never contemplated in the
What do you use?
ISM&D.
It's an energy source.
But that's the sort of thing you'd have to disclose. I mean, what about hazardous materials? I mean, radioactive waste? I mean, that would absolutely have to be in the hazmat
Let me
chapter.
reassure the
You have the same
applicant,
thing
this
in
isn't
medical field.
adjacent to your application conversation and
Yeah.
not directly impinging on your application. And we perhaps can agendize
Yeah.
that conversation.
But I want it to be not just speculative,
In
that
record
this
now.
project, consider its future with that light, that it is real.
Thank you for the interesting
Has to be
topic.
approved by an election. Amendment ratified 11/3/81. So this goes back, this is the charter.
Charters,
So, I respect what you're trying to do. I don't think the applicant, do you have any uranium that you're going to throw into this data center right now?
No, and I think it probably makes sense to point out that if we were to put an SMR in one of these buildings, it would require me to tear it down and rebuild an entirely new building. These SMRs are not small. They're actually very large. Think in terms of the nuclear reactors that are on subs. We would have to build shielding and all sorts of other things. You can't just retrofit a building like this and put them in. So anybody who has an existing data center facility within the Silicon Valley is not going to be able to just put one of these in a data center. They would have to build a building specifically for that. So, and most of the SMRs that we're hearing about around the country are not actually going to go into application until 2032. And Google and AWS have recently signed, basically over-the-fence PPAs with nuclear power companies, but they're buying the energy directly from the reactor. They're not actually putting that on their premises. So,
Quick question.
Question forward, that will generate a lot more interest.
My question to you is, what brought you to Santa Clara, since you're familiar with the Central Valley, and it'd be a lot easier and cheaper for you to build a data center there, and data centers could be put anywhere. You don't have to have it here in a valley that land is so valuable to put your building there instead of putting it where Foster chickens are. When that's
is
the area that you came from. So why not build it there?
Well, I mean, where I came from was here.
Yeah.
Right. So, you know, I was born and raised in California. I was born in Martinez. I've worked between Santa Clara and San Jose my entire professional life.
Right. Why not in the Central Valley, build data centers there?
You know,
I'm just curious.
It started with Silicon Valley Power because their energy rates were less than PG&E's. Everybody came to the they came to Santa Clara to get to SVP Power. Now, it's created its own microcosm. You know, data centers want to cluster with data centers. The workloads work with one another. So a lot of these facilities have their interconnection between them. So somebody like an NVIDIA who's going to want to come and talk to us about, they have a data center next door and another one next door, they're probably going to want this facility because they want to internet work those now with the new GPU technology. They're not going to want to go to the Central Valley. My parents grew up in Modesto and Ripon. Nobody wants to be there. There's no fiber. There's a lot of peaches and a lot of
Yeah, you
orchards,
could build
but
your
there's
own,
no fiber.
Start your own there. But at the same time, you know, Silicon Valley Power was built by the citizens of Santa Clara.
Yep.
And the reason it was built. The reason it was built is to attract businesses that brought in a lot of employment, and at the same time created a lot of sales tax revenue for the city and grew the city.
Sure.
Data centers doing the complete opposite of that. You suck in our power, and then at the same time, you're not giving us nothing in return. The numbers that you put there are ridiculous. They're not real numbers, and you admitted, you don't get the sales tax. You put down sales tax, but it's actually county tax that you're paying on the revenue on the equipment.
Well,
Okay, so
when we
we're not-
cite taxes, we don't dictate where they're
No, you put
necessarily
sales
going, but
Let's
it's
not turn it
sales
into
tax
a
revenue.
Yeah,
battle
and that's,
session.
don't,
Let's
don't.
try and stay
don't
on
lie.
topic.
Yeah, don't lie.
And,
Yeah, bullshit.
yeah,
Pardon me.
yeah,
It's late.
everybody's tired. So we can open up to public, yeah, public input. Anyone want to speak on this project? Hopefully you put your names in, or, okay, excellent, thank you.
Yes, we had quite a few cards. Anyone that wants to speak, please come up. You'll have 2 minutes. Excuse me.
Hello, my name is Corey Covedo. I have been a resident in Santa Clara for over 20 years. I'm also a 35-year member of Plumbers Local 393. Today, I thank you for your time and your leadership. Over the past decade, our city has been an icon of transformation from the square to the 49ers Stadium. With our own power company, we have had the ability to provide a home and create economic development with the construction of data centers. As a union worker, I take pride in being able to build where I live. Today, I support the data center project on Comstock. It would provide me and numerous other voters in our area the ability to work where we live. I ask that each one of you support this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Pratt. I'm here representing DevCon Construction. We've done business here in Santa Clara for nearly 50 years, and just wanted to come and speak on behalf of the project. We like projects right here in our backyard. There's a tendency now since the moratorium with SVP's power for projects like this to move to different markets. But we do support work where you live, and we support the local carpenters unions and all the unions. We're signatory to the carpenters and the laborers. We think this is a great project for Santa Clara. It's low impact for city services, and also does create, we feel like it creates good revenue for local governments. And on top of that, I think it's a great looking building. You know, for right there on Central Expressway, I think it looks like a very nice building. So we hope you approve the project tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Erica Valentine. I'm the political director for UA Local 393. I represent the plumbers, pipe fitters, steam fitters, and HVACR technicians. We have 3,100 members in our union. Several hundreds and thousands live here in your city. My relationship with your city started 20 years ago. I went to school here, I lived here, I worked here, and now I'm very happy to be here to see the commitment to our community that each one of you have facilitated and fostered. I'm here today to ask all of you to consider having this project for 3 very important reasons. One, this company has come in with the yes to relationships in our community. Not only did they come in with a full financial plan, they sought out the relationships with the power, they sought out relationships with the unions, and they have sought out relationships with our local general contractors. All of us have been here for over 100 years, and we continue to plan on building your city with high-quality craftsmanship. I ask you to say yes to the local workers that live here, that want to continue to work and live here, and that our apprentices are able to go to school and continue to build here. My members not only live here, they pay property taxes here. They spend their money here. They go to the restaurants here. They helped build the 49ers Stadium. They helped build the square. They build Santa Clara University. They build all the other data centers. These data centers have provided livelihoods for thousands of people that are your voters here today in Santa Clara. So I am asking you to not consider just the screen of the economic benefit, but the economic development that will continue for years and decades with these people living here. Last, again, I ask you to come back to yes, to choose the community. Choose your relationships with community and continue to do so. Please support this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Bob Strayer. I've lived in Santa Clara my entire life. I work for Southland Industries, which is one of the largest mechanical contractors in the country, and we specialize in data centers. Currently doing a data center now, I have 45 employees that I'm in charge of. If it isn't built here, it's going to go somewhere else. And unfortunately, all these skilled jobs that build data centers of people that live here are going to go with those jobs. I've been lucky enough to be building in Santa Clara for the last 10 years, and what that affords me is not having to commute, which means I can volunteer in the community. I've been on the board of directors at Westside Little League. I've done other community projects. So build local, live local. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Scott Thomas. I'm also a resident of Santa Clara for the past 13 years. I've been a member of UA Local 393 in San Jose for 38 years, and for 28 of those years, I worked for contractors based here in Santa Clara, most notably Ray Helwig Plumbing, which had the iconic blue and white trucks, which was a fantastic company that provided jobs for hundreds of people over the years. And currently I work for Environmental Systems, which is at 3350 De La Cruz. These companies have helped build buildings throughout the city, from the university, Mission College, commercial, tech, and everything in between. My wife and I chose to raise our son here in Santa Clara and send him to local schools. He's currently a sophomore at Santa Clara High School. So when we talk about PLAs and the real faces, you've seen some of them already. We're the real faces that live in Santa Clara, and not only just come in and out, we volunteer in town and do many of the things. He's a sophomore at Santa Clara. He participated in many local sports. He participated in Westside Little League. I volunteered and coached at Westside. I was also a board member with Bob, and I was fortunate to be president of Westside Little League for 2 years. And I'm just proud of that I was able to give back to this great community that's given my family so much. So we're proud to call, my wife and I, we're proud to call Santa Clara home. Being a union member is about a brighter future, one that supports a community like ours and allows skilled and trained workers, which I believe I am and some of these others, to be able to stay in this valley, to live, work, and raise a family. Today I'm here to ask each and every one of you on the commission to approve the Comstock Data Center. It would provide numerous jobs and voters that also in this community an opportunity to work and live here. So please approve the Comstock Data Center. Thank you for your time, and thank you for Prime for being so proactive, and I hope other contractors take that note and do a PLA. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, that's a hard act to follow. Good evening. I spoke on the last item, but let me introduce myself again. My name's Doug Block. I'm with Silicon Valley Residents for Responsible Development. Just to be clear, this is Sheet Metal Workers Local 104, Sprinkler Fitters Local 483, IBEW Local 332, and of course the brothers and sisters you just heard from UA Local 393. They said it all, but I wanted to come up here just to demonstrate to you that we are not just the party of no at the Planning Commission, that sometimes we come up and speak in strong support where we have partnerships like we have with Prime or with DevCon Construction, where we are building a lot of different projects. And as has been mentioned, data centers have been built all over this valley using union construction, many other projects offering opportunities and pathways for people from disadvantaged communities into good paying union jobs in the process. And so for all of these reasons, I just wanted to come up here and join everybody else in urging you to support this project and send it to the City Council where hopefully it will pass. And thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chair Salim. How do you say it, Salim? And Santa Clara Commissioners. My name is Rigo Gallardo. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm a field representative for the NorCal Carpenters Union covering the South Bay. And on behalf of 6,000 members that call the South Bay home, I'm here to voice strong support for the 1231 Comstock project proposed by Prime Data Centers. This is a promising project that will provide opportunities for men and women to establish careers in the construction industry. Prime Data Centers' commitment to using a responsible contractor ensures that no worker will be exploited on this project. With this commitment, you can be assured that apprentices will gain critical job skills, improving their lives through a livable wage and access to health care for themselves and their families. Additionally, local hires will no longer need to endure hours of commuting allowing them to work close to home and spend more time with their loved ones. This project is a step towards building a stronger community, and I respectfully ask you to approve the 3 recommendations in front of you tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Ruben Galvan. I have been a Carpenter Union member since 2013. I'm here tonight to show my strong support for this new data center proposed before you by Prime Data Centers. As you know, this project will be 4 stories tall and about 110,000 square feet. And with your approval for the adoption of several resolutions, this project will mean thousands of work hours for my fellow carpenters, brothers, sisters, especially your apprentices who live in this community, who are being trained to become great journeyman carpenters, earning a good living wage, health benefits, and pension. I urge you to support this project and help it get it to the finish line. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any others or on the phone?
No, there are no hands online.
Okay, there's a rebuttal. Any rebuttal? Okay. Or any close public hearing?
Second.
Who's and PG?
The motion was made by Commissioner Salam, seconded by Commissioner Biagini. Is that correct? Thank you. Please cast your vote.
It disappeared.
Love to, but it's gone.
It's gone.
Try again, please.
Maybe it's a competitive data center that doesn't.
Thank you.
Again, the action was different, but just wanted to make sure.
Comments? Hopefully not.
I will go because this is one of my favorite topics, as you all know, and the audience too. I will say, even coming before to this meeting, I was actually very sad. I felt so almost knowing that whatever decision we take today, it doesn't matter. It's still going to go to city council and they'll be like, whatever. Because what they're not recognizing is that they're looking out for an instant gratification, a revenue, and I'm watching out for a city as a land use planner 50 years, even 100 years from now. And we have 60 plus data centers in the city of Santa Clara. The technology will evolve. It will not catch up to the building size, and yet we will have entitlements for all of them. It was interesting to just see a website that I just picked up right now. And it's not all city council members, it's some of them. Their ads are coming on it. It is just so sad that we are not thinking of the future of our city. These are, I would take traffic for a project like Kylie that we just reviewed even earlier to a no traffic, absolutely no infrastructure, dead space entirely around this. This is just one of their 5 other centers. This entire space is going to be like a graveyard. I can't say that enough. It is a graveyard of data centers. There are no people, there will be no activity, there will be no jobs, there will be no retail, there will be no schools, there will not be safe walking spaces around it because it is just so dead. It looks like a pretty painting on a wall. The aesthetics looks great. I'm sure you can come up with even more, but it is a dead soul. And here we are talking about future of data centers when nuclear reactors are a reality that are the future of energy generation for these massive AI demands on these data centers. They can be built within existing data centers. Now we have a charter. Thank you for pointing that out. It doesn't matter because we're going to go there. It's your cleanest fuel, but it feels, and I hope it's not prophetic on my part, but it feels like a tinderbox. One incident and one accident is what I am worried about for its future. Our technology is unpredictable and will go there. And here we are without consideration. And thank you to all the union people. I do appreciate you coming and working and being in a city. But what you gain is a very momentary gain, monetary gain. What I am speaking for is this long haul history of our city. And we are not setting the precedent right for our future generations. They will be hollow shells waiting to be demolished or waiting for a remediation. Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, go ahead.
This is sad to me. You know, on the one hand, we're hearing from another group, Kylie, who has this great vision of the future, right? Problem is, are they going to build it on the right kind of foundation? Here we have the opposite, okay? We have the foundation being built the way it should be. But I am really nervous, like my colleague, Commissioner Cherakuru, about the picture of the future when the city becomes overwhelmed by data centers. And that makes it tough. Because here I have a project that we've got DevCon involved, that we've got labor and the employers and the developers all acting and doing the right thing. But for a project that, unlike Kylie, I worry about the future with data centers. And that's something I have to strongly consider. So.
They know that I'm, from day one, I've been against the data centers. I saw it coming. But at the same time, I want to say to our labor, there's other projects, the Kili project, for instance, there's up and down the El Camino, there's a lot of stuff that needs to be built. And at the same time, DevCon, you're a great company. I know people that work for you. And, you know, we could build hospitals. There's hospitals that need to be built. So there's going to be a lot of jobs out there for you. Data centers it's a cheap deal that they're putting on you. It's not the same thing as when you build a school or you build a hospital, you build housing. It gives you a sense of pride. This doesn't really do it, and it really drains our city and resources. And it is going to be, you know, like the Twilight Zone. The only thing we're going to have is little boxes. And I'm kind of disappointed that the city has gone in that direction. And maybe someday things will turn around and be different. But I'm looking ahead for my children and my grandchildren. And by the way, I also was a coach and was Westside Little League, so I appreciate what you guys are doing, and I know you're part of the community. So we have a lot in common, believe it or not. And I look for, you know, the city first and everything else second.
All right, somebody has to defend the other side. So, you know, I work in cybersecurity. That's my daytime job. I don't get paid for this. I'm not voted here to get in here. I went to city council and asked to be on here. So I'm a volunteer. And I'd like to give back because a lot of people helped me get where I got. Today, data centers are extremely important for the internet and everything that's going on. There's a lot of things that would not be happening in this room in terms of electricity, the compute that we use today if it wasn't for data centers. Now, let's admit it. The reason Santa Clara is such a great place for data centers is because we got cheap power. That's for sure. And I guarantee you, if Fresno had cheap power, you'd be building down there, even in 110 heat. That being said, let's take a look at this right now, what's happening with data centers and such. Okay, you change over computers every 3 years, basically. Right now, the chips that are currently being used are called H100s for the GPUs. They got 80 billion transistors in it. And what's about to come out is the Blackwell. It's 208 billion transistors, 64 terabytes of memory bandwidth per second versus 27. So what I'm trying to say here, the speed at which these things are coming out and are so much more efficient means that data centers can be more efficient as well. So it isn't something that's going to be a static thing that's going to just stay there. But if you want cancer research to continue where they're not having to try every single test, but use AI to help focus on where's the development that we can do better and get the medicines to the people that we need. How can we design, you know, better infrastructure? How can we learn better? I've used AI just on my PC to do crazy things in cybersecurity that I wouldn't have thought of years ago. I took the city charter, I threw it into AI on a free program from NVIDIA and started asking questions, and it answered me back. It was pretty interesting. Not that staff has anything to worry about that they're going to lose their job over AI, okay? But there is a benefit here, but there's also, let's admit it, there's got to be a balance too, right? I think where the data center is, it's fine with me compared to the rest of where those data centers are. I think the biggest thing that I have is the way that we envision tax revenue to the city had to do with number of employees. And right now, data centers are not, we're not getting a whole lot of value in terms of the city itself from that, and that's part of the problem that I see, that there needs to be a more equitable solution. That's a bit beyond me. That city council has to figure that one out. In terms of what Silicon Valley Power can do, they are already stopped by the state saying you can only charge X amount of profit over this and that's it. So we can't go there and do that. But in general, I want to make sure it's known that these data centers are really, really important. There's a lot of jobs that people have around the world because these data centers are where they are. And what I'm going to say is, as you know, you guys sit and talk about promoting more data centers, we have to see some more value to the city itself. You got, what, 7 employees at the data center right now? Is that kind of the average? So that doesn't Yeah, and now I know you do volunteering and things, as you had said. That's good. I know it helps the union, but we're talking about 174 jobs is what you listed on your PowerPoint for a temporary time. Does that, on an ongoing basis, how much union labor do you use after the initial build?
When it relates to the union labor, I mean, anything that happens inside the box, whether it's facilities management, it's the electricians that are coming on site, all of that's going to be union labor. So I think the only thing that might not be, and I could be wrong on this, is landscaping.
Unless the union wants to say something about it, I won't ask about the landscaping, that's fine.
But everything else is union labor.
Okay, so
Even,
on an
you know-
ongoing basis, how much union labor will you be using after initial construction?
So there's always going to be vendors coming in and out of the building, whether it's break fix, replacing computers, things like
HVAC.
that. Unless they're going to be a customer, like all the ongoing maintenance, you know, within the facility, that's all union labor.
Yeah,
Okay.
DevCon's a good union employer.
So, thank you. I appreciate your help. So my opinion is that, we don't want too many data centers here. I understand that, but at the same time, there's a value to these data centers that are really helping society in a way that is obviously a revolution. So I see it as we have the ability to make these. We have the ability every 3 years to increase the power by 3 to 4 times, and in some cases, we'll probably even jump further than that. So is it helping us? Yes, it definitely is helping us. We do have to be careful about the power because only like 6 to 8% of the power is used by residents. The rest of it's used by industry. So that's probably the biggest thing. And you're in an area, you're not right next to a residential area. The closest is, as you said, Granada School. So I think it's in the right location and such. So with that, Chair?
Anyone else before I chime in?
So my thoughts were in this particular, I actually agree with my colleague here, Commissioner Crutchlow. In this particular spot, what else would you put there? It's a graveyard of data centers, let's put another data center in there.
Actually, there was a furniture store there, there's other businesses that can go there.
It didn't survive.
As a reminder, your microphone needs to be on.
For instance, Lexus has a repair center a few blocks away from there, too. So actually, there's a lot of other things that can go there. So until you try, you don't know. But the place has been vacant, and this reason it's vacant because they bought it with the intention to turn it into a data center, because it already has 2 other locations. And like you said, our power is cheap. That's the only reason.
Is that it from, okay, so I'm going to chime in on the negative side. I consider data centers to be the tapeworms in the city. They continue to grow, they continue to feed, they continue to consume the resources, and they provide back almost nothing to the city in a relative amount. That's 112,000 square feet for a number of people you can count on 2 hands. Not exactly something the city will grow and benefit from in the long term. Yes, for the technology, it's awesome. If we stopped adding data centers now and simply densified their capability, wow, that'd be great. We'd probably do extremely well because the rest of the city, which is starved of housing and starved of good commercial, is going to languish if we continue to fill every square foot of this city in data centers. Where do people live? They go outside, they move, they find someplace else. How many of our union workers, which are going to be wonderfully employed for a very short time, actually will be able to afford to live within Santa Clara? We're not able to build housing to supply the demand. So we're building data centers and effectively excluding the rest of the city's contents in the process. So, yeah, I can't be against this particular project. It's been in process for 2 years. It's in the absolute perfect location. So this is the positive side. A data center among data centers, like You're in the herd, so that's the right place to do it. If you were across the street from a residential, I'd have real objections. But this is the only place that it can fit, so I'm in a quandary. Does anybody want to make the motions? Or do we have to close public hearing? We did that. Good.
I just wanted to make 2 points of clarification, Mr. Chair. First, one of the commissioners mentioned how the council would be likely to act after your action. I just wanted to point out tonight's action is actually a final decision of the Planning Commission. There is no council involvement in a CUP or variance, although, of course, if you deny it, I'm sure it will be appealed. Secondly, the planning manager and I did review the charter while we were sitting here, and we can confirm there is no prohibition on nuclear power plants or nuclear energy, but the city cannot issue revenue bonds that will be used to build a nuclear power plant. So the prohibition is on how the city issues revenue bonds. It's not a prohibition on private companies building nuclear power plants, although there may be federal laws on that.
Interesting. Loopholes and side things that have never come up, so therefore they're unintended.
I would ask for 3 resolutions, three
I just wanted to
motions.
make one final comment, because I super appreciate those of you who were getting close to midnight now. There's the building of a city and there's the soul of a city. That's the dilemma I have on this, is whether or not I care more about the building or the soul. This is not an easy decision for me, but I have to care about the soul. I think when it comes to the building of it, Jesus Christ, DevCon, can you all please go talk to Kylie? Anyway, that's my comments.
Properly worded motion.
Make the motion.
Somebody want to make a motion?
Are we
You don't have to, if you're adamantly.
No, I'm not. You can always deny it. You sought my opinion, I'll go for it. Okay, the first one is on the initial study. So recommend the denial on the action of an initial study and mitigated neg deck, variance and condition, and variance. Isn't that the first one?
No, the first one is the initial study in MND. Well,
that's what I said.
But you said variance.
Oh, sorry.
But technically, you don't need to do CEQA if you're recommending denial.
Denial. But tell me, what are we seeking variance here for?
The parking and height.
Fence height.
Oh, fencing and height? Sorry.
Just
The-
setback.
So wait, the fence is how tall?
Your microphone. Why am I
My apologies about that. So there's 3 separate asks. One is the height. The zoning requirement is 70. They're asking for 87. The other is the front setback. The fence will be at 10 feet. The structure itself will be at the zoning required 15 feet. And then the last is parking.
How many?
25 is the requirement. 21 is what they are providing.
So this is okay. So we are asked to actually take an action on a variance with findings on the 3 items that it's not subject to per the zoning ordinance, in addition to the conditional use permit, okay? So should we take the motion for denial and see if it flies for the variance? Okay.
Wait,
So I move that.
wait. I'm confused. I'm looking at the 3 recommendations on page 5. We talking something different?
Those are the recommendations. She is
Making a difference.
potentially moving on number 3.
Okay.
Not the way staff recommended.
Okay.
If the motion fails, then we'll pivot back to 1, and I'm assuming that's what Lance wanted to try. So I move that we deny the application for variance conditional use permit to allow the construction of the new 4-story, 12,000 approximately square feet data center at 1231 Comstock Street.
And sorry to be pedantic. I think you need to do the variance separate from the CUP. You bundled
Okay.
them. You can't combine the motions, I'm sorry. Just the
Okay.
variance.
Okay, so separating out the motion to deny the variance to allow the construction of a new 4-story data center at 1231 Comstock Street.
Here's the complication that they're introducing. By moving to do the negative of the recommendation, you flip the basis of the vote. Whereas if you simply read the recommendation as a motion and voted against it, you accomplish the exact task you were seeking out. Unless Xander,
She can do it either way.
yeah.
That, we need another motion then to approve it,
Yes.
such that, so you asked for a motion, and this is the motion I'm going with. I'm going in the debate that it should be done.
Yes. Motion
Okay,
is to
is this-
deny recommendation 3.
Right, that's what I had, thank you. Just wanted to make sure there.
So a vote in favor is a vote against the project.
Yeah, see, that's why I was kidding.
Yes. Yes means no to the project.
Right.
No means yes.
And whatever the outcome of any vote, that can get appealed to
Absolutely.
the council. Okay.
No, it'll be appealed.
It's an appeal.
That's weird. Look what it says.
Motion passes.
Oh.
Thank you.
Okay, now I have to make your lives more difficult. I was counting straws and I miscounted. I thought it would fail. So I haven't made you make the requisite findings. You cannot pass a variance denial without making a finding of why. So
I
could
thought it
ask
was
for
the other way around. We have to make the variance findings for an application to go through.
Either way, both the variance and a conditional use permit are quasi-judicial decisions. You must make findings whether you approve or deny a quasi-judicial decision. So please help me with the findings. What are the specific findings that you believe would lead to deny the variance? Would granting the variance adversely affect the interests of the public or the interests of the residents and property owners in the vicinity of the subject property?
Yes.
Um,
When you
would-
name it. I'm just saying yes.
Would granting the variance constitute a grant of special privilege inconsistent with the limitations of other properties in the same vicinity? Would strict compliance with the zoning code requirements deprive the subject property of privileges enjoyed by other property owners? Or, this is probably the easiest, are there no special circumstances or conditions applicable to the subject property justifying the departure from the zoning standard?
That's what I was saying. So when you say we need to make the findings,
Right.
we are not making the findings for the variance. We are basically saying we are not giving the variance. So we are adhering to the zoning code.
You're unable to make the required findings, so in that way you are not making the findings. Okay, so may I request that you make a motion to amend the motion that just passed to include a finding that there are no special circumstances or conditions applicable to the special property or existing buildings that would justify departing from the zoning code.
Whatever you said.
You're going to need to formally re-vote on this, I apologize. So is there a second to amend the just passed motion to include a finding that there are no special circumstances or conditions applicable to the special subject property? Thank you. Thank you
Abby
for that.
made the motion and Booz seconded it. Okay.
So we're voting to amend the action they just took to add that finding.
To include findings that there are no special conditions?
Correct.
Is that what you said?
Perfect.
Okay. Good. Okay, the motion was made by,
Chair Kuru,
thank you, seconded by,
Uza.
I'm sorry?
Mario.
By Commissioner Buzza, thank you.
I don't know how to vote.
So,
There's so many negatives now.
so you're voting?
We're amending it to add the findings.
Right, that's all I need to do. So if you didn't like it to start with, you can vote no again.
That was a trick one. We just saw everybody's vote on it.
Did we? Oh, I didn't see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
All you're doing is adding a finding so that it's legal.
The language is a little off, but I know you understand what that means.
At 12:04 a.m., do we? But, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, you guys, you're not adding the finding?
Who's abstained?
Motion fails.
No, who's
You didn't cast
abstained?
your vote. What was your
Somebody
vote?
abstained.
Now your whole name disappeared.
I didn't vote.
What was your vote?
No.
Okay. I can't redo the vote. I apologize. I don't know how to do that. I don't know why your vote didn't show. Okay, so we will just note that you were a no vote on that.
No, it's. Well, they better get better technology in the existing data center then. That's the reason. We don't need to build more. The existing is not working.
I don't know. You saw the vote, right?
3 of 3, and Commissioner Huang
Was no.
was a no, so the motion failed.
Well, then,
So you have now passed a variance,
but without.
and you
the-
have voted not to attach any findings to that. And I'm advising you that is legally precarious. You cannot have a decision without any findings. I would urge you to reconsider and attach findings to this, or the developer will have grounds to sue us.
I voted
Please
yes.
add a finding.
So I voted yes.
Thank you.
So your vote was yes.
This is the danger of reversing logic.
Yes means
This is
no.
the danger of midnight.
At 12:04 a.m. Okay, so with the correction that Commissioner Wang meant to vote yes.
Yeah.
Got it.
The motion is amended,
Always.
the vote is amended. We now have a finding for the variance.
Yeah.
Now I would ask for a vote on the conditional use permit with a finding that the proposed use is not consistent with the general plan, or that the proposed use is not allowed within the subject zone. That's not true. Or that the design, location, size, and operating characteristics of the proposed use are incompatible with the allowed uses in the vicinity, or that operation of the use would be detrimental to the harmonious and orderly growth of the city.
That one.
That one.
That's the one.
Wait. So we have to still make the initial motion, and if we made the initial motion based on adopting it, whoever doesn't like it can say, I'll vote no. Then we don't have to put the rest of that in there, correct? That's the easier way.
You already voted on the variance, just so you know.
I know what
I'm much too tired to understand what you just said.
So if I, for
you're making
example,
a
said, I
motion
make a
to
motion to
deny.
adopt a resolution approving a conditional use permit,
Approving, okay.
Then you're fine. If
Then
you're
this
making,
makes it
Then you go to
easier, I'm thinking, yes, if they vote no. All right.
Yes.
Okay, I move to adopt a resolution approving a conditional use permit for the demolition of the existing building and the construction of a new four-story, 111,978 square feet data center at 1231 Comstock, subject to the findings and conditions of approval.
I'm not sure how the hell.
Second.
If you don't like the data center, you vote no.
Okay.
If you do like the data center, you vote yes.
Okay, the motion was
I
made
don't
by
have to
Commissioner
have the rest of
Crutchlow,
it.
seconded by Commissioner Wang to approve staff recommendation 2.
But now he's going to, we need a finding.
Is that
Okay.
wrong?
I apologize. You cannot vote to approve the CUP because you have not yet approved the environmental. So if you want to approve the CUP, you have to first vote to approve the environmental.
Always.
Or if you're inclined to disapprove the CUP, somebody could make that motion. But this motion is, I'm sorry, it's out of order. You
Okay,
cannot.
so I'm going
You
to
cannot-
cancel this vote
Yes,
here.
please,
Okay, so we're going to
this
cancel
motion
that
cannot
vote.
legally be made at this time.
Totally fucking confused.
Your options are vote to approve the ISM&D or vote to deny the CUP.
So are we looking at staff recommendation 1 right now? Is that what we're doing first?
There is no motion on the floor.
Okay, but that's what you're saying needs to happen.
Commissioner Crutchlow just tried to move to approve the CUP. If that's what he
Right.
wants to do, then he has to first move to approve the ISM&D.
There you go.
It's your moment.
So I can asked to approve the CP first? Is that what you're saying?
No.
The opposite.
You can move to approve the ISMND.
That's staff recommendation one.
Okay, because I,
But to deny it, you don't.
That's off the floor. I don't know why it's still showing. It's not showing on
okay,
my screen.
I know where this is,
Okay.
hold on. I know where this is going to go if I do this, and we're just going to play games. Don't want to do that. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to pull it back, and I'm going to ask Commissioner to my left here to go ahead and make the next one.
Okay, I move that we deny the application for the conditional use permit to allow the construction of the new 4-story, 12,000 square foot at 1231 Comstock Street.
Based on the fact that operation of the use of the proposed location would be detrimental to the harmonious and orderly growth of the city.
Seamless voice.
She has moved to deny the CUP based on the finding that operation of the use of the location proposed would be detrimental to the harmonious and orderly growth of the city.
So that's the motion we have on the floor? And I'll get that verbiage from you at another time, Xander, but that is to deny staff recommendation 2 with findings, is that correct?
Right. Correct. I didn't hear who the second was.
It's a motion by
Based on
Chair Crew, seconded by Commissioner Boozer.
Thank you.
If you say yes, that means there is no data center, okay?
Yes means no.
Now we'll see the magic. There you go, motion passed.
All right. The application is denied. This is the final decision of the Planning Commission. There is a 7-day period to appeal this decision to the City Council.
And I truly hope City Council takes this as the second no on the data center, not because of the application, not because just it is going to happen, in essence, the same level of discussion. If the city does not lean in to take an educational lens to this, do a master plan of data centers, and study the actual effects and make both decisions and a qualitative choice for City of Santa Clara. Thank you. Only money won't be given. Means nothing. They can put their own money and media doesn't need a pit.
Actually, I think the nuclear option is what we need.
It might be.
All right, let's move on. We're on reports of commission, liaison, and committee. And is there any announcements of other items? Other than everybody wants to go home and go to bed, I understand. Commission travel and training reports, or request to attend training? Any? None.
I'm not sure whether there's another item whereby we could request staff expedite with the city council.
Can you turn your microphone? We can't hear you.
Put a timeline here.
Yeah,
Yeah. So should I repeat, or you heard what I said?
Need to repeat for the record.
it falls under the
Training.
things that we'd like staff to help us get done.
Yes.
Yeah, which was theoretically supposed to be yet another bullet item, which we have asked for. And once we get that bullet item on there, then we can track things like our SVP.
So we were advised that we could direct the staff to, let's say, in the January, let's say 2025 January meeting, let's have this presentation from staff, right? Let them prioritize it and bring it to the table.
Yeah, I've held off on questions until I've heard that there's a date scheduled. I can proceed to give you questions at any point for Silicon Valley Power thing.
Yeah, it would be great to get questions now so that I can get the appropriate people to answer them. I don't want to bring the wrong person here. Not this-
I will get you questions.
If you want to do it right now, that
This
would
for
be
data centers?
fantastic. I would accept them.
Silicon Valley Power questions. are
Oh,
study
yeah.
session. That was an example. It was, the issues on data center could be a new item.
Yeah.
On request for status and action on an ongoing basis of how can we get our data center issues raised to council and have some actions, get something done. That's all.
Yeah.
Get her done.
What do you want to get done?
I'd like to get conversations opened on either a study session or presentation on the overall impacts and effects that data centers have on our city and our power, which is part of the Silicon Valley power consumption issue that we're also requesting a study session on. But if you want to I could make that a formal question of that.
It should be, and I would recommend to the staff, there's the Data Center Coalition, and there's the Data Center Alliance, that are groups of people that, if we want to ask questions to those groups, they'll provide somebody to come out and talk to us, and also probably get somebody that's good at HVAC and electrical. I actually have somebody, if you want me to, forward a name to you. His name is Joe Grant, and he's worked on several data centers and knows it extremely well. And I'll be happy to provide email or whatever.
That'd be helpful.
Yeah, it would be very helpful if we could have both sides of the discussion. I don't want an echo chamber of how terrible data centers are. That's not useful. I want to find out what's good, what we can do as a city to make, this is just, but it would be helpful to hear what pros and cons are, so that we can make more informed decisions.
I mean, honestly, my biggest problem with data centers is the fact that they make a huge amount of money, and we're getting a very little piece of that, given the impact that it has on our community.
And I want to caution that if the professional is coming from the data center world, they don't understand land use. So they can tout data centers as the best thing next to sliced bread, but we are talking about its implication of 60+ existing data centers in the city of Santa Clara as a ramification. So land use should be juxtaposed with the pros, cons of data centers, by the way, and the data centers can come via increasing efficiencies. Great, you have 60 centers already.
You gotta look at one thing, excuse me. You gotta look at one thing. Data centers, you saying data centers, actually it's the developers, real estate developers that are buying the property to build the data
This topic is over,
centers.
right? Why do we still?
And, yeah, the education. And they're the ones that are buying the properties to do that. In LA, they're converting office buildings into data centers. So it's not just the
That's
tech
not the
industry.
first time they've been doing it. They've been doing it for decades.
Yeah, it's not the tech industry, it's the developers. that are-
It's beyond 1215. I'm just
Comes
saying
down to the soul of the city for me, that's it.
should be a mixed debate level.
Yeah.
It can be a one-sided perspective.
Are we done?
And staff, I want to apologize that this has gone so late. I really
These are all very
appreciate
important topics.
how much you do.
Perfect storm.
It is, but I absolutely, want to just, recognize staff for
Yeah, I appreciate it. You guys are
Yeah.
amazing. Elizabeth, super helpful in getting us fed.
the rest of the commissioners, I don't know about.
Are you on your third cup of coffee, Abby?
Oh, we're way past that.
Oh, well, maybe, me
So
too.
there's no travel and training or anything? Okay, good.
Okay, moving
We're
along.
not there yet. Planning Commission budget updates?
Well, I'll give you a very simple one. Your budget, we expect some expenses from Commissioner Wang's travel to California APA, approximately $300, and then what happened? Your ending balance right now is $14,436.
Next.
Okay?
Thank you. Upcoming agenda items that we have to, other than the two continuances that we gave ourselves to look forward to?
Yeah, November 6th is going to be fun.
Correct.
And you're not going to have this attorney. I'm going to be out that day. So.
Oh, can I please make myself an excuse that I will not be able to attend the November 6th meeting? I have a work-related travel that I have to be at, and it's out of region. I'm sorry, I won't be able to allow people, members of the public, into my room.
Good night. right, even that's what this is about.
So, November 6th, you'll have the 2 continued items from this evening.
No, just one.
Just
One, sorry, the one,
AT&T's on December.
the one continued item for this evening. Wait.
How did we get
is-
2?
Yeah, yeah.
December for AT&T.
December, okay. One continued item from this evening, I believe we have a sign variance, and 2 other items that I'm forgetting at this moment.
CUP or something.
Okay.
Oh, a
City
CUP
Council-
for a drive-through for Starbucks.
City council actions?
There are none to report.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Thank you.
I didn't hear that. Can you tell me again?
Your diligence and your overtime.
We get overtime?
I'm done. Good job, sir. Yeah, we all get time and a half